What is up, ladies and gentlemen? I am so excited you are here. We're gonna learn together. This is the Tarver Academy Summer Professional Development. We're gonna learn. Learning's happening. It's going down today. We're about to get started. My name is Tyler. I run Tarver Academy. It's an online resource for teachers and students and educators, and it's a great community where people just get involved and learn and get better. And I throw resources to you guys, throw ideas around. It's just a lot of fun. Just a whole lot of fun, Tarver Academy. So if you need anything, I'm here. TarverAcademy.com has a ton of resources and things that you can go to check out. A little bit about me, just so you know, you don't think I'm just like, hey, here's a random YouTuber talking about, videos or whatever. My name's Tyler. I started out teaching high school math, and then I moved into a tech director / facilitator role. Then I was a principal of a school, 6th through 12th grade. 6th through 12th grade. Fun ages. That's good stuff, okay? Good stuff. Never any drama, 6th through 12th grade. No drama. And our school had waivers from the state, so we did a lot of online, we did a lot of blended, we did a lot of in-person learning, all the above. So we get to learn a lot, make some mistakes, do some stuff right, and try to learn from everything we did. Then after that, I went to central office, and I was director of curriculum instruction, and now I'm the dean of NLC College. And I'm so excited to be here, learning and growing with you guys. I'm also giving a little bit of time for people to jump in, get started, and we're about to go through some of the housekeeping stuff. We're gonna do a little check-in right now at the beginning, and then at the end of this video, at the end of this training, we're going to have a chance for you to get a certificate showing that you actually showed up and you did the learning, okay? I think that this training and the other trainings that you are gonna get the chance to be a part of this summer are gonna help you grow as an educator. And if you grow as an educator, all it does is help the students and the community that you live in. And so let's try our best to learn something, take something away from this that we can put in our repertoire and get better with. Okay, so the first thing I need you guys to do is I need us to check in, okay? And this check-in, what it does is it timestamps when you are here so that you might not need this later, but if your administrator or whoever comes back and they're like, how do I know you didn't just click to the end? This shows that you were here at the beginning. So you can scan the QR code that is on the screen if you have your cell phone. And on my phone with me, get your phone out. I'll use my wallet, Atlanta Braves wallet. Film that, you just hold your phone over that QR code that you see on the screen. You'll see something pop up at the top. Click that and it'll take you to where you can fill out that you were here. It's very short, very quick. I'm gonna give you a little bit of time to do that right now. Go ahead, scan the QR code, go to the website, check in, and when you do that, you will get an email. If you do not get an email immediately, this happened, I told you, I was a tech director for a long time, okay? I'd say a long time. I was a tech director long enough to know that if you don't get that email that you're filling out right now, it's because you typed your email address in wrong. That's exactly what happens. 19 times out of 19 and a half times, that's what happens. So go ahead and go to that. Remember, at the end of this session, there's gonna be another QR code that you're gonna scan that is going to give you the certification saying that you actually did the training. Both of these are time-stamped. So if your administrator or whoever's in charge of PD for your district wants to see that and be like, how do I know you did this? You've got your check-in email that is time-stamped by me, not by you. It's into a PDF or it's into that email. And then you will also have the timestamp on your certificate showing that you did this. Okay, so hopefully everybody is getting that done. Okay, giving you a little bit of time. If you have any trouble, just keep trying because I think it's pretty important to get that logged in. Now, while we're doing that, if you're finishing that up or, if you can hear me, what I would love for you to do is I would love for you to hit the red subscribe button. This is my YouTube channel, Tarver Academy. That's what I call it. It's kind of where I got this started. I had this before I had the website, and then I put up the website to put all the resources and all the stuff I was doing. But if you would hit the red subscribe button right now, that would be huge. That would be just super cool of you. And that way, you can hopefully see some of the other trainings that I'm doing, see some videos I do throughout the year to help teachers, to help students, to have fun and learn together. So hit that red subscribe button. Did you do it? Did you? You get the like too, the little thumbs up. That's just YouTube etiquette. You hit the thumbs up. It's just really nice to do. So you want to hit the thumbs up button, you can. And I would love to start this. How about this? in the chat, okay? Because if you're watching this on my website, which is where you can watch it, that's fine. You're not gonna see the chat, but if you click and watch this on YouTube, you're gonna see a chat rolling on the side of the screen. Start it off. I want you guys in the chat to say who you are, like give your name, tell us what you teach and where you teach, okay? If you're an administrator, you can say that I'm a principal, or you can say your central office, whatever you do. I've got some people that have signed up for this that are aspiring educators. So this is great to say, I wanna be an educator, I wanna be an English teacher for high school, throw that in there. If you wanna be a kindergarten teacher, toss that in there, say you're in school. It's a great way to network, because I think there is an amazing community of educators here wanting to learn and grow together. And I think that it's great if we look out for each other. So throw in the chat, I want you to say your name, what you teach, and where you teach. Throw that in the chat. All right, man, we're doing good. We're doing good. It's our warm up. We're feeling good. We're stretching it out. It's always good to stretch before you stretch. I don't know, I heard a friend say that, so I say it from time to time. Okay, next thing. This is another little thing. I've got one right here. So I've written a couple books. I've done Superheroes Need Sleep Too. This is a children's book. It's like a nap time book, so you don't have to read that. But this one I think is super relevant for you. This is the Baller Teacher Playbook, and in it I have like practical advice. It's 18 chapters. So the idea is that you could do this like once a week with your team for a full semester, or every other week for a year, and try to improve your teaching every week. I'm not doing this to sell it to you. I'm doing this to say I'm giving some of these away all summer to people that are participating in this. So if you want a chance to win one of these, or I think I probably got some other educator books. If you're like, I don't really want your book, Tyler, I got a ton of educator books. I'll send them to you. All you got to do, follow me on Instagram at Tyler Tarver. Follow me at Tyler Tarver on Instagram, and I'm gonna be giving these out throughout the summer. You might be the person I give it to. So follow me on Instagram, and then throw something in your Instagram story if you want, just to increase your chances of me seeing it. So I'm just gonna be clicking through. I see people follow on Instagram. I'm gonna throw out stuff to them. So random people will get it. You might not, but you won't if you don't. So there we go. Y'all feeling good? Does everybody feel good? Everybody throw in the chat who they are, where they teach, what they teach. Okay, so to explain also what this is, you are watching, this is a live broadcast. So this is going as a YouTube premiere or a full-on live video. So one of the two. Either way, that chat is happening live. Everybody that jumps into this video at any point is gonna be watching it at the same time as you. So it's great to get in the chat and talk, discuss, ask questions, give input. If we ask a question in the video, you can type it in your notes, but you can also type it in the chat. You can copy paste from the chat. It's a great way for you to be a part of this live broadcast, okay? So if you have a Google Notes, if you have a notes document, if you wanna take notes by hand, I've got a template for notes if you want. It sent it to you whenever you filled out your email. It should have been on that page whenever you did your check-in at the beginning. If not, it's on like every PD page. I have my website, tarveracademy.com. Click on PD and you get a free notes template, or you can take notes in your own doc. However you want to do it, take notes, write down stuff that's relevant to you, and copy paste stuff that people put in the chat. There's gonna be people in the chat that are way smarter than me. And so I'd love for you to copy paste that into the notes, and you can take that and make your teaching game elevate. So next thing, while we're getting logged in, people are still jumping in here. They're still jumping in the video, giving you a few minutes to do that. We're also, if you want to watch these videos, because after this ends, it's going to be gone off of here. However, I'm going to be putting all of these trainings, all like 30 something trainings. I think it's over like 120 hours worth of trainings. I'm putting all of that for people that join what I call the Tarver Academy Honor Roll. It's a small group of educators who are trying to get better every week, and I send out weekly emails during the school year to where you're getting templates, you're getting resources, back to school starter kits, you're getting templates for Google Forms, trainings, PDs, tons of stuff every single week delivered to your inbox. And also you have access to all of these trainings. That is available if you go to tarveracademy.com/honor roll if you want to. I think it's a great decision. I think it's a great decision. Nobody's in here. Who am I talking to? I'm not talking to anybody. Okay, y'all feel good? Y'all ready to start? Y'all feel good? This is a little warm up. We'll explain what's going on. Everybody feel good? 1 to 10. put in the chat how you feel today, or give me this. How about this? Give me an emoji of how you're feeling today. That'd be better. 1 to 10, or give me an emoji. I'd love to see it. Or just give me a word. You're like, I don't want to do an emoji. Give me a word. How you feeling today? And let's get rolling. Remember, input in the chat. Take notes. Learn. Grow. Welcome to the best professional development that you're gonna do. Not guaranteed, but it's an opinion, but it's also true, but it might be biased, but it's gonna be a great summer. It's gonna be a great training. Hope you guys learn something. Hope this adds you value that you can then bring to your students and make your school, your community, yourself better in some way. Guys, we're about to get started. Y'all excited? Y'all ready? About to do this. Let's get ready to learn and have fun. Tarver Academy. Let's go. Let's go. Hit it. Hit it. Let's go. What up, everybody? Hey, it's me, Tyler. Welcome to the Baller Teacher Conference. Look at us. We're really doing it. We're really doing it, guys. This is real life. Guys, are you excited? Are you hyped? I am so excited. We are going digital this year on the conference. I have some of the best educators I know, not only speaking and giving their thoughts and resources. We got some of the best educators in the world right here in the chats, watching the vid right now, live or later. So what is the Baller Teacher Conference? What is it for? What does it all mean, Basil? Today, we want to empower you to lead the culture in your classroom, adjust to teaching in a digital world, and foster a creative environment where everybody, teachers, students, and administrators, feel like they are a part of the learning. You might be asking yourself, Tyler, what is a baller teacher? What does that even mean? Well, in the comments right now, I want you to tell me what you think makes a baller teacher. And if you're sitting there and you're like, oh, I don't know what baller means. What is a great teacher? What are the characteristics of teachers that you've admired throughout your life? Let me know right now in the comments. I can tell you what I think about it, but I would much rather you hear from a few of my friends. Take it away, guys.
Growing up, my parents always taught me about respect, and it's became one of my highest standards for literally anybody in life. And so to me, when it comes to what makes a baller teacher, what makes a good teacher, someone who shows the same respect that they expect themselves to get. I just expect, I just want respect. That's really all it is. And if you show me the same respect that you expect me to show you, like, you gonna be my favorite teacher. That's just how it is.
So what I think makes a baller teacher includes two things. So the first being compassion. With those students, you don't know what their past is necessarily or their present, and that goes for home life, academics, peers, etc. So definitely what they have been through will 100% affect how they interact with their peers, with their coursework, and with you. Secondly, I would say to be excited, because they can totally feel it, they know it, all of that if you're not excited. And that goes about being excited about teaching them specifically, the coursework, that particular lesson, etc. So also teaching with your hands, I'm a big fan.
Personally, my favorite teachers over the years were always the ones that had a sense of humor. So there's just something about laughing that makes you just breathe easy, you can absorb the material better, and I think it's just because you're not so stressed out. So that's just the power that laughter has, and I think, let your students know that, hey, they're gonna learn, you're gonna get the job done, but there's nothing wrong with being funny and enjoying yourself along the way. So that's my tip.
A baller teacher is someone who is nice, kind, and lets you do stuff that you want sometimes. But also a baller teacher is someone who teaches really well and obeys the rules of the principal. And a baller teacher is really nice, kind, and gives you stuff.
You keep asking everybody to define baller, and I'm going to need you to define if baller is a noun or an adjective. Like, am I baller already, or am I trying to be more baller? I need answers first.
I've taught 37 years, and I think a baller teacher is one that continues to learn and create a classroom atmosphere where all the kids feel comfortable asking questions. They know that they're cared for, and that their teacher, and they enjoy coming to that classroom, and that the teacher cares and so much for them. That is a baller teacher.
Like a classroom teacher? Like
Yeah.
a teacher, college teacher?
Yeah, or any type of person who teaches people.
Someone who's not just feeding me information, by feeding me information with relatable experiences, what they're talking about.
See that?
That's how it's done, Josh Rawls.
Someone who's a baller teacher is someone who's willing to crumble up that lesson plan and hit that bucket from across the room.
A baller teacher is someone that is really kind, respects the principal, and also teaches you things. She can also be
I think you're a really baller teacher if you're really personable. So like if you tell us about yourself, if you let us tell you about ourselves, then it shows that you care. And also if you make like a really clear layout of everything that's expected and all the deadlines way before, like way ahead of time, that's really great too, because you'll probably get more stuff turned in on time.
I think first of all, if you chose to go into education at all anyway, you're here watching this, you're already baller because you chose to serve students with your career, and that's pretty baller. But I think staying true to yourself and keeping kids at the forefront of your motivation and your intentions is what makes a baller teacher.
A baller teacher is smart and strict, but really appreciates when children are good.
So basically, being baller, which I think we've established as an adjective, means you work harder than everybody else and you like your kids. You just have to work hard every day and be nice to your students. I think that's the main two things.
Okay, so if you have not given your thoughts on what makes a baller teacher, put that in the chat right now. Now that leads me into 2 pieces of advice I have for you today. Okay, so if you're gonna go into this conference, I think you should go all in. Okay, so the first piece of advice is you're gonna get the chance to hear from some incredible educators today. Some of my friends, and I think they are fantastic and knowledgeable, and they're gonna hopefully give you some advice. Here's the deal. You are a fantastic educator as well. There is something about education, there's something about teaching or just living life that you know about. And this conference is going to be so much better if you give input in the chat. So in the chat today, the first piece of advice I give you is please be active in the chat. I want you to talk. I want you to give advice, give resources, give tips, ask questions, and then answer people's questions. You don't have to wait on one of the presenters or myself to answer a question. You're an educator. Put it in there. Give your thoughts. This is a collaborative environment. There's no right or wrong. It's about giving our thoughts, opinions, and experiences to where we can add value to someone else and in what they're doing and learning. And the second piece of advice I have for you is to follow the educators that are gonna be on here today. I'm gonna have everybody's social media handle on there. Go in there, find them. If you can't find them, put a link in the chat. Don't put a link in the chat. Ask for a link in the chat. I'll put it in there. Someone else will put it in there. Please go find them and follow them. They give constant tips, resources, templates, different types of perspectives all year. And the best way to keep that in front of your face is to go where you already are, which is social media. And so go and follow the presenters. So be active in the chat and then go follow our presenters on social media. Check out their websites and stuff they have. Guys, we're about to get started. We're about to go. We're about to kick it off like Pele. You see what I did there? Pele, kick it off. There's more where that came from, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to jump right into it. The first session is by my friend, Neil Greathouse. And Neil is one of the most amazing all-around leaders I've ever met in my life. He's an amazing leader, communicator. He's directed films. He's done a ton of stuff. He has a wide range of talents and skill sets and experiences. So I'm having him talk on one of my most favorite concepts that he has, and I think it's super important for us as educators that we not only tell our students, not only tell our teachers or tell parents things, we show them things. So without further ado, let's kick it off, and let's start with Neil Greathouse. Here we go, Neil. Neil, hit him with a remix. Hit him with that remix.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, or good night. Nope, so sorry. Look, my name's Neil. This is the way to start it off, right? My name is Neil Greathouse. That's really genuinely my name. We are standing here. We're on campus at the Ohio State University. You have to say the Ohio State University. You're not allowed to say the Ohio State University or the Ohio State. It's the. This is Ohio Stadium right behind me. You can see that. Look at that. This is just, look at this. Can you see Can everybody see it? I don't know if they can see it. Whatever. This is where the Ohio State Buckeyes play. You might not be a Buckeye fan. It's okay. You're fine. Graduation, in all seriousness, graduation was a couple days ago. And there, so you can see them right there. I don't know if you can see. Can you see? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's a line of people that are waiting because graduation was maybe 4 days ago. And there has been a steady line, a stream of graduates here taking pictures behind me. These people just popped a, champagne bottles. We've had confetti cannons going off, and there's a line that goes down through the outside of the stadium for people with their photographers ready to get a picture. I haven't seen anybody with a giant Cheese Whiz jar though, or like to spray and just cheese everywhere. It's weird. I don't know why I said it. This is the Jesse Owens Memorial Plaza, right where we're standing here. You can fact check me on that. Go Google it later. Don't do it right now. I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I'm glad to be here with you. I'm a director. I am an owner of a creative ad agency, and I am incredibly happy to be here with you. I have directed several short films, a feature-length documentary called Bike Beyond. You can actually go watch it right now on YouTube if you want. Just search for Bike Beyond documentary. We put it out there for free so that anybody who has type 1 diabetes can go and watch it. How else can I brag? Well, so it won Best Feature Film at the LA Film Festival 2 years ago, which is pretty incredible, and we're really, really proud of it. It's a documentary. So a bunch of people with type 1 diabetes, you're gonna hear that word a lot today, a bunch of people with type 1 diabetes, amateur cyclists from 5 different countries, they rode their bikes from New York City to San Francisco, and I guess it's never been done before. They're the first ones to do it, and we followed them across the country. We showed the struggles of the team. We showed the struggles of what it's like to try and do that much endurance athlete stuff, cycling, with having type 1 diabetes. And then they stopped in these towns all across the country, and they met with people who have type 1 diabetes. It's pretty powerful. So we are really, really glad that as many people have been able to see it as possible. Years ago, myself, along with 2 other people, we started a company called Studio 88. We did work for different clients like Rolex, Tag Heuer. If you're a watch guy, if you like freak out and love watches like Casio, we didn't work for Casio. A lot of jewelry manufacturers, a lot of different people. We actually did a lot of advertising and marketing for them. We did creative websites and all that kind of stuff. So there you go. Everybody believe me now. I still am Neil. If you haven't Googled it yet, you probably haven't. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Today, I want to talk to you guys a little bit about this concept of show, don't tell. I'm going to talk about that. Hopefully we can get through this because there's a guy who comes by on a lawnmower here about every 10 minutes. I can see him over there. We'll call him Jimmy. And if Jimmy comes over and interrupts us again, I'm so sorry. I apologize. Hopefully we won't have to do that. So the concept of show, don't tell, it is fundamentally something that I try to live by. I work hard at it in almost every project that we have ever produced. It has had this theory, this concept, this principle has had a profound impact on the work that we have done. I've got my notes here. I'm gonna do my best to go through here back and forth. So if I look down at my notes, I'm sorry. My goal is to tell you a little bit about this concept, the science behind it, and then how it has played out in different projects. Now, as an educator, I am positive that you want to make sure that what you're teaching, that it sticks. It just sticks. I actually pray this for my daughter when we go to school, because a lot of people they used to go to sleep with the book on their head, or underneath their pillow, and it's like, God, transfer all of that. He's not going to do it. So I always pray with my kids when I'm taking them to school, like, hey, God, I pray that everything that they studied, God, let it stick. Let it stick to their minds. I don't know if you pray over your kids. You don't have to, but it's pretty great. But what is one way that can help all of your hard work so that the teaching that you do, the training you do, all the hours and energy and everything that you do, what if you could do something that doesn't cost anything extra? It isn't really all that difficult, and it could help your students. If you're going, how do I help my students? Like, retain the information that they're learning. If I could give you one thing it would be this: show, don't tell. I was gonna say write it down, but I really want Tyler to put it in my hand right here. Show, don't tell. I won't do that to him, it's too much. So let's approach this from a film industry perspective first. I have a lot of background in filmmaking, so I'm gonna approach it from that angle first, and we'll bring it back around to education. There is a concept that is called previs. It's called previs, Pre-VIS. It stands for pre-visualization. Some of you guys know this. If you look at any of the behind the scenes stuff or whatever behind movies, the way that a movie is conceptualized is now done in a process called previs. Entire movies are drawn out before they're ever made. So for years, here's the history. For years in Hollywood, what people did is they started with something as a process called storyboarding. You've probably seen it. It's just a bunch of blocks that represent the movie screen, and they draw the process out, little stick figures with some action, and so underneath it they would say, okay, this is a wide angle shot, this is a close-up shot, this is a tracking shot, a dolly shot, an aerial shot. We want this to be a handheld shot. They draw everything out in very simple drawings, line art. It almost looks like a comic book before they ever actually make the movie. Now, this has evolved a lot, but it eventually went from just storyboarding, which anybody can do on a piece of paper. It is turned into an animation. It's an art form that is called pre-visualization, previs. So this is so that the people that are on set, the director of photography, the director of photography, what they do is they're the ones that say, here's the camera angle we want to use, here's the gear we want to use, here's how we want to do it. They determine how the film looks. So when you're watching the Oscars, here's how it plays out. The director of photography wins the cinematography award, okay? But your camera operators, they need to know, what is the process? How are we gonna do it? How are we gonna operate it? Because everybody's gonna have their own idea of the way to shoot it. Somebody has to say, here it is, black and white. They can all see what is expected. But the reason that they started drawing these out years ago, it starts way before you actually make a movie. See, people think that you do that so that on set you can get your crew together, and this happens on a daily basis. They're called dailies. What you shoot, you go back and you look back over before you shoot the next day. You kind of sequence this thing together. You're watching dailies, which are the daily shots that you got, very rough cut, but they will look at these panels, and before any of that ever happens on set, something happens. Before you're able to physically make a movie, you have to, what? You gotta pitch the movie. You gotta have a studio that's willing to buy it, that is willing to put the money and to front everything that you need for this movie. So studio execs, what they do is they all sit in a room and they look at what your idea for a movie is. There are scripts in Hollywood, yeah. Who reads scripts? Have you ever read a screenplay? It's difficult to read because you're trying to visualize what is actually happening, so you're only getting the words. The screenplay usually does a little bit more of an explanation, but really you want to read the book. But most executives, most studio execs, they want to see what this is going to look like before they ever want to read what it is. They're not, how do I say this without being, if you're a Hollywood producer or a studio exec, I apologize ahead of time. I'm gonna offend you right now. Most of them don't want to do the dirty, hard work of reading through a script. They just don't want to. What they want to do is they want to see it. So you could sit in a room and just explain it to them, but then you're gonna get it back and forth because they're still only able to visualize what you are saying. You see where this is going. You see where this is going. Show, don't tell, am I right? So the producer, he's the real brains behind the entire movie that's being made. Okay, so at the Oscars, when a movie wins Best Picture, if you've ever wondered, why does the producer get up at the Oscars and accept the award for Best Picture? Why not the director, right? Because they have a Best Director category, and the director, typically Martin Scorsese or somebody like that, gets up there and they accept the award. But why the producer? It's because the producer is the one who's doing all the real work, all behind the scenes, hiring the actors, securing the financing. They're working with executive producers to get money for it. They're getting the permits to go shoot. this is how the movie industry works. And pre-visualization, somebody sits down and they make a very, I say low budget, but it's not really low budget. It could cost easily $1 million, $1.5 million for a feature-length film to be pre-visualized out. It's an actual 3D drawing, animated, rendered out, and all that kind of stuff. It's not good. It doesn't have like clean lines. It's not colored the right way, but it shows them with the dialogue below. Sometimes they'll even put the voice in. Somebody will do a voiceover, and they get a chance to sit down and look at it. I'm going to take this one step further if you guys are ready for it. There is a guy who, so there's two brothers, Phil and Chris Lord. They directed the Lego movie. They also, Mitchell's versus the Machines. Go watch that. It's on Netflix right now. It is one of the best animated films that I believe has been out there in a while. It's hilarious. It's done by Sony Pictures, but those two guys, they did a pitch for a movie, and here's how they did it. You ready? They didn't go through and get all this like pre-visualization done. What they did is they went to a stock video site, a website where you can buy stock video footage, and they went out and searched for something that looks like what they were going for. They got, I mean, random actors, random people, whatever, all stock video, and they stitched together what they wanted their movie to look like. So they didn't have to go out and animate it. They just used free video clips from like YouTube and all these other websites, and they stitched it together. Yeah, that's not the real actor. Yeah, that's not the real set. Yeah, why did that guy jump out of a plane and now he's on a hot air balloon or whatever? But they got it as close as they could, and they pitched a movie idea, and Sony Pictures said yes. This is how a lot of animated movies are actually made as well. Pixar. The reason why they make good movies is because they spend just as much time crafting the story and then pitching the idea as they do making the movie itself. They could spend 3 years getting that story together to show a studio exec before they ever actually make it. Saturday Night Live. If you watched it this past weekend, it was Keegan-Michael Key. The week previously, it was Elon Musk. There's a process that Saturday Night Live goes through every single week. What they do is they get a new guest in. So what they do is on Sunday morning, they sit down with that new guest. The new guest, after Saturday night is done, Sunday morning they sit down, they get that guest in the room. Lorne Michaels, he's the producer of the entire thing, sits in there with the entire cast, the entire crew, and they meet the guest for that week. In that time, what these different writers, so the actors on Saturday Night Live are also the writers, the people that you see, like, I mean, classic. What's your favorite? I don't know. Who's your favorite SNL actor of all time? Like in the comments, definitely tell us who is your favorite Saturday Night Live. So I mean, is it like Will Ferrell? Is it Adam Sandler? Is it Andy Samberg? Is it Kristen Wiig? Yes, it should be yes to all of those. But what they do is they sit in this room on the floor at tables around in this little tiny room up in Rockefeller Center, and they pitch their ideas. But it's all audible. It's all like, hey, I had this one idea, and it has to be like 2 to 3 sentences at best. And they kind of like throw these ideas out there, and that what the producers are doing is they're watching to see what does that actor or actress or musician or guest, what do they laugh at? What do they kind of light up about? And then they send all of those actors and the writers back to their rooms, their desks, and for 2 days, they write up all their best ideas. And they're in this process of pitching their ideas, but it's still just a script. Now, a couple of guys who were on the show that you may or may not know, Kyle Mooney is one of them. He's had some of the most far out, wild concepts and ideas. And sometimes it's difficult for these actors to get it. Because remember, they're actors. They're not like producers. They don't do this all the time. They're just told what to do. And Kyle Mooney has started pre-filming some of this stuff on his phone. And any chance he will get, in an elevator, in a hallway, any spare second he gets with the guest, he will pitch them this idea. Or he'll go to Lorne Michaels, who's been doing this for 20, what are they in, like 40, I don't know how many years SNL. If you know how many years Saturday Night Live has been around, like put that in the comments too. There's prizes. Tyler's gonna give you $1 million if you can get that one right. Sorry, Tyler. Baller Teacher. All the funds from the sale of that book are gonna go to your prize. It's not true, but they've been doing this for years. He will show them, Kyle Mooney will show them what he's talking about, and he'll get them to connect with it better. So let me tell you some of the science behind this, okay? So vision trumps all other senses. I'm not talking like cliche vision, like, man, I got a strong vision for the future. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about right here. Vision trumps all other senses. Because we don't see with just our eyes, we see with our brains as well. So here's the science. A group of scientists, they got a bunch of wine aficionados together at a wine tasting. And it was a big test. These they're, I don't know, whatever. These very snobby people, that's not true, I shouldn't have said that. It sounds super pretentious, I get it. I wouldn't know wine from wine in a box or from a $1,000 bottle if it hit me in the face. A buddy of mine, we were in Napa about 2 years ago, and he and I were at a restaurant, and he ordered this wine, and he paid like $500 for like a bottle of it this much. I was like, bro, it can't be that good. He smelled it forever. Well, that's what these wine experts do. What these scientists did is they got all of these people in a room and they tested white wines, but they put in that white wine, they put an odorless, tasteless red dye into the white wine. And all of these experts, with only the visuals changed, the taste of the wine didn't change, the texture of the wine didn't change, the color is the only thing that changed. How would these enologists, that's what they're actually called, Jimmy's back, by the way. Jimmy is mowing close. Maybe he won't get all the way over here, I don't know. Jimmy's a big guy. Enologists are wine people. How did they respond to these wines? And the answer is that their noses would be fooled. So here's what happened. Every single one of the 54 wine experts, they used words to describe the wine as if it was a red wine. Now, people in the scientific community, they had a field day with this, lost their minds. They started publishing research papers, literally called this the color of odors, and the nose smells what the eye sees. Think about that. The nose smells what the eyes see. The takeaway is visual processing doesn't just assist in the perception of our world, it dominates the perception of our world. Big difference. Do you see how they were tricked by what they saw? They were tasting a white wine, but it looked like it was red, and so they ended up using words to describe a red wine that you would never, I don't drink wine, I wouldn't know what the difference is. I should ask Jimmy. And Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy doesn't care about me. So this feature-length documentary that we made is called Bike Beyond. Now, in the pitch meeting, sitting down with all the producers and the people that are financing all this, we had to map out what we wanted to happen. Now, what's tricky about a documentary is you could either document an event as it is happening, or you go backwards and you retell the story and you go back and do some digging up. We were actually documenting what was happening. Hint, document, don't create. It's way better to document something as it's happening than have to go back and recreate it. But we were trying to explain to them what we wanted to happen, but a lot of it was up to chance. You put 21 cyclists who have never ridden together, they've never worked together, they've never met in person. It had only been done by Skype and Zoom meetings prior to this. We were pitching this idea to the board, and who is the board of Beyond Type 1? So I worked with Nick Jonas, maybe you've heard of him. He's one of the Jonas brothers, but whatever. Sarah Lucas, she's a CEO. Her daughter has type 1 diabetes. Her name is Mary. And Sarah Lucas and her husband, Don Lucas, they're venture capitalists. They got just the incredible connections. Their backyard neighbors in Portola Valley are the CFO of Facebook, or Faithbook, however you say it. The other lady who's on the board is Juliet DeBobine. She runs the Red Foundation for Bono. And then the last guy, his name is Sam Talbot. You may have heard of him if you ever watch the Food Network. He won Top Chef like multiple times in a row. We got all these people in a room and we had to pitch the idea, and we had to do it, and I hate to say this, we had to dumb it down because I could explain what we wanted to happen, but we couldn't explain that to them about how, hey, there's a chance that this movie won't go the way that you think it is going to go. And so we made this decision to to map it out on Post-it notes. And I'm not saying these are dumb people, these are brilliant people, but they've never really had to sit down and hear a pitch on a documentary before. So we color coordinated the entire route. What we did is we used certain colors to denote a location. So yellow meant a physical location along the map. So we said, we're gonna be in New York here, we're going to be down in Washington, D.C. here. We're going to eventually get over to Pittsburgh. We're going to get up to Cleveland. We're going to go down to Nashville. So all these different locations, as we went out west, yellow was a location. They started to pick up, okay, yellow is location on here, and blue just meant feeling. We knew that through the process of this documentary that emotions and tension and fatigue and body ache over a 3-month every single day cycling trip. I mean, they're averaging between 75 and 150 miles a day. They knew that that would absolutely wear them down. So we used blue to denote feelings of trending downward. We used green to denote trending upward. We used different colors to help visualize what this actual process was going to look like. Does that make sense? So as we mapped out through Post-it notes what this entire process would look like, we used visuals because our brain doesn't operate like a camera. Many of us, we think that the brain's visual system works like a camera. It's just collecting and processing the raw visual data provided by our outside world. That's what we think. But seeing seems effortless. Is it 100% trustworthy, what we see? Or maybe it's a little bit different. Is it that what we see is capable of providing a completely accurate representation of what's actually happening out there? Because most of us think that our vision, like what we see, is in, like, we think of it as in reliable terms, but it's not actually true. The way we experience what we see in our visual environment, it's as a fully analyzed opinion about what the brain thinks is out there. So how to explain this? There's the Ohio State Science Center is right over there. We could go over there and we could nerd out for a while, but it starts off like this. Our retina is out there trying to become like an amateur filmmaker, right? It's our retina with all the light, the imagery that it takes in is like this little tiny Martin Scorsese, and there's something called the association vortices. That's important, but you don't have to remember that. Don't write that down. Tyler, don't give any prizes away. If you remember association vortices, that's great. But that's what we're all doing is we're all trying to interpret the integration of the signals coming into our brain through the eyes. That's what that means. And there are most of the scientists will agree that there are 12 different tracks at the same time that are coming into our brain through our eyes. It's shadow, lighting, depth, distance, all of it. Think of it like this. You might see a car when you're looking to the right or the left as you're getting ready to cross the road, and you're on the street and your brain is trying to figure out if the car is actually going to hit you or not. Like, how fast is it going? Do they have another stop? Are they at a standstill? What are they doing? There's so much information. This is all going through what's called the dorsal stream. That is, it's all trying to figure this out before you get sideswiped by the car. I have to sneeze. I sneeze because allergies hit here recently. But so what does all this have to do with the show Don't Tell? Okay, so here's what it is. If you think that the brain has to devote a lot of its precious thinking power and resources to vision, then you're right on the money. Because visual processing takes up about half of everything that our brain does. I'm gonna say that again. You could write this down if you really wanted to. I mean, you don't have to. Visual processing takes up about half of everything that our brain does. This is true. This helps explain why professional wine tasters throw aside their taste buds so quickly when they see a red wine that's actually a white wine. See, vision affects all the other senses, not the other way around. What you taste doesn't change what you see. What you see changes the way you taste something. If it's visually appealing, it actually affects your taste. It's not the other way around. Now, we've all heard this phrase like, A picture is worth 1,000 words, right? If it really is, one way that we could actually measure the way our vision, what we see, the way it dominates the way that we learn, is through our memory. So researchers, they studied this using two different types of memory. The first one is called recognition memory, which it underlies the concept of familiarity. That's what it's talking about, like the ability to recognize something. We use this kind of memory when we're looking at old pictures or family photographs. Throwback Thursday, hashtag, anybody? Is that still a thing? I don't think it's a thing. It doesn't, no way that's a thing. There's absolutely no way. We look at photos this way. We can look at a picture after not seeing it for years and years, and in the picture, you see your aunt. Let's say you've got an aunt. Now, you don't really remember her name because it was a long time ago, or the photo, but you can recognize her as your aunt. You see what I'm saying? With this recognition memory, you might not remember certain details surrounding what you see, but as soon as you see it, you know you've seen it before. You know how that feels. You've seen it. You're like, oh my gosh, is that deja vu? No, it's something totally different. That's a black cat in the Matrix, but forget that. Don't worry about that. That's totally secondary. Now, the second kind of memory, it involves what's called working memory. This kind of memory hits the temporary storage portion of the brain. It's things we remember, but for only a little bit. It's like the recycling bin on your desktop. It's just waiting to be thrown out. Most of us, we can only hold about 4 different things in that short-term memory location. It's a really small space. And it isn't all that complex. It's extremely limiting. All these limitations, they make it all the more incredible that vision is probably the single best tool we have for learning anything. Now remember what we said at the beginning. We're talking about show, don't tell, because we want to ultimately be able to get what our students are learning. We want it to stick. So why is that important? Well, the memory is really important because when it comes to both recognition memory and working memory, pictures and text follow very different rules. All of that to say this, simply put, the more visual the input becomes, the more likely it is to be recognized and remembered or recalled. That's insane. Think about it. The more visual it is, it will dominate over text. This is what's called the pictorial superiority effect. Actually remember that, and I'm very proud of myself. So, tests performed years ago showed that people could remember more than 2,500 pictures with at least 90% accuracy several days later. They got a bunch of people in the room and they said, hey, we're going to show you 2,500 pictures. And then 90 days later, even though the people saw each picture for only about 10 seconds, this is recognition memory, not working memory, because remember that recycle bin is empty. And accuracy rates a year later, after seeing 2,500 pictures for 10 seconds, accuracy still hovers around 63%. That's nuts. So in one paper, picture recognition information, it was still remembered up to 10 years later. These scientists, this scientific journal they published, that's what they said, that some of these photos were remembered 10 years later. And they did the same research with text, or like I'm talking like written words or oral presentations. The usual result was this, that pictures demolish both of them. Pictures demolish text or vocal oral presentations, what we say. Sounds pretty incredible. So text and oral presentations aren't just less efficient than pictures for remembering certain types of information, they are far less efficient. So if information is presented to you by saying it, you guys know this, I'm pretty sure you do. I want to hesitate, I don't want to tell you. In the comments, tell me if you know what percentage of people remember what you say. If you're doing an oral presentation, in the comments, see if you can remember. I'll come back and I'll tell you that percentage here in a little bit. Now, this is when they're tested 72 hours after you as a teacher, as a communicator, as an educator would say it. What is the percentage? It's 10%. 10% of what you say is remembered 72 hours later when you're tested. Now that number goes up to 65% if you add a picture. You ready to know why? You wanna know why? You wanna know why? You wanna know why? You wanna know why? Because I think a lot of us, we kind of know this, but we don't really know the exact reason why. See, text and speech, they're a lot less efficient than pictures because the brain sees words as lots of little tiny pictures. That's the way that our brain interprets pictures. If you're a science teacher, I'm sorry, I'm dumbing this down to like grade school. I'm seeing a tree, but that's a tree. But when I see a written word and I see the word tree, that is tiny little images of trees. Like when I see the word Jimmy, I think of tiny little lawn mowing guys all around town. What, it's weird. A word is unreadable unless the brain can separately identify simple features in a letter, like actually the letter. But when we hear a word, our brain interprets it like as a tiny little, like an art museum. Like, it's like a little art museum masterpiece when we hear it. It's like our brains are like art junkies, right? And we got a lot of Banksies running around our brain, but when we put a picture with the words, I'm not here to bash, please. I'm not here to bash written word. I'm not here to bash oral communication. I'm just saying that if we can show, not just tell, the retention rate is so much higher. But it's not just in pictures. It's also got to be that we can't just say, hey guys, here's your assignment, do blah, 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 blah. We have to actually walk them through it and show them. And I know you guys know this. I know that. So what are the best visuals for learning? Like, what kinds of pictures grab people's attention the best? I'm glad you asked. First, the way the human brain works, we pay lots of attention to color. Color matters. We also pay attention to the size of the image, the way that our brains interpret it, like size and scale have a lot to do with it. If I'm about to tell you something right now that should make your PowerPoint or your Google slide a whole lot better. You ready for this? This is worth the whole thing. How long are we at now? Oh gosh, we're 33 minutes. Okay, so good. You guys are doing great. This will help, all of it. Studies show that simple line drawings, like a hand-drawn line drawing of like a little stick figure guy, has a much higher impact on a person's ability to remember and learn. Now, this is opposed to like an intricate, well-drawn like picture or a photograph. Why is that? Why is a little line drawn, like if I had my Apple Pencil here, I would, like a little circular, like line draw this thing. Why is that more powerful or easy to remember than a photograph or a well, like an oil painting or something like that? It's because our brains are silently interpreting a lot of different things when they see a line drawing. One of the things that we almost all do as humans, when we see somebody else's line drawing, we go, well, I could draw better than that, can't I? I could draw that. I could definitely do that, right? Why did they draw it that way? Those are the things that we think, like right out of the bat. Have you ever seen that video of the guy, the teacher, who does the perfect circle on the dry erase board and like his class just loses it? Because everybody's like, oh my gosh, why? Because you've tried to do a line drawing before. I haven't tried to oil paint. I also haven't tried white wine that's dyed to look like red wine. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is important. A simple line drawing is very memorable. I'm gonna prove it to you. Tyler and I were in a huge conference. There was like, it was like administrators and some pretty high level HR offices and things like that from all over the country. And they were in this room, and they brought a guy up to the dry erase board to draw like groups of people. And it's so weird that I still remember this. I don't remember most of the rest of this conference, but I do remember this. And he starts drawing people. So he draws the head, draws the body, draws legs, draws 2 arms, and then draws 2 more arms. And at first you think, it's kind of odd. And then he does it again and again and again. He's drawn like 10 different like little stick figure people up here because he's doing this presentation. And somebody, I think it might have been Tyler, was like, I'm so sorry, but like, can I ask a question? Why does everyone have 4 arms? And he did not realize he did it. The entire room just bust out laughing. We are losing our minds. And he's like, oh my gosh, that's so weird. I can't believe I did that. He erases them. And he goes on to draw the next one and draws it with 4 arms. It's like he couldn't draw a stick figure person without 4 arms. Now here's the thing is, that was so much more visually appealing than what these other bigwigs did with this massive presentation. Simple, two-dimensional pictures, they work best. And studies show that if drawings are too complex or too lifelike, they distract from the transfer of information. Hopefully this is helping you. If this is helping you, give us a thumbs up and a like. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Kidding, I don't know if you can subscribe to this. Basically, less text, more pictures, okay? Now, these were fighting words back in 1982. How many of you guys were around in 1982? Yep. 1982. That was a good year for, I don't know what, Reaganomics? I'm not really sure. I don't even know. Here's what happened in 1982. USA Today arrived on the scene, and they used style, color, and less words. The look and feel of their newspaper changed. They didn't do things the way that everybody else did. It spelled the end of how the newspaper reading public interpreted all of it. I didn't say it changed the newspaper industry. It changed how the newspaper reading public read newspapers, because within 4 years, USA Today had the second highest readership of any newspaper in the country. Was there more information or better information in their newspaper as opposed to somebody else's? Nope. But they knew that at first glance, pictures were more initially attractive to consumers because it took less effort to comprehend it. Now, advertisers have known this for years. They did a test. This is lots of tests. If I said there's a lot of tests in this talk, school's over. Why are we still testing? There's people getting their photos taken back there. I'm sorry. I'm just realizing there's a lot of tests. But they used infrared eye tracking technology, and they studied 3,600 consumers, and they tested each one of these people on 1,363 different print ads, and they watched where their eyes went when they looked at a print ad. That's a lot of Walgreens print ads. I'm assuming that. I'm so sorry, Walgreens, don't sue us. The conclusion, you guessed it, show, don't tell. People visually went to the picture before they ever went to the text. It went photo first, it went drawing first, it went visual first, then to the text and the fine print. So pictorial information was superior in capturing attention. Even if the picture was small and crowded with lots of other words close by and surrounding it, the eye went to the picture almost 100% of the time. Now, this is the point where we all go out there and we burn our Google Slides to the ground and we start over. You don't even have to do that. You don't have to do that. You can try it. I would actually recommend this. Test this out for a little bit. See which one works better. If you've got a presentation that you're using and it's got a lot of text and things like that on it, try swapping out a few of those things for simple line drawings or visuals. Remember what I said a little while back. Vision, what we see, is by far our most dominant sense. It takes up half of our brain's resources. This is very important. 50% of everything that you take in comes through your eyes first. Now, I'm going to give you an example of how this worked for a 6-year-old. And this is recently, this is actually only a couple weeks ago. A friend of ours, his daughter was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. About 3.5 weeks ago, went to Children's Hospital in Little Rock, and they've got an incredible endocrinology team there. They spent 3 or 4 days in the hospital. There is so much information as a parent of a child who has been given this diagnosis. There's so much information. There's lots of finger sticks because you got to check your blood with a needle to get blood out of it, and you got to put it on a test strip, and it's a lot. And they have to do it at least 4 times a day. You're getting shots at least 4, maybe 5, maybe 6 times a day. Well, there's this device. It's called a CGM. It's a continuous glucose monitor. And what it does is you inject it. It's like and I'm wearing one right now. I'm not going to show you. I'm going to just tell you about it. Sorry, mine is actually, that's terrible. Mine's actually down here on my stomach, and I can't get myself up there to show you. What it does is you inject it below the skin. There's like it almost looks like a mouse, and you click this mouse, and it injects this thing underneath the skin. It has a metal filament that is about this long, it's about that long, and it has 4 tiny little sensors that they don't read your blood sugar, they read your subcutaneous fluid that is just below the skin. So you inject it and it goes in diagonally, and then you put this like little, it's a, Dexcom calls it a transmitter, but that's a brand name, but there's a transmitter on it so you can see what your blood is in real time, and it sends that signal to your phone or another device, and you can just pull your phone out. It's a huge time saver, and see what your blood sugar is. Very accurate. It's incredible. And this little girl, her name is River. Her parents, Josh and Amanda, they went out on a limb and they bought these Dexcom. That's the company that makes the CGM. That's the name of the device, Dexcom. And they bought her some, and it's so expensive, you guys. I mean, it's really expensive. If you have to inject it under the skin. Like, it's let me see. So one of the transmitters is about $350, and every sensor is about $100. After it's all said and done, and whether you have insurance or not, we don't need to go into that. And she was terrified. Little River, 6 years old, terrified. And I'm actually like shocked, but they tried to get her to put one on, and it doesn't really hurt all that much, but it's a huge alternative to these finger sticks where you're bleeding every day and the aggravation of all of it. Well, her parents, they tried to put one on her, and it's intimidating the first time because you don't know, is this thing gonna hurt me? She was just in the hospital for 3 or 4 days. She was afraid of it. Rightly so. I would think you need to be afraid of it. And everybody just kept telling her, listen, it's not gonna hurt. It's not all that bad. Doctors said it to her, nurses said it to her. They got home, and Josh and Amanda did their best to tell her, and it got to this point. And remember, words are not the most powerful thing of the two. Remember, you could say it all day long. You could say it's not gonna hurt. You could say, hey, whatever. You could show her the words that says, no, it's not gonna hurt. It's the imagery that goes along with those words. She's seeing this thing, it looks foreign, it looks scary. She knows there's a needle in it, maybe, don't really know. So they tried to get one on her unsuccessfully, and it just didn't work. She was terrified, it didn't work. So they had to put another one on her. So here's what we did. Her parents and my wife and I, we came up with this plan. You do this together. But we showed up and we brought 2 extras. The story's not about me, it's about River. But we brought 2 extras, little Dexcom sensors, and I put one on her dad, like literally rolled up his sleeve, stuck this thing on there, and clicked it in so it injected in there, and the adhesive sticks on his arm so that River could see. Show, don't tell. Then I had her dad put one on me. She watched, like she was literally like off to the side. She didn't want to see it, but she watched. And then she got one put on her. Her parents put one on her. Now somehow, the way she saw us put one on and not flinch, like Josh had one, he didn't flinch. We didn't fall on the floor. We didn't scream, we didn't cry, whatever. It helped her. Why? Because visually showing someone and not just telling them makes a difference. Now the company, Dexcom, they know the concept of show, don't tell. Dexcom, incredible company, they started giving away stickers that look exactly like one of those CGMs. It's just plastic. It's an adhesive, it's just a sticker. It's just like any other sticker that you'd find in like a kid's play, a coloring book or whatever. It looks just like a CGM. Because for kids, think about this, to have some of those as like samples, they'll send you some. Dexcom, the company, sent River some. Because for kids to put one on their friend or their teddy bear or their stuffed animal, what it does is it brings peace of mind. Why? Because explaining what it is over and over and over again to somebody gets exhausting. Trying to convince somebody that it's not bad or that it doesn't hurt, it gets exhausting. So they decided to start showing kids and stop telling them. I'll tell you about my diagnosis here for a second. I was about 20 years old. I was in the United States Air Force. I was in flight training, and I got really, really sick. My pancreas shut down 3 months into something called hypoxia and high pressure and altitude sickness training. We put our bodies through a lot, but my pancreas shut down, and I had to go in the hospital. My blood sugar, if you know what it is, like blood sugar is supposed to be around 100. Like your blood sugar, if you checked yours and you've got a healthy working pancreas, it's probably around 100, but mine was 1800, and then my body kicked into something called ketoacidosis. They rushed me to the hospital. I went blind for about a week until my eyesight came back. My body was beat up. Lost my flight status, lost the training, all that kind of stuff, and couldn't continue on that job that I had. They sent me home from the hospital with a a piece of paper that said, do these things when it comes to taking care of your blood sugar. Like, check your blood sugar, and if it's this, then do this. If it's this, then do this. There was no one-on-one training. Now, keep in mind, this is a military hospital. It's not like a children's hospital. We got incredible hospitals and healthcare providers and all that kind of stuff. They just sent me home with a bunch of words on paper and said, do this. And it took me about 7 years to fully start to grasp what was happening and take ownership for it myself and go do it. What they told me in the hospital in 1 week had to be enough information to last me for what, a lifetime? And it can't happen. What they said and what they showed me on paper wasn't enough. I needed to see someone else do it. I was embarrassed. I didn't want to be around a bunch of diabetes stuff. I didn't want to be around any of that. I didn't want people to look at me any different, but I needed to learn. And so I went out and found a bunch of other people who have type 1 diabetes and started learning from them. In that time period, I had moved to Central Arkansas. And when I moved, I had a whole new group of friends who didn't know anything about type 1 diabetes. And to be honest with you, I was just so tired of talking about it. I didn't want to talk about it anymore, so I made a video that showed what an insulin pump looks like, showed what it looks like to test your blood sugar. And I made 6 of these videos, and it blew up. What does blow up mean? I don't know. It caught on. And then I started challenging myself to make 60-second videos every day for a year showing people what type 1 diabetes looks like. And I would get parents of people that were in other countries, parents of kids who have type 1 diabetes that would say, oh my gosh, I cannot tell you how good it is for my kid to see you do this, because it helps them to see somebody else go through this. So I basically started an entire Instagram account that has grown like crazy, and a YouTube channel. And that's really why I got into a lot of filmmaking, is because I saw the power of showing someone something and not just talking about it. You can talk about it. You can print it out, put some visuals along with it. If you're going to do one thing, hopefully you get something out of this. Hopefully you learn something. Or maybe at least you're willing to try some of these things out on your own. Test it. See if it helps. Get your students to be a part of the process of making a video that teaches somebody else how to do it. If it works, if it's crazy, I don't know. But I think it will work. The science tells us that it will work. And I believe we've seen enough history. I've seen enough examples in the film industry, in the advertising industry, on social media. Show, don't tell works in every one of those scenarios. It also works when we are parenting our kids. It also works when we're trying to set the tone in a classroom for the right kind of behavior that we're going to model. It's if you show them what that behavior should look like, that's what they will eventually do. My dad told me this years and years ago. He said, son, people don't do what you say, they do what you do, which is essentially just show, don't tell. Hopefully this has helped you. It is an honor and a privilege to be here with you guys today and forever on the internet, because I'm sure this isn't going to go anywhere. But my mom was an elementary school teacher for about 25 years. She taught everything from kindergarten up through 5th grade. She taught every single one of them. I watched her take her own resources, her own money, and pour it back into a classroom full of kids when she didn't have the budget. She tried to do things that seemed crazy. She risked things. She cared about these kids. And my mom was a teacher. She worked in the education and the educator world for years. And I've got a ton of respect for you guys for what you do. And I just want you to know that what you're doing matters. It makes a huge difference. So much, in fact, that my daughter, our oldest daughter, is going to college right now to become an English teacher. The irony of it is, though, is my dad, while he heard that my daughter wanted to be an English teacher, he said, that's the craziest idea, everyone will hate you. It's like, Dad, why would you say that? He's like, nobody likes an English teacher. If you teach well, they will love it. And my daughter has gravitated toward it. She cannot wait to be a high school English teacher, which is crazy. And she's gonna be able to do it, and she's gonna be great. Thank you guys for all of your hard work, all the energy and effort you put into keeping yourselves sharp and trained and learning and all of it. It's an honor to be here with you. Again, my name is Neil Greathouse. This has been Show Don't Tell, and I'm gonna go hang out with Jimmy. We're gonna go eat some Slim Jims. Hang on. Snap into it, Jimmy. Here we go, Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy! Hey.
All right, awesome. Thank you guys so much. So in the chat, let me know, what is the thing you got out of that last session that you think you can start implementing, or maybe a mindset that you could keep in mind? Throw that in the chat right now. Here in a second, the next video coming up, Wow, really rolled into all three of those intros. The next thing coming up is actually a video I created. I am the dean of a college. I've worked in public ed. I've been a teacher, administrator, all of that stuff. But currently I'm the dean of a college. And one day I walked around, this is pre-pandemic, and I filmed some clips asking people what their best leadership advice was. And I would let them know in the chat as this video goes, what is your best leadership advice? And I've got some from several different people, some of the older generation, but then also got some from some youngins, some younglings, if you will, some young Padawan learners, some millennials, Gen Z. These are ways that they respect leadership. And so keep this in mind, because a lot of times the people we're teaching are not from the same generation as us. And so to translate across that generational divide, it's good to take in mind the things that they respect in leaders. So we're gonna kick off the Dean's Vlog, as it's called, Leadership Advice. Guys, wow, this could have been better. Let me try. Hey guys, Hey guys, welcome to the first ever Dean's Vlog, NLC College. You're working on how to start. What's up, gamers? I'm just kidding, you're probably not a gamer. My name's Tyler Tarver, I'm the Dean of NLC College, and I wanted you guys, wow, it's so dark in here. Miss Diaz, how are you? Good. Just one of our teachers here at NLC College. What is one piece of advice you got at some point in your life about leadership?
The advice that I got that's best is to really listen. Be a good listener, like what people are actually saying. Hear what they're actually saying, and then hear what they're saying underneath that too.
But leaders are the people who talk the most, right?
They shouldn't be.
They shouldn't be.
No.
Ooh, that was good. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, that was perfect.
Have a good one.
Watch as we go and sneak up on it. Steve Irwin, I feel like Steve Irwin. Watch as I see another teacher sitting. Dr. Holland, how you doing?
Hello,
man? You
doing
good?
great. Be yourself.
Oh.
Be yourself.
That's good. Be real.
Be real.
I like it. Good start. 2 teachers for this price of 1. Kobe. So if you had one piece of advice on leadership, what would it be?
Pastor Rick says be the best communicator in the room. That doesn't mean talk the most, but listen, get to know everybody.
I know a lot of times when I'm in a room with a lot of people, everybody has a lot of good ideas. How do you assimilate that into next steps, actions? So that's good advice, man. And you did that? You wrote that?
Yep,
you came up with that?
I wrote that from Pastor Rick's mouth.
My man. Thanks, bro. Melania, how you doing?
Good.
You good?
I texted you.
Melania, everybody.
Hello.
It's Melania. The one, the only, John Boyd, ladies and gentlemen. John, one piece of advice on leadership, what would it be?
Keep it between the ditches.
Keep it between the, what does that mean?
Always keep it straight.
Like on the road?
On the road.
Stay on the road.
In the middle.
In the middle of the road? That seems even more dangerous than the ditches because there's cars coming. Hey, Josh Rawls, everybody.
Look, develop your team.
Oh, that's good.
Develop your team.
That's John Maxwell. You wrote that. John Maxwell stole it from you, and then you're saying it again. So, Josh Rawls.
In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king, baby.
That's good. He wrote that too. He wrote that too. Josh wrote a lot of stuff you've probably heard. The lighting's so much better if I turn this. What is happening right now? Safety first. Spoiler alert, found one of our business teachers, Brian Christian.
Lead with the heart.
Ooh.
Get the why behind the what.
Simon Sinek.
That's how you do it. Yeah.
My man.
Yep.
My man.
Definitely.
That was good. Thanks, Brian.
Don't do it alone.
Oh! Oh gosh! I almost fell. Both of my feet touched the ground. It bounced up. Safety first in all your daily activities. That's a good leadership advice. Safety first. Did we say that one? I just met one of our new employees, and he seems super nice. He dropped his phone.
Hey, I dropped my phone.
Neil Greathouse, everybody.
Show people what you're talking about. Don't tell them.
I thought you were going to say, show me the money.
Show them.
Show me the money.
Show me the money. Eyes are crossed when I took my glasses off. A really big piece of leadership advice, and John Maxwell will tell you this. He'll tell you this all the time. Margaret and I were.
Fun fact: did you know that John Maxwell actually stole all of his ideas from Josh Rawls?
Wow. Some of those he shouldn't have stolen.
Sarah, Abby, leadership advice.
Never ignore an opportunity to make it a learning opportunity.
That's good. Sarah?
If it's something I know I can do, to delegate all my little things to other people so they can learn them, and I can basically make a copy of myself.
That's from John Maxwell's book. It's you replicate yourself. You build up people, the 5 levels of leadership. The 5th level is someone who is, well, 4th level is someone who's creating leaders to replace themselves. 5th level is you're creating leaders who are replicating themselves. Did you know that Josh Rawls wrote that book for John Maxwell? He's a ghostwriter. Yeah, there he is. I was talking about the John Maxwell book that you wrote.
Oh yeah, man. Me and John, man, he called me. He was like, hey man, write a book. I'm gonna throw something at you.
You're writing a book about leadership. How many levels? I'm thinking 15. You're like, no, just put it at 5, man. Need 5 levels.
We gotta teach a class. We gotta get through this in a semester.
Hey, Abby, is this you? Is it really?
No, it's not.
Advice on leadership, pick good people.
Ooh. Did you steal that from John Maxwell too?
Yes, he did.
I've got a bunch of his books I've never read.
Can you just like touch him every morning and be like, that's probably what he meant?
I look like a great leader.
That's good. That's good. My man, Luke Brown, everybody. This is Joseph Tilley. If you want to check him out on Spotify, Joseph Tilley Music. Had a new single. It's at like 400,000 listens. Okay, Joseph, I'm gonna zoom in on you. One piece of leadership advice.
You gotta sit in the middle. You gotta be getting poured into so that you can pour into others. So if you're trying to lead and you're not getting poured into, it ain't gonna work.
Dry well. Am I right, Josh?
Cause I'm drinking from my saucer.
That's pretty good. Josh Rawls music on Spotify. Check him out. All right, bye, Joseph.
Hey, do work, man.
Taylor Bean, one of our students. Hey, Taylor, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Be the change you want to see.
Oh, in the world or in your region or in your city?
It starts with you.
Oh, 2 for 2. Taylor Bean, what's up, girl? Good job. That's good. That's good stuff. You can write that down in your book, John Maxwell.
You went up in my book. You were never low, but you went up.
Yep. This is Brock right here.
Serve more.
Brought it out of his Chick-fil-A bag.
That's a very good question.
Thanks. Came with myself.
Great question.
No big deal. It's fine.
I think communication is always important. So to communicate clearly is like, it helps everybody that you're leading and everybody that you're following. So leaders have to follow as well, right? So
absolutely,
you gotta communicate to the leaders above you and communicate to those below you.
You know, I know a lot of people that will ask after an event, they have everyone email them like what they view. So they're getting all these different viewpoints. And you know, like certain people have different areas that are important to them. So obviously I'm gonna notice something different than someone else because there's something that's on my heat map that I care about more. And so you're getting different points of view. So I think that's a great idea.
For sure. Communication.
Edward Crockett, everybody. Plays for Arkansas. Running back. Star QB1. That's what they call it in Friday Night Lights. I was walking through the auditorium, it's packed out, and I ran into 2 more students. Hey!
If your team fails, it's on you, but if they win, it's on them.
That's good.
If you're losing, you go up front, and if you're winning, you go to the back. Let your team have it.
Ooh.
Don't just tell them, show them.
Ooh. Ooh. Good job, guys. Good job. I went for knuckle bumps, but okay. Sorry, it's fine. So if I was gonna boil it down, leadership down to something that's rememberable and tangible, I like to think of what I tell my kids every day whenever they're going to school. Now, obviously we have our routines, we pray together, we talk about different things that I want them to do every day. But when it comes to being a leader, the question I ask them, I want you to get better today, and I want you to make the people around you better today. Learn something every day, make everybody around you better. That's it. Thank y'all so much for joining me for the first ever Dean's vlog. If you like this, let us know. All right, see you guys later. Y'all be good. It's gonna... You know, this is our first time on camera together. This felt good.
This has been... And Neil Explain Leadership.
All right, sweet. Whoa, look at us. We're rolling along. We're rolling right along. Rolling in the chat. What artist or group wrote that song? That's 10th grade Tyler. So sorry. Okay, so the next session is by my good friend Leanne Pinkerton. Leanne Pinkerton is the Director of Student Affairs at a public school district here in Arkansas, Bauxite School District. What's up, Bauxite? How y'all doing? Hey, have you guys told me what district you're at in the chat? If not, put that in the chat right now. Coming up, Leanne is going to give you some tips, her tips for being a baller educator, a baller teacher, okay? And the title of her talk, I took the opportunity to title her talk. It's How to Be the Second Best Teacher on the Planet. And the reason that I titled it that is because I know my friend Leanne, and she wants you to be the best teacher you can be, but let's be honest, she's the best teacher on the planet, and the best any of us can do is become second place. And I'm not just saying that because I think it, I'm saying because Leanne would tell me that to my face. So I'm just kidding. I love Leanne, she's fantastic, and here are some tips that she filmed on her vacation. She filmed this on her vacation for you to add you value. So make sure you check out her stuff on social media, tell her thank you, and tell her which tip was your favorite. Okay, Leanne, take it away.
Okay, first tip I have for teachers is be your authentic self, because believe it or not, there are kids who are going to respond to the you that you really are. Say, for example, you try to emulate somebody you saw in professional development, say some little hipster guy in skinny jeans with a lot of energy, and you try to be that person in the classroom. It's not going to work. There's going to be kids that would not, they would, one, they'd know you're not, that's not who you really are, and two, that's not who they're looking for anyway. I went to a professional development one time with a friend of mine that is like that. It's very energetic, and my friend said, well, he was doing a session, I was doing a session, and this 80-year-old woman came up to me and she said, I'd love to hear what you have to say, but can you just send me your notes because I'm going to go watch this other guy. And I said, sure, no problem. But really, she wasn't about to become a YouTube star. So, you know, just because you admire someone like another teacher, you don't need to try to emulate that person in your own classroom, because that's not who your kids are going to connect with. There will be kids in your class that will connect with the authentic you. So be yourself, don't try to be somebody else, and it's going to pay off, because there are kids who are going to need you to be you. Okay, tip number 2, you need to treat every day at work like it's a job interview, and those students are your references, because I can tell you a lot of times they really are. As an administrator, I sometimes ask students about teachers, and they'll tell you the brutally honest truth. They'll say, you know, he or she plays videos and puts their feet on their desk, or this person works really hard and I love them. So just remember, those kids might be your references someday. So do a good job every day with your students and treat them just like they're your own kids. You know, treat them with love, and they'll be those positive references in case you ever need them. Okay, this third tip is about opening up just a little bit. So it's almost become a buzzword. It's almost meaningless to say build connections with kids, build relationship with kids. And that is important, but a lot of times what we hear when we say, well, how do you build a relationship with kids, is get to know them. And that is true. You do have to do that. But to actually build a relationship with a kid, you have to open yourself up just a little bit and share just a little bit about yourself as well. Those things should be things that are not too personal. No one wants you to share your love life with a student. Don't talk about anything related to your romantic relationships. But it's okay to talk about your kids or your pets or your interests or hobbies. But you kind of have to do that. Building a relationship is not just finding out about somebody else. You have to open up and let them know you just a little bit too. Number 4 is pretty short. You should do what you have a passion for. I personally love like The Voice, so I like judging people. So I do talent shows, like whether they want me to or not, I'm going to put on a talent show, and I enjoy watching the acts before they perform for the rest of the school. So if you have some kind of passion like that, see how you can bring it into your job. One of the best ways to build connections with kids is to find a small group you can sponsor. I had to do the dance team even though I was not a choreographer, and I just love those little dancers. And then I ended up doing the student council, and I love those little kids even though I was not political and had no desire to teach leadership skills, but I fell in love with that little group of students too. And then there were times when I wasn't doing a group of students as a coach or a sponsor. And in those years, I just had kids come into my room. And so we had a little lunchtime club that ate in my room. We called ourselves the Beta Club with 2 T's, B-E-T-T-A. And we had a fish in there that we named and fed during lunch. So just have a small group of students that you connect with. They all need that teacher that they connect with. Not every kid wants to necessarily connect with you. They don't all want you to know about their personal lives, and they don't want to know about yours. But even those kids that really don't care about connecting with you, they still want you to respect them and be polite to them and be friendly to them. So if you can't make a connection, at least show respect. Tip number 7, don't give work that you are not going to grade. There's nothing more aggravating than putting hours into an assignment and then you never hear how you did. So just make sure that you assign meaningful work and that you grade it with some interest, write meaningful comments on papers. And if you're not going to read it and you know you're not going to read it, then just don't assign it. Number 8, give meaningful feedback and give it quickly. So I'm a big fan of writing comments on papers. I think you have to do that pretty quickly though. If you assign an essay and you realize that your student doesn't know how to do a certain thing, and you wait 2 months before you hand that paper back, for 2 months they practice still not knowing how to do that certain thing. So you have to give feedback quickly. And let's just say you're assigning a math thing, you sure couldn't wait long to find out that they don't know what they're doing in that type of subject. So give your feedback quickly. Tip number 9 is, if you are dreading a lesson, you better change it, because if it's boring to you and you like your subject, can you imagine how boring it's going to be to a student who really doesn't like your subject anyway? So if it's boring, change it up. Figure out what you can do to make it a little more interesting. Tip number 10 is get outside every once in a while. Change your scenery. So your office probably isn't going to like it if you go out roaming the halls every day, but every once in a while, maybe once or twice a year, take your class outside. I did a poetry unit sometimes where we would go outside and we would write. After we've read, say, Emerson's Nature, we would go outside and write our own nature-based poem. And then at the end of the year, I did a walk through campus and made my seniors write about different spots on campus. So we would go to the cafeteria and they'd write about their memories there, and then we would go out to the football field and they'd write about their memories there. So just moving around every once in a while makes the kids' day. Number 11 is your class should feel like a family or a community. If it doesn't, there could be a problem. You need to make sure that it seems like a safe space. And if you know that you're doing everything you can to be respectful of all kids and make sure your class is inclusive for all students, then you might look around and see if there's a student causing issues where your class isn't safe. So class should feel like a community. Some classes I've had have wanted to get t-shirts, or they just really connected with each other and they stood up for each other. That's not always the case that they get that close, but if they don't have some sense of community, you better look and see where the problem is. Number 12 is, if you really want to know how you're doing, you're not going to find out from your administrator on a test walkthrough, even though they have to do those things, and those are good things. They really are. But if you really want to know how you're doing, get your students to evaluate you, because they will tell you the brutally honest truth. Tip number 13, this is the biggest one I could say to any future teachers. Don't be too friendly too soon. Back in my day, that's a long time ago, they said don't smile until Christmas. Maybe that's good advice, maybe it's not. But I think if you're too loose and too friendly right away, it's going to be a disaster by the end of the year. I think you have to be firm, maybe even a little scary. I know some of y'all who know me are saying, that's her. But, you just have to be a little scarier than you will be by the end of the year, or else your class is going to be a hot mess by May. Tip number 14, this is so tempting. It's really tempting sometimes to just say, I'm just going to show a movie today, or I'm going to let them do independent reading the entire period, or we're going to pack up 2 minutes before the bell every day. Those things, they pay off in the short term. They give you a little break. But in the long term, they're really not beneficial for your class. You kind of lose respect with the students if your class isn't rigorous. So I would advise you, don't have too many of those breaks built into your school day, because in the end, it's not good for your reputation with kids. 15, don't be afraid to be rigorous. Your students will love you and love your class, even if your class is hard. As a matter of fact, they kind of like it when your class is hard, and if they're good at it, it kind of gives them bragging rights, like, oh, I have Miss Pinkerton. Oh, she's the worst. I know, but I love her anyway. No, they don't really say that, but it's true. You need to be rigorous. It's what the kids need, and they really will respect you. Don't think that all the students come from the type of home that you came from, or the type of home that your children come from. Sometimes their lives are something you can't really even imagine. And I will say I've taught some of the highest level kids, and you would think that they come from the most ideal environments, and that's not always the case. All of us are dealing with something, and when you have a writing class or a comp class and you get to know those students personally because of what they share in essays, you realize that even those highest level kids from the best families are still dealing with some things. So never assume that their lives are, what your life was when you were a teen, or like what your kids' lives are, because sometimes their home lives are rough, and you might be the safe spot in their day. Remember that you are a role model. I don't know what else to say about that other than watch your behavior, watch the way you treat people. Students do look up to you, and they need to have somebody they can look up to that's a good role model. This is a personal pet peeve of mine, group work. Still in graduate school, still doing group work to this day, and I still hate it to this day. There are some students who will love group work because they know that they're going to get to slide and someone will cover them. And there are other students who hate group work, and they would rather do 4 times the amount of work rather than get stuck in a group with a slacker that they have to wait on. So I would just urge you, if you're going to assign group work, always give them the option of doing an individual assignment instead, because it really is painful for some people to be in a group with other people. I may not be saying a lot about my personality, but that's me. I'm one of those people. Don't be afraid to love your students. I don't know what else to say, but if you really want to be a good teacher, you have to allow them to love you, and you have to show enough of yourself that they're going to love you, and then you have to let them in your heart. That's what building a connection or a relationship with students is all about. It's not a one-way street. You have to be able to love them, and they'll love you in return.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're rolling right along. So the next session is from my friend Deshae Lewis. Ms. Lewis is a teacher out of Russellville, and she is a phenomenal educator. She has an amazing TikTok account. Check her out on TikTok, Instagram. She's got a website. Check her out at Lessons with Lewis. I was chatting with her. We were doing a session for a TikTok conference that we're doing later this summer. Holla at your boy. Holla at your boy. That doesn't make sense. Don't yell at me. Hey, Tyler, when's your TikTok conference? Just check out my website. I've got it on there. But we were recording for that, and I was like, you know what? I think you're a pretty baller educator, and so I would love to get your thoughts on some topics. And she did. She came in with some thoughts, and the title of this session is called Windows and Mirrors, and I think it's pretty interesting. It's pretty incredible, and it's something that I am very passionate about, and I know she is as well. And so I'd love for you to hear from her talking about that coming up right now. Check her out, social media, tell her thank you for giving her time to give us value today. Thank you guys. Let's go. Hey everybody, I am joined with the wonderful Miss Lewis. At Lessons with Lewis. Check her out on every social media platform. And you know what? If you don't, you're like, I don't have Facebook or I don't have TikTok. Create one and follow her. Fun fact, I missed my email list when we talked last time, but I did one of my one of the weeks that I was sending out my email list, I was doing on TikTok, and I had 10 people that I was recommending, you have to follow this person on TikTok, and you were one of them. You were I think you were the first one, one of the top 2 people. I was like, you've got to follow her. She has upbeat, positive, informative content. It's just I've never seen something you've posted. I've been like, oh well, I could live without that. It's all good. There's people we do. We've all seen it. We're like, geek. You're like, I could go pass on that. So thank you so much for your time and for being a part of this. I think you're a wonderful teacher, and I think the more people that can hear all the wonderful advice and things that you're doing, I think it's the better. And so I wanted to ask you a question. We've talked before about just diversity, inclusion in education, representation, all of it. I would love if you would kind of throw out maybe a story or experience that's helped you frame what you know is important, and maybe could help someone else frame a mindset or a way that they could, steps they could take forward to, help inclusion in the classroom.
Okay, so one of the topics that you may have heard over the last year or so has been representation. And some people may have been like, why does it matter that, students see teachers or adults that look like them in, higher positions, different things like that? I will give you a perfect example of, why something like that matters. So my son and I were watching a movie the other day. It was Cinderella with the singer Brandy and Whitney Houston. And my son asked me if that was a princess on that movie. And I was like, yes, that's Cinderella. And he was like, Cinderella is brown? And I was like, yeah, Cinderella can be whatever. And at that moment, it really made me think, what if he thought about that in terms of every type of career, every position, just in different manners? So like, for example, if we go to the doctor's office and all he sees are white males as doctors, what if he only thinks, oh, only white males can be doctors, nobody else? And so we kind of just never know what young kids or even teenagers are thinking in terms of that. And so I want my students to be able to think that, I can do whatever, I can be whatever. And I think it really makes a difference whenever representation is in the school building, because I have students that I don't even have in class, and they see somebody that looks like them, and they'll just stop by and say, hey, what's up? Or they'll come in my classroom and talk to me, and they'll come in the classroom sometimes and, you got some chips, you got something to drink? But, we can just start a conversation from there. And I think it's because, they know that we have some similarities in some ways. We have, some of our culture, things are similar. And one of the things that we've been able to do is at our school is start a club called In Our Shoes. And in that club, it allows us to talk about, some things that we see, in the news. We get to talk about our culture. We get to talk about other people's cultures, how, other people view cultures, different things like that. So it really makes it, I don't know, necessarily a safe space, but it makes it feel like the students are welcome and a part of school, because I didn't have anything like that when I was in school. I had maybe one teacher that was a person of color when I was in school. I never had a Black teacher or anything like that. And I feel like it does, I had wonderful teachers, but I feel like it can make a difference as far as, feeling like I can just be myself at school, or things like that. So I think representation is 100% important.
1000%. I don't know if you can you get 1000%? If you can get up to 1000%, I 1000% agree. And whenever I like thinking through this and how I would be better at doing this in the classroom, like one of the things, because I'm like, well, I can't change the way I look,
Right.
but how can
Exactly.
I represent that to other people? And one of the advice I've seen, because I've done, in school, I have to do a lot of like research studies, and I have to read all these research, and it talks about how even through watching like YouTube videos, like if you're like, hey, here's an instructional video through YouTube, like students feel empathy, or like not empathy, but like they have understanding of other cultures, and it helps kind of just bridge that. Like if they don't look like them, or if they do look like them, it's a better, you're creating a more rounded curriculum just by including other people. And so, what I would do is I would just be like, hey, I'm going to go find this lesson today on YouTube. And you know what? I'm going to find somebody that doesn't look like this generic dude right here. Like I'm going to go find somebody that looks different than either my students, or looks like some of my students who don't get to see their representation a lot of times in their instructors. And so do you have any other advice that teachers can do if, like, say they're trying to do that or they want to do that? Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, and that's exactly, what you said with that windows and mirrors, allowing, students to see themselves, but then also allowing other students to see other cultures. So when I'm working on presentations, for my classroom, I make sure I'm considering like, who's in my classroom? How can students relate to these people if they see them on their screen? If I am, certain months, so if we have Native American Month, or if we have Hispanic Heritage Month, Black History Month. Those are things that I'm, putting out in the hallway, creating posters about it. Women's History Month, those things that I create posters about so students can stop and read it. We have windows outside of our school or outside of our classroom, and it's so neat to see students walking by and stopping and read the information on that wall. So sharing things like that, and sometimes students may peek in and say, "Oh, I saw this out on the wall," or I read about this. And so I think seeing those things can make a huge difference as well. Seeing the effort that the teachers make, and being genuine about it. So, and if you're not sure about how to do that, ask people if is this resource okay to share in class? Is this appropriate for me to share in class? Because you don't want it to be a situation where you think you're doing something right, and then a parent will come back and say, that's not gonna work for me. So you want to make sure, talk to somebody about it. If you don't feel, if you want to start doing something to be more diverse, but you aren't sure how to do it, I feel like, maybe have a one-on-one conversation with somebody that you feel like is willing to talk about it, with you.
That is fantastic advice. And I agree. It's like, I think too, because it's like, you hear it all the time. It's like, especially, with, if somebody's trying to do something, it's like, and somebody views it a certain way, we're judging others based on their actions, and we judge ourselves based on our intentions. And it's like,
that's right.
If you go out and it's like, you might be trying your best to do something good, but then it comes off a certain way, and it's just because you didn't do the prep work leading into
it. Exactly.
And
that's
so
it.
I completely agree. And I think run stuff by people that you trust, and that people that, can have a voice in that, and just make sure you're not going to go out and say something that you don't understand, even if you're not intending to. So I think it's fantastic. Any other thoughts or advice that you have for teachers or administrators to help, be more inclusive, or even just be more considerate of other people as they do their daily job? Because that's the thing. I think a lot of people, it's not that they're trying to be rude or trying to be inconsiderate. It's just like, in the process, they don't have to think about it, so they don't think about it. Do you have any other thoughts or advice?
I will say it makes a huge difference when administrators are aware of the diverse needs of the students, and are aware when, maybe PD needs to be taught, or maybe we need to have a sit down with the staff and we need to talk about, what's going on. Maybe we're seeing a certain group of students, consistently with lower scores. What are we doing to making sure that we are really helping all students? But when it starts at that top level and administrators are aware, I think it makes a huge difference in the environment of the school, and making a movement to making sure that we are really, being inclusive with our education system.
Yeah. I completely agree. And that's the thing. If you could start in pockets as teachers, but if an administrator does it, it filters down and it becomes important to everybody. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of stuff that administrators filter down that's not important. This is important. And it's like, let's try to filter. I'm kidding, administrators. Everything they decide is great, especially the administrators that work with us. We love them. So I think that's great advice. And thank you so much for sharing that with us. Where can everybody find you if they want to check out your channel or reach out to you, or maybe they want you to come in and do a PD at their school? Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry, I'm going to pitch you. I know you didn't ask for that. You actually said the opposite. You're like, I don't want to. Nope, I'm going to pitch you to everybody. So where are some places people can find you?
Well, I am on Instagram and TikTok and Facebook, Lessons with Lewis. I do have an educational website. You can find that website. It's in the link in my Instagram. So you can just find me in all those places. I'll be around.
Thank you so much. And that was fantastic advice. And I hope everybody starts taking steps to do that in their classroom and in their buildings today, right now. Go for it. No, I'm just kidding. You should take notes. Send an email to yourself so you don't forget. All right. See you guys in the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lewis. Okay. So speaking of TikTok educators, I've got another educator friend of mine that I met through TikTok, and I've been on his podcast. He has some amazing content. He is not only excellent at flipping a pen and catching it, which if you've ever seen his social media, you'll know that. It's Brian Seppi, and he is an educator up north, so his accent is exactly the same as mine, because I have this New York accent, as you can tell. And so he wants to give you what he has seen as the personal growth formula, and I can attest to it. He mentions a couple books in here that I have read as well, and they have changed the ability for me to produce what I need to produce to help people, teachers, students, everybody. And so listen to him. He's a fantastic educator, and I'd love for you to check him out. Don't forget to check him out on social media and listen to the words he's about to say. Take it away, Brian. I'm not a real singer.
Hey everyone, my name is Brian Seppi. I'm an instructional coach here in Western New York, and I'm excited to participate in this event. I have learned so much from Tyler and the great community that he has created, and I am thrilled to be here offering some ideas and presenting this session to all of you. So one thing that is very clear in our field is that we don't spend enough time taking care of ourselves. There never seems to be enough time to take care of ourselves. But it's only when we do and we work on ourselves, our professional and personal growth and development, that we can really show up for others and have a great influence and a significant impact in others' lives. Today, I want to offer 4 ideas that could potentially have an impact on your personal growth and development. Over the years, I have struggled to find the right formula for taking care of myself, but I've boiled it down to 4 big buckets. So let's start with the first one. The first one is really getting clear and starting with your why. When you start with why, as Simon Sinek puts it, everything else falls into place. It's very clear what your purpose is. It's very clear what it is you ought to do in a day, in a week, in a year, in a lifetime. Finding a way to craft your why or develop your why feels like an exercise that is a little bit too abstract. And what I did was I kind of simplified a method that I think could work for educators that could really make some sense in developing your why. So the way this template works is I start with core values. When you can clearly identify your core values, it is very clear to you what matters most. Once you've identified your core values, then you could put those core values into statements, mantra statements, if you will. When you have a mantra around a core value, it gives you a little bit of an actionable step or a framework or a reminder that can trigger your next steps or your actions themselves. An example of this is one of my core values is connection. Connection is very important to me. I really want to make time and space and lean into connection becoming a core value of mine all the time. So it's important that I have a mantra that sort of wraps around that core value of connection. One thing I like to say to myself is we're all here for the connection. And when I say that to myself, it's a sort of trigger that reminds me that this interaction between me, another colleague, or me and another student is worth the time and space, and it's worth the interaction because we're all here for the connection. We all deserve to be seen, heard, and valued. So when I put those words around that core belief, it's very clear to me what I need to do. Now that you have your core values and you have your mantras listed, now you move into using that information to kind of craft your why. Your why should reflect a lot of what you already believe or the core values that you have within you. Now, I will say this exercise is sort of like developing a mission statement. What are you here to do? What's the impact you hope to have? You can try to get this down to like a paragraph, perhaps 2, but it should be something that you can clearly articulate to others and that others can see both in your actions and in your beliefs and understand how you operate when it comes to your work, your life. Now, I will say this activity of putting language around your why can feel a little bit daunting at first. And I will say I've gone through several iterations of my own why, but it's something now that is boiled down to about 3 sentences that I can clearly articulate to others. And I think most people would say, yep, that makes sense. So the first big bucket is starting with your why. Core values, working through mantras, getting clear on your mission statement or your why. What's the impact and influence you want to have in the world and the people you serve? Now that you have your why, it's important to acknowledge that progress is greater than perfection. Let's be clear, perfection is an illusion. It doesn't exist. However, acknowledging that progress takes time, practice, and reflection is something that I think we can all pour time and effort into. So there are a few ways that you can get started with your progress or your practice to really have an impact on the way that you show up, lead, and serve others. The first one is getting clear on your current habits. Yep, I said it, get clear on your current habits. There are plenty of habit trackers out there. You can look to James Clear with Atomic Habits. He has a habit tracker that I think could be really beneficial. Getting clear on what it is you already do without thinking. And when you track those habits, you have a sort of inventory and a starting place for making new adjustments and new progress. Because only when you know your current habits can you make adjustments to yourself, your life design, or your environmental design as a way to kind of cultivate new habits. An example of this for me is that I really wanted to make sure that I had a morning routine that worked well and kind of set me up for the day. So I had to first get clear on how does my day start. Once I knew how it started, I could make adjustments to my morning routine. And ever since then, it has really had an impact for the way that I show up throughout the day. My old routine was something similar and familiar, I'm sure that we all know, which was walk downstairs, get coffee, check social media, and basically respond to email. That means that I was basically on the defense to start the day. I wanted to put myself on offense. So once I had those sort of habits already listed out and I knew what they were, I could make adjustments to my environment to incorporate that. So now I've moved from that to really getting clear on the first thing I do is to start with gratitude. When my feet hit the floor, the first thing I do is smile, right? That's a simple one that puts me on the offense. It puts me in control. Then I walk downstairs, I get clear on writing first, then I move into reading, then I make my coffee, then I can check social media. But all of those things started with me getting clear on my habits and then making subtle adjustments to my routines. The next one is commit to the practice, right? Committing to the practice of progress means that you are taking stock of this isn't going to be easy. It's not going to be perfect the first time that I go through it. And there will be moments when it drops off and moments when it hits a peak. But it's important to remember that it is the practice of writing or the practice of reading. Those things will make a big difference in how you show up for others. Commit to the practice. If you're looking to, say, get better at writing, well, then you have to write. If you want to get better at public speaking, you have to sit in front of a camera like this and do some work. But that progress that you make doing those types of activities not only will work on yourself, but it will help you better articulate what it is you want for your students. If students are trying to get better at a particular skill, it's important that they understand and have somebody that can empathize with the practice. So sticking with progress over perfection, we'll move into time to reflect. Yes, once you have your habits down, you've committed to your practice, you're tweaking your routines and your environment, you have to spend some time reflecting. There's an activity that I like to use that is basically does two things. It helps you get clear on what it is you ought to be grateful for in a day and all the good things that are happening in your life. But it also sets you up to acknowledge the strengths that you have, the influence that you have. And here's how it goes. You all have one of these in your pocket or probably on you right now. Throughout your day, bear witness, commit to bearing witness to the good. Right? You're going to make this commitment to bear witness to the good. So as you start your day, I want you to just take a picture every time something good pops up in your life. It could be as something as simple as someone took the garbage out. Take a picture of that. It could be something as nuanced as students greeting you at the door with a smile and a story. Take a picture of that. If you can. If you can't take a picture, you could write it down on a Post-it note, whatever. But try to take as many pictures as you can. I would try and push you for 50 to 100 pictures in a day. Here's why. There are probably things happening that you are just not paying attention to or being aware of. When you commit to witnessing the good, you'll find it everywhere. And at the end of the day, when you have captured all of your images, sit back and just sort of scroll through, right? And just acknowledge that these are the things that you are having an influence over or an impact on. And those are the things that we can lean into to develop other areas of ourselves or other areas for the people we serve. So we have start with why. And then the second big bucket we have is really making sure that we lean into progress over perfection. The third point here is to spy on yourself. Yes, you have to commit to spying on yourself. In order to show up for others the way that you want to show up for others, you have to commit to the practice of spying on yourself. What are the things you do well? What are the things that need attention? One easy way to do this is to take that phone again and just record yourself teaching. It doesn't have to be the full lesson, and it could only be on you, or you could perhaps have it on students if you wanted to. But one way to kind of capture it is to record it as much as you can, maybe 5 to 10 minutes of your teaching, and just ask yourself the question, is this the way that I thought it would go? How do I sound? And it's going to take a little adjustment, because the first time you watch yourself back, you're going to say, I can't believe I wore that black shirt again, and I should probably think about the 7 other black shirts that I have, right? Or you'll have to get used to how you sound, right? We all have a way that we think we sound, and then you listen back and you're like, oh, I sound that way. Once you're over those things, how you look and how you sound, you can better commit to the practice of understanding the way that you're showing up for the people you serve. So there you go. Once a week, take a little capture of yourself teaching or yourself in a conversation and just watch it back. Spend some time spying on yourself. And maybe you don't do this all year long or every week, but maybe you commit to it 3 times a year, or even just 2, or even just try it for the first time. If you're not comfortable capturing yourself in a video format, you can just record the audio portion only. This works particularly well if you are a coach or a leader. Ask for permission. Do you mind if I record this conversation so that I can better work on my own communication skills and the way that I show up? And there are 2 really important questions when you spy on yourself that you just want to get clear on and reflect on. You don't have to do any major activity with this. You could write it out. One thing you want to ask yourself is, based on watching all of this or listening to myself in a conversation or in a lesson, is this the way that I want to show up? If you answer yes to that, super. Keep doing what you're doing. If there are things that you think you could make adjustments to better show up for the people you serve, then perhaps you've got to make some new goals. The other question that I think is really important to kind of ask ourselves is, and this will lead to a goal, is how do I want to be experienced by others? How do I want them to see me? Or how do I want them to experience me? And again, this will lead to some goal setting, because you'll have to sit down and get clear on what are the things I'm going to change, what are the things I'm going to adjust for, or what are the things I'm going to lean into with intentionality so that they become a reality and a habit that I don't have to think about. And while we're at it, when it comes to goal setting, make sure that you give yourself time and permission to commit to something that makes a lot of sense for where you are at this particular stage in development and growth for yourself. One easy way to do this is to put some time parameters around your goal setting. So it could sound something like, I will, name that goal, and then use the word by, give yourself a date, and then add the next prompt, which is so that. And that'll really make sure that you're getting clear on why are you implementing this goal in the first place. It could sound something like this. I will begin a morning and evening reflection routine in my notebook by next Monday, so that I can get clear on how I show up and focus the day, and how I close the day down by focusing all that went well. When you have a goal like that, you're more likely to commit to it, because it does have a time element to it. Starting Monday, it does have a clear goal, something you can achieve, and there's a purpose behind it with the so that. All right, the 4th and final big bucket for personal growth and development that I think has had a significant impact on me, and perhaps can have an impact on you, is when we go into our buildings, on our campus, or leading others, we forget what it's like to be in a beginner's mindset with something. So if you're leading like a PD and you're out there presenting something that you know well, you forget what it's like to be in that beginner's mindset. What does it mean to take that information in and kind of work with it to have some output or impact on what it is I'm already doing? Or even when we're introducing something new to students, we forget exactly what it's like to have that moment where we know that we've never done this before and we're not sure how to adjust to really hit the mark for the goal. And by putting yourself back into a beginner's mindset, it can really help you to kind of get clear on that feeling, right? To have that feeling of like, oh, this is what it feels like to be a beginner. and you're more likely to be able to deploy empathy for those you serve when they're in that moment. So a quick example for me is I've never been snowboarding before. I live in this great community here in Western New York, and there is a great ski community, but I've never been skiing before. I've never been snowboarding. And my son decided to take up snowboarding. And I thought, all right, here's an opportunity where I can have him teach me what he knows about snowboarding, and then I can operate with a beginner's mindset and really get clear on what does it mean to learn from basically no knowledge all the way to trying to get down the hill. So it could be anything. You can pick an activity that works for you, something that you're interested in outside of your campus or your day-to-day at school. Pick something that is new. There are plenty of Facebook groups out there. If you're interested in getting involved with a new activity, or you're looking to take up a new sport or activity outside of school, there are plenty of ways to get started with that. But I would encourage you to think about taking up something new and trying that on and really operating with that beginner's mindset. What do you learn about yourself as a learner? And then 2, what does it mean for when you are introducing new content or new learning for others, how they are perceiving that initial moment? Also, with a beginner's mindset, something else you can try is action research in your classroom. But I want to simplify this and really harness the power of action research in the classroom. You don't have to be ready to present your action research to anybody. You just have to be willing to take on a question and try to figure out how it lands with your class or your students. So real simple, when it comes to action research, you can start with a question. Here's the hot tip for starting with a question. Make sure that your question starts with either a what or a how. How do I increase engagement using technology? Could be a simple question to ask in your classroom. How do I increase the level of talk in my classroom? That could be another simple question that you ask. Commit to the question, develop a plan. Now that you have your question, you have a little bit of a plan. How is this going to go? How are you going to start addressing this particular question? What's the tech you're going to put in? What are the talk structures you're going to put into your classroom? Once you have that plan ready to go, now you're just going to watch it. You're going to be a careful observer. You're going to watch the experiment unfold in front of your eyes. So just watch it with a curious mindset and know that you've got to just sort of experiment and just see where things land, how they line up. So you started with your question, you have your plan, now you're watching the experiment unfold. Collect some data. Ask your students. There's no better time than now to ask your students when you're trying something new how it's going. So if we go back to our examples of technology and talk, we can ask them some scaling questions. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being this was the best activity ever, and 1 being like I could have done without it, where do you find this activity falls? Now that you've collected some data from your students or your colleagues, you want to make some adjustments to your plan. If something is not showing up in the data the way that you want it to, it's important that you make some adjustments so that you can get to the desired goal that you want. Increase talk, increase engagement with technology. And then finally, this is just a little add-on. If you're feeling brave and you want to share your findings, this could be something that really could benefit the greater community around you. Remember, in education, we're playing an infinite game. There are no winners and losers, but when you have something to share with our colleagues, it could benefit everybody and have a significant impact on other people and their students. So there you have it. When you start with why, you get clear on progress is greater than perfection. You spend some time spying and learning yourself, and you operate with a beginner's mindset. Good things can happen when it comes to your personal growth and development. And remember, it's important to kind of take that time to work on yourself, because that's the only way that you're going to have a significant impact and influence on the people you serve. I really appreciate you being here for this session. I hope you found some value. I would love to hear back from all of you. Thank you so much for all you do, and keep bringing it for kids.
Boom, here we go. Okay, thank you, Brian. That was lovely. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, so This next portion of this is I want to show you a video of something I made. So as you know, you're all a baller teacher. You wouldn't be here if you weren't. You wouldn't be watching this if you were not like, oh, I'm a baller teacher. I want to be a more baller teacher. What does that even mean? Who knows? And so I wanted to show a video from something I made this year. It was called the Baller Students Show. And so my thought was I want to not only try to help teachers connect and empower them, and so they can empower students, help grow the leadership within an educator, because we know as a leadership and an educator grows, therefore everyone gets better, every student gets better. And so I thought, it would be cool as they're trying to help their students learn in person, hybrid, online, all these types of learning. How are students most successful? And so what I did was I made an episode of a show called the Baller Student Show, and I want to show that to you here today. Before we do, with this, the idea for this video is that you could show this in your classroom, and you're not going to want to show this like whole 6-hour, conference, but you can show this singular video in there. Think it's like Bill Nye, but lower production value and much less talented on-screen talent. So in this video, what I'd like you to do is think through the process of you showing this to your students. Either you can assign it in classroom or you watch it together and then you discuss out loud. But with it, I have some resources. I've got a Google Doc that you could put into Classroom and make a copy of. Or you can take the PDF. I made like a PDF that can fill out. I made it in Canva. If you haven't used Canva, Canva is incredible. In the chat, have you ever used Canva? If not, why not? It's incredible. So I've got those documents you can use as a supplement to this video, and you can give to your students so they can fill out their academic goals and their social goals. If you want that, it is tarveracademy.com/ballerstudent. Okay, pretty easy to remember, tarveracademy.com/ballerstudent. If somebody would toss that in the chat, that would be super helpful for anybody that didn't catch that. You can click that link. I've got a link to the doc and the PDF. We're gonna watch the video though right now. This is the Baller Student Show, and it's called How to Be Successful in Remote Learning. It is for students. Give your thoughts on it in the chat as we move along. Let's do it. That's super annoying. When you are about to watch something, you think it's about to be like House of Highlights type situation. Oh my God! Bam! They go to something else. From now on, for the rest of this video, we'll finish everything that we start. That's the last time for sure. Got it. I wish I had spent the past 6 months like training just to like spin bats. If you do want to see me hit that computer with this baseball bat, which hasn't happened yet, by the way. If you do want to see that, you can scrub to this point in the video. But if you stick around, then you might just learn something that'll help you be more successful in remote learning. The question is, why is remote learning so difficult? Remote learning, virtual learning, online learning. Why is it so much more difficult than in person? If I'm sitting here and the class is sitting there, why is it so much harder for students to be successful in that type of environment? Remote learning is where the student and the educator or information source are not physically present in a traditional classroom environment. Information is relayed through technologies such as discussion boards, video conferencing, and online assessment. So here's the deal. We're doing everything in a different location. But that doesn't answer the question of why, as human beings, is it easier for us to learn when we're right in front of somebody. Some might say it's, oh, well, they have to learn like the technology and learn the curriculum. Yeah, that's a part of it. But I think maybe there's something else. Maybe it's something that is a little bit more difficult than just the fact that we have to learn how to use Google or some other LMS along with learning, slope-intercept form or the American Revolution. So yeah, you can bounce to that amount of time in this video, or you could stick it out and you can understand what are the two elements that relate to me as a human being and allow me to be successful in a remote learning situation. Where's my lid? Did you guys see the lid? Where did it go, George?
Well, which way did it go, George? Which way did it go?
Do you even think that remote learning is difficult? I mean, do you like remote learning? Let me know in the chat, somewhere in the comments, whatever internet thing you're on right now. On a scale of like boogers you find under the car seat to Ariana Grande, how much do you enjoy remote learning. Maybe the reason some of us lean more towards the car seat than Ariana, am I saying her name right? Ariana Grande. The reason some of us lean more towards the car seat side than the Miss Grande side is because it's something hardwired into us, like a computer. See what I did there? By the end of this video, maybe we can figure out what will help you stay connected to your classes so that you don't go full like Tom Cruise Ghost Protocol and disappear until your teacher emails you like 3 weeks in and is like, yo bro, you haven't been in class in a while, what are you doing? So before I go Ken Griffey Jr. on that computer I had since college.
Swung on and belted.
Look, Ken Griffey Jr., this is a rookie card. It's whatever. No flex, madcap. What? No, that's not right.
No flex.
It's Tarver Academy logo. It's whatever. Maybe the reason that you don't feel motivated in class is because it's something hardwired into you as a human being. If we can figure out the key things that keep us motivated, that make us successful, then we can set the right goals, the right indicators to reach our maximum potential in our online classes. So before we go all Reese's Pieces on this computer, I need to go warm up. If you guys would, please watch the trailer for this new game show coming out. I'm gonna go drive to the ballpark. Hello and welcome to a brand new episode of Classic Bougie Ratchet. All right, so let's just jump right in like somebody off the top of a high dive. Remember, right guys? Woo, that was wild. As you guys know, this is where we give a situation and you tell if it's a classic, bougie, or ratchet. Here we go. So the first one, your teacher sets up for a 7-hour Zoom class. Classic, bougie, or ratchet?
Bougie. That's classic.
That's right, classic. It's like pulling a car with a horse, am I right, guys? Next one, giving a website and saying www dot.
Here we go. Drum roll, please.
That's ratchet.
Ratchet.
That's right, 10 seconds I'll never get back. Next one, classic, bougie, or ratchet, using the school's headphones.
Ratchet.
Ratchet.
Ratchet?
That's right, it's ratchet. I don't know where that girl ears been, that's gross. Next on classic, bougie, ratchet, the kid in class who knows the answer to everything. Hello teacher, I know the answer, call on me.
Bougie?
Classic.
Maybe a little bit of ratchet.
What we were looking for was bougie, because that person's gonna be your boss someday. Check me on it, it's true, it's true. And that's been our episode of Classic Bougie Ratchet. Thank you guys for joining us, and as always, stay bougie out there, am I right?
And cut.
Okay, seriously, why in the world am I in a pool? This makes no sense, it doesn't support anything that we're doing for the show. I mean, oh my goodness. How am I supposed to work like that? I don't have to be in the water. Water and a TV show, it's not even in the same ballpark. Before we get into the two things that make students successful, we've got to understand why aren't all students successful in it? It's like warm up, like homework is practice, this is practice.
We talking about practice.
Have you guys ever seen the videos where people can like flip the bat? Maybe with practice. Got some pitches being thrown to me from Nolan Ryan. Nolan Ryan over here. It's my dad. May or may not be Nolan Ryan. No big deal. I haven't hit a baseball in like 15 years. This should be fine. Owen, you don't have to show where it lands. So one of the common misconceptions people have about students that do well is that it's always the smart kids. It's always the Hermione Grangers. That's not true. Oh man, so I was the principal of a school that had 6th through 12th grade students, and we had online classes, we had in-person classes, and we had some blended. Not every student that did well was the smart kid. So we had students come into our school planning to do online that did well in the traditional classroom, and they tanked. And then we had other students who failed an entire grade. You can lean up. And then we had other students who failed an entire grade. They would come in and they would finish 2 grades in 1 year. What's the reason some of them did well in the traditional but not online and vice versa? It's called an airmail. I mean, probably could have been done. Okay. Double hit. get 2 points for that one. So I started doing my doctorate degree online, and I didn't feel connected. I did okay, but I was ready to quit. Every Sunday night when I was having to do the homework that was due Sunday night, because that's whenever apparently I do homework, is right before it's due. Every time I was about to do that homework, I dreaded it. And I don't say like, oh, I'm doing my doctorate, so I can say I'm doing my doctorate, like I'm not trying to humble brag. I'm telling you that I was at the point in my educational career where school should have been fine. I should have been cranking through it, but why was I struggling? Why was I not wanting to go to class and get this degree done, this last degree I've got? Why was I not wanting to get it finished? Why couldn't I just finish it, get done, and move on? Round the bases, if you will.
Wow.
So according to a 1975 study, there are 2 reasons students feel connected and will finish school. First one, academic reasons. And the second one, social reasons. Let's look at those, shall we? Home run. Boom! Ow! Elbow! Let's go hit that computer, you guys. I'm gonna need the bat. Yo, that Google Classroom slaps. When you think about it. Yeah, I know you guys are in a lot of Zoom class, but this one hits different. Yeah, I'll check that email, no cap. Here's the deal, I know you're trying to keep it 100, but that last one was like keeping it 76. So let's bring it up. Yo, that Google slide I made was the GOAT, am I right, guys? Hashtag last dance. Y'all watch that? Yo, that Google Doc you made was cash. Yeah, guys, low key, my principal, he shook. He be an extra. No cap. Was that a gaming keyboard? That's a flex, boy. Yo, I know you're saying I didn't give clear instructions, but I'm gonna clap back, RM. Jimmy, can you stop throwing some shade? Turn that video back on. Facebook, TikTok though. So here's the deal. We're talking about social and academic goals. You have to have both. Wait, where's my bat? Bat me. Bat me.
I'm Batman.
Thank you. Okay, so here's the deal. You've got social and you've got academic goals. According to Tinto, not Tito, this is Tito. This is Tinto. Very easily to get them confused. So what Tinto found was that there are certain things that attribute to students dropping out, students not succeeding in academics. So let's start with the first one, academic goals. Students have to have clear reasons for completing the degree that they're taking. Whew, do I look sweaty? What you need to do is you need to set clear academic goals. Here's my challenge to you. Write down 3 goals you have academically, either for one specific class, multiple classes, or your whole degree program, your whole level that you're trying to accomplish. Then find 2 people that you could put in a group text, because it's always stronger when there's 3. I don't know why, I'm sure there's a theory on that, but it's always stronger when there's 3. So I want you to take those 3 academic goals and put it in a group text with 2 other people. Tell them your goals, ask them their 3 goals, and then you 3 hold each other accountable. If it's just you trying to accomplish your goals, there's a good chance that you might not achieve those goals because there's no one else holding you accountable. Your teacher wants you to succeed, but they got a lot of other students they're trying to look for. Y'all ready for me to hit this thing? Well, oh wait, so I almost forgot. You've got the social as well. Okay, so I almost got hit in the face. So if we're talking about social, that's the community aspect. No, I'm not talking about the show community. Also, great show, by the way. I see you, Donald Glover.
Absolutely.
We're talking about community that you build in your classroom. Why this is harder online, virtual, remote, why it's harder there is because you are not sitting in the exact room with these people. Now you have your teacher, and then you have 30 other buildings, 30 other facilities for that one class of 30 students, much less 150 students. So how do you feel connected with those students? It takes intentionality. It takes you focusing on having conversations with these people. Maybe that's following on Instagram. Maybe it's communicating in the discussion thread of Google Classroom. Whatever that is, you've got to find a way to get connected and find community within your class. It doesn't have to be every kid in the class that you find community with, but you got to find it with some.
It is time.
We have a computer to hit. That's not right. A computer to hit. We have a computer to hit. Wow, that was different than I'd anticipated. Ready? Whoa. All day. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. Today's video is brought to you by FBLA Arkansas. Thank you so much, FBLA Arkansas, for sponsoring this video. I hope you guys learned something. If you're with FBLA Arkansas, throw their name in the chat. I want to say hello, say what's up, how you living, you good. Also, today's video is brought to you by NLC College, the dopest college in the game. That's what's up. And lastly, Tarver Academy YouTube channel. The YouTube channel you're on right now. Hit that red subscribe button. If you haven't, smash that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit the red subscribe button. Thank you so much for watching. Work hard, have fun, and never stop learning. See you guys. What up? Welcome back. Hey, Tyler here. How are you doing? How are you feeling? In the chat, let's do emoji check. And how are you feeling right now? Have you learned? Oh, no. To this point, what is something that you are going to try in your classroom or implement that you might not have wanted to, an hour or two ago? What is something you're wanting to implement in your classroom? Put that in the chat right now. I'd love to see it. I know the other people in the chat would love to see it. I know it'd be some great input. So throw that in the chat and then you can also copy paste and put in your notes, just so you don't forget. Make sure everything you're doing, you're keeping notes of. Keep links to it, all of it, because I want you guys to be able to access and actually make your classroom better. I've sat through enough PDs in my life, professional development in my life, that I don't remember one thing from. I pray that you walk through this. I am hoping that you get something out of this training that you can take and use, once a day, once a week, once a year, once a decade, something that you use and implement, whether it's a mindset or a skill set or just any type of framework to build your classroom and make things better. Okay? Speaking of making things better, making ourselves better, I do want to give you, some thoughts on something that I offer, a community that we have at Tarver Academy that I think could add you a ton of value. It could help you get better all year. Because right now we're getting better with PD, with professional development. Hopefully you're getting better right now. This summer you're gonna hopefully glean some information, some knowledge, some experience, and you're gonna get a little bit better. I want us to get better all year. I want us to get better all throughout the year. And here's the thing with teachers. We do not have time to go sit through a 6-hour professional development once a week. So what I did was I created a community called Tarver Academy. And it was based on teachers telling me they wanted resources. They wanted a continuation of these trainings, of templates, of resources. They wanted to be handed to them, because if you go out and search for it, you're gonna find random stuff. They wanted stuff that could be applied to their classroom, that they can sit there, bite-sized professional development for busy teachers. That's Tarver Academy on a roll. And I would love for you to join if you want to. If you don't have to, don't pay for it. It's not very expensive at all, but I don't want you to have to pay for it. I would rather you use your district's professional development money. So if you want, have them go in, order that for you. Hey, here's the deal. Okay, let me be real with you. So you are signed up for the premium summer PD. Okay, either you signed up for it yourself, your principal, your administrator signed you up for it, or your district or your co-op. There were some amazing co-ops, districts that jumped in and realized that this could add value and flexibility, because they're offering 3 different sessions throughout the summer. You have flexibility to watch from home, or maybe you're watching with a group, maybe you're watching in your classroom, wherever you're watching from. They wanted you to add that value, and I wanted to give you a huge discount on the Tarver Academy Honor Roll. This is just for this summer, and it's just for the people that are on the premium watches, okay? And so the premium PD, okay? And so if you're watching this, you're here, you're on it, okay? So what you can do is you can sign up at tarveracademy.com/honor roll, and I want you to use this promo code. When you sign up, use this promo code. It's gonna cut in half. And it's one time for the full year, and it's gonna cut in half. Remember, use your district money if you can. So just write the promo code down, or put it in there and then get reimbursed, whatever you need to do. The promo code is premium, because you've signed up for the premium summer PD, and so I want to give you half off. So what that is essentially, you or your district or your co-op or your building paid for the summer PD, and so what it is, you get half off for these honor roll resources that come to you every week for the entire year. They essentially, it paid for half of this just because they signed you up for it or you signed up for it. So it's actually a better deal than if you just like straight up bought it. But you'll get access to these trainings anytime you want throughout the entire year, plus anything new. I'm gonna send you something every single week to help make you better in your classroom, because when you get better, your students get better. In the email, every week, you're gonna get either a template, a resource, you're gonna get a short PD video, professional development, a training to show you how to do something you might not know how to do, or reinforce something you're maybe already trying. You're gonna get something that makes you better every week, plus some quick tips, links to some other things, and also you can ask me questions. I have a mailbag where you get to ask questions, and that's the list I'm gonna pick from first. I wanna help you guys. If I don't know how to do it, I'll do the research for you. I'll build, you're like, oh, I really wish I had a digital interactive notebook. Guess what I'll do? I'll go in and I'll build digital interactive notebooks, and I'll give you the template. You don't have to pay teachers. You don't have to go in and throw the money at anything. I wanna just hand it to you. And I wanna do trainings for you to help you. So if you wanna join that community, I think it's super helpful, and it's essentially where I become the tech facilitator for you. It's Netflix for teacher resources, and I would love for you to join and jump on that. So if you want, go there. It's tarveracademy.com/honor-roll, and you can sign up for that. And I think it's just going to be a huge. It's going to be a huge help to teachers throughout the year who have a lot going on and not a lot of time, extra time to go out and do it. It's like as teachers, they always give you more stuff to do, but they don't give you like, oh, here's like an extra 3 hours a day to go out and do whatever it is you're going to do. So if you want to sign up for that, you can. I hope you've used this time also to use the restroom. So if you're just getting back using the restroom, guess what? We've just been talking about Tarver Academy Honor Roll. No big deal. But I want to give you guys time to go do that and get a snack if you need it. Whatever you need to do, we're about to kick back into it. We're about to jump back in it. We're going to fall into the gap. Man, do y'all remember that? That was a good campaign. That was memorable. Wasn't it? Memorable? Yeah, sure. Okay, so we're about to get started. We'll get started here very soon, and we're gonna jump back in. We're gonna keep learning. All right, let's do it. Let's go. We're still doing this. In the chat, here we go. In the chat, I want you to tell me the name. Okay, don't say that. I was gonna say, tell me the name of, you know what? You can do that. Tell me the name of a teacher who made an impact on you and what they did. Why did they have an impact on you? In the chat, what name of a teacher or an educator that had an impact on you and what they did to have an impact. It was either the way they treated you, the way they ran their class, or the way they inspired you, or just the way they had structure maybe. They were reliable, they were consistent. I would love to hear in the chat, name of a teacher that motivated you as a student or as another teacher and what they did. So let's throw that in the chat, and we're about to get started. We're gonna jump back into it. We're about to get started. We're gonna jump back into it like a pogo stick. See that? See what I did there? Nope? Okay, all right, let's get going. Okay, man, how you guys feeling? In the chat, how you feeling? 1 to 10, how you feeling today? How you feeling today? This next session is by my friend Aaron Whitfield. Aaron is an educator, he's a teacher, he's a mentor. He is just an amazing all-around human being who I think has so much he brings to the table whenever it comes to us as educators. And he has a perspective that I think we all need to see. Like the way he looks at life and the way he encourages people, it honestly encourages me. As like I'm sitting here and every time I listen to Aaron talk, whether I listen to him or his podcast or we're having a conversation, it's like I never get done hearing Aaron and I'm not encouraged. I'm not like, my soul is like at peace, like I'm calm because of Aaron, and he's just like this calming presence, and he's so knowledgeable and encouraging. And I hope that he encourages you today. And he is gonna chat, it's called Homeschool, okay? It's Homeschool. Hold on, 1 second. I didn't want to mess it up. Homeschool, creating room for students. And he's going to talk to you a little bit about those rooms and what they look like and how we can do that in the classroom. So get out your notepads, your journal, your Google Doc, whatever it is you're taking notes in, because you're not going to want to forget what Aaron's talking about today. Take it away, Aaron.
Hi, my name is Aaron Whitfield. I'm coming to you from the beautiful city of Columbus, Ohio, where I'm an educator, I'm a podcaster, I'm a motivational speaker, I'm a minister, I'm a father, and I'm a whole lot of other things in this world. I'm coming to speak about some of the experience that I have in education. I've spent the past 12 years working with the most beautiful youth in the city, and I've learned a lot of things, and they taught me a lot of things. I'm here to share them with you. Today, I will be speaking on the importance of building an atmosphere that is conducive for positive, life-changing growth for both students and staff. So I have a title. Here's my title. The title is Homeschool. I'm gonna put home in quotations, homeschool, creating room for students. All right, let me take you back 8 years. Let me hop in my time machine. Let's go back 8 years. All right, for the past 8 years, I've worked in the Columbus Metropolitan Library system as a youth development specialist working in the Homework Help Center, which is an academic center geared towards kids. We see kids between kindergarten and 12th grade, and my specific Homework Help Center has kids from over 25 different nations across the world. Nations such as Eritrea, Somalia, Kenya, Tibet, Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Nigeria. Mostly East or West African, but we're seeing a rising population growth in Asia and Central America. And so most of these kids are first generation American born, and they're soon to be first generation college attendees. And so 8 years ago, when I'm starting this job, I need you to picture this. 8 years ago, I was 20 pounds lighter. I had a big, beautiful afro. Like right now, I feel the wind blowing over my head. Back then, I felt the wind blowing in my hair. It's a completely different experience, but that was 8 years ago. And so here I am on the first day of the job. The person who is my manager, who's my trainer, she gave me 2 pieces of advice. I don't want you to write down these pieces of advice because they're not great pieces of advice, but I'm going to tell them to you anyway. She said, Aaron, the kids are rowdy and they're out of control, and so you need to be tough on them. All right, she said, be tough on these kids. All right, okay. And she told me something after she made that remark. She said, you know, the person who you're replacing, she would often come into my office and we would cry together because we would be so overwhelmed with the amount of kids that we have. This is the advice that I was given on my first day. That's just one piece of advice. Let me give you advice number 2. She said, don't get attached to the kids. Don't get attached to them. You are here to help them with homework. Don't go to graduations. Don't build those positive relationships. You make sure you establish a line that you are working here and that they are only to come here for their homework. Don't go the extra mile. Needless to say, she gave me a whole crock pot of bad advice, a whole crock pot, a whole dish of bad advice, and yet that was my first day. And so I remember I walked back there on my first day, and I didn't know what to expect. I've never been in a room of 60 to 100 kids, and I didn't know them, kids from different nations. I didn't know what I was going to get myself into. And so I walked back there, and I saw something unbelievable. I saw something amazing. I saw the most beautiful students, the most beautiful children outside of my own that I've ever met. I saw faces smiling. I saw kids laughing, kids enjoying each other's company in the midst of a place that they weren't welcomed. I saw kids playing games, kids were eating, kids were reading, kids were sitting down and just communing, having fun, and yet they were in the midst of a place. They were in a place that they weren't welcomed. I saw kids being kids. I also saw something else that blew my mind. I watched as my colleagues, as the environment around me, I watched as no one approached the kids. No one saw them as kids. They looked at them as a problem. They only tolerated them. They would open up the doors to the library, and yet they wouldn't open up their arms to welcome the kids. We see this a lot in education. We see youth are tolerated but not accepted. We want you for pictures, but we don't want you we don't want your presence. We don't want your laughter. We don't want your voice. We want you only for what we can use you as a prop. And I made a choice on that day, on that very first day. I made a choice that I, Aaron Whitfield, I would provide a home for these kids. Not a space, not an empty, sterile space, not a place that you just show up, but a place that you come to because it's an expectation of greatness. A place that you can sit back, you can kick back, you can relax, you can have fun, you can enjoy the environment because the environment is feeding into you. I wanted to create a home for them. I wanted to create a room for them. I wanted them to have an experience and education that I did not have. Let me have just a quick moment of reflection with you. This is a moment of reflection of acknowledgement and ownership. Have you ever heard this phrase or seen this type of behavior? Here it is. This is my classroom. Have you ever heard that phrase? This is my house. This is my school. When we hear phrases like that, it's a flex of power that is meant to strip the authority and the ownership away from individuals and cast it upon one person. That person, whoever says statements like that, they hold the power of whatever environment that they have. I've seen this mentality operate in classrooms, schools, businesses, and group dynamics. My question to you is, how does this type of power-hungry environment make you feel? Make you feel as an educator, make you feel as a person? How did it make you feel when you were a teenager, when you were in elementary school, when you were in middle school? How did that make you feel as a child when you came in contact with this person? Essentially, this person is saying, this is my house, this is not your home. This environment, that sort of mentality, it is swept throughout, it was just felt throughout the library. And I remember seeing kids walk down from the local middle school on that for the following weeks. And I would hear people say, the pack of kids are coming. You know, the pack of children's coming. Essentially like, beware the pack of kids. And, you know, quite frankly, if you're traveling in a pack, maybe this is just me, it's my dry sense of humor. If you're traveling in a pack, either you are an animal, you're a wolf, or you are a group of 20 cigarettes, okay? Either way is not good, okay? So kids aren't in packs, but that was really the mentality. They saw them as traveling packs. They didn't see them as kids that are coming to a place to feel safe, kids that are coming to a place to learn, kids that are coming to a spot in the community in which they could feel welcome. They saw them as a problem that should only be tolerated, as a group of kids that should only be tolerated. And I say it again, I saw it as an opportunity. I realized that these kids needed room to grow. They needed a room to grow. They had a house of a library. The library provided them with a house. They provided them with walls, maybe a roof, maybe some furniture, some chairs to sit on and a couple tables, but it wasn't a home. It didn't have any rooms to grow. It was just an empty space. And as the academic leader of this program, I said, I'm going to get to work and I'm going to build a house that feels like home. You may know this famous quote in American film, there's no place like home. There's no place like home. I don't have on ruby red slippers. I do not. I know you can't see them, but I do not have on ruby red slippers, and thank God that I don't. But Dorothy said that in The Wizard of Oz, there's no place like home. And I remember that because home should be a place that you feel. It should be a place of growth. It should be a place of acceptance. It should be a place of love. It should be a place of responsibility, of accountability, of safety. And as educators, we have the responsibility to create a welcoming home for our students each and every day. Imagine this. As educators, as teachers, you spend 9 hours a day. I know I may be shortchanging some folks, but I'll leave it at 9, just for my own sake. 9 hours a day, 5 days a week, 180 days out of the year. You don't have a classroom. You have a home. You spend more time with these kids than possibly you do with your own children, your own family. You don't have just a classroom. You have a home. Let me say this now, and I'm saying this in the most nice, most beautiful, most ensuring way possible. Having a classroom is not enough. Having a classroom is not enough. Your classroom has to be a home. All right, I gave you a lot of information. Just then. So we're gonna take a breathing break because I feel like some of you are tightened up. So we're gonna breathe in, we're gonna breathe out, we're gonna relax because I know that some, and I've heard this from other educators, from other colleagues, they say, Aaron, you keep on saying that daggone H word. You're saying the H word and it's disrespectful. We don't want to hear it. And I'm like, what H word are you talking about? Home. Home. Home is the H word that it seems educators at times, they hate, because it's like, if we have home, if we create home, that's almost too personal. There has to be a line drawn. We have a classroom. A classroom, there's a clear line drawn between who's a student and who's a teacher, who has the information, who needs the information. But Aaron, when you talk about home, you're making this too personal. You're making it another bad word. You're making it too intimate. We can't use words like intimate in the classroom. You're making it too much. I signed up to be a teacher. I signed up to be an educator. I did not sign up to be a parent in a home. But I'm going to push back on that, and I'm going to encourage you, once again, create home. You are a teacher. You are an educator. If you have kids in your presence, you are a parent. You are a mentor. You are an uncle. You are, oh my gosh, you're a friend. You're a friend too. You are all of these things. You're a coach. You're a disciplinarian. You are so many things to these kids. And I wouldn't want you to shortchange yourself just by wearing one hat. It's a beautiful hat to wear, but you have so many other hats that you can wear in your closet. Take off that teacher hat, put on the friend hat, put on the mentor hat. Wear a different hat. You have so many hats to wear. If you're getting tired of my H word, of home, I'm gonna let you know, this is a side note, I'm gonna drop an F-bomb later. I'm gonna drop the F word later. It's gonna blow your mind. It's gonna make you uncomfortable, but we'll get over it. We'll breathe in and breathe out, because both of these words, the H word and the F word, they're not all that bad. And now that I'm thinking about home within school, you know, we have home in school. We use words like homeroom. We have a homeroom, a place where kids gather each morning to start the day. There's an expectation at homeroom that we take attendance. Attendance is necessary because we want to see who's here. It's a system of accountability. I expect you to be in class because I'm taking attendance because you have a seat there. We use home when it comes to homecoming. We have homecoming dances. We talk about coming home. Where's the home? The home is the school. We want people to come back to school for homecoming weekend because it's nostalgic. It's a place of growth. We also have, I don't know if you have breakfast in your schools, I'm gonna assume you do. We have home fries. I don't know if you have home fries. I had home fries in my school breakfast. They weren't the best, they're a little dry. They're almost like hash browns, but we call them home fries. So we have 3 different elements of home in school. We also have this 4th one, which is homework. And we allow kids to do sometimes homework in homeroom in our home school. Home is in the school, but sometimes we want to remove it conveniently. I'm challenging you to bring the home back into your classroom and bring the home back into your school. Before we get started building, I am going to give you 3 keys to home ownership, all right? 3 keys to home ownership. Key number 1, write this one down. I think this is genius. I spent all night thinking about this one. I'm lying to you, but I did think about this, all right? Key number 1. Know your home's value. Know your home's value. Now, I know you may say, Aaron, I know my home's value. I had it appraised. I know my home was worth, I don't know, $450,000. I have a home in the Ozarks. I know about the Ozarks. I may be in Ohio, but I know about the Ozarks. I know about it. And so you may have this beautiful $450,000 home, but I'm challenging you to know your classroom's home value. What are some things that you value? What are your values? As an educator, as a person, as a human being, what are some things that you value? Every home needs a value. Every home needs a value. You should have between 3 or 4 values that when people walk into your home, your personal home, your classroom home, that people can feel your values. What are 3 to 4 values that you're bringing inside your classroom? What are 3 to 4 values that when you look around in your classroom setting that you're establishing as the teacher, as the person in charge? I'm going to tell you my values. You can cheat off my list. I don't mind. You can use these. My 4 values within my classroom, within my academic center: love, respect, inclusion, and growth. I'm going to repeat them again. Love, respect, inclusion, and growth. 2 weeks ago, actually 3 weeks ago, I met a student. She was new to my academic center. And so we met on the first day. She and her sister, actually, they're in 7th and 8th grade. And I was helping them with homework. I was helping them with math. I'm an English major, so when I help with math, it really requires a lot of energy and a lot of help. But I was doing my best, and I was encouraging them, both of them, to have the confidence to teach themselves. We were talking a lot about confidence. Listen, I can help with math, but my biggest area that I could really help them was to encourage them, was to show them that they have the tools necessary to teach themselves. And the student's name is Fatima. She said, Mr. Aaron, I've been to other academic centers. I've been to plenty of other tutoring sessions and centers, and this is my first day, but I could tell you that yours is my favorite so far, because you make me feel empowered. She says, you make me feel empowered. And that blew my mind because it was her first day. And she didn't know that one of my values is growth. And one of my sort of areas of growth, you know, when it comes to value, is empowerment. Just in the 2 hours she was there, she felt empowered. She felt the things that I valued. It was important that she felt empowered. It's important that she felt the values in my academic center. Know your home's value. When your students walk into your classroom, what do you want them to feel as soon as they open the door, as soon as they see your presence, as soon as they see, your smile? What do you want them to feel and to experience? I challenge you to come up with 3 to 4 values. Key number 2, all right, I know this as a homeowner. I've done this, I've made mistakes with this key, but I'm gonna give you this key to help you. When renovating, measure twice, cut once. All right, don't measure once, cut once. You have to measure twice, cut once. And you may be saying, Aaron, what are you talking about? You know, we're talking about a classroom. What are you talking about, measure twice, cut once? Let me give you this one. This takes time. This building a home, renovating a home takes time. You don't renovate a home in a day. You don't renovate a classroom in 1 hour. Measure twice, cut once. This is going to take your time. It's going to take your investment. It's going to take your sweat equity. It's going to take your emotions. It's going to take your hands. It's going to take your physical labor. Your back is going to hurt. Your mind may hurt. But in the end, you're going to create something so beautiful for your classroom home. In the end, you're going to create something so magical. You'll look back at it and say, I made this. Measure twice, cut once. Don't do a rush job. Number 3, this is probably the most important. Key number 3, make sure that you have tools at your disposal. As an educator, as a person, as a human being, what's in your tool belt? What's in your tool belt? Some of you may say, Aaron, I don't have a tool belt. Now, I'm not talking about your hammer. I'm not talking about your measuring tape. Those are probably the only 2 things I have in my actual tool belt, by the way. I'm not a handyman. You can tell by my smooth hands. If you can see them, they're smooth. But I'm talking about what tools do you have as a human being? As an educator, what do you bring to the table? What are you great at? What are you good at? What skills, knowledge, and expertise do you have? I can tell you that if you are an educator, which you are, if you are a teacher, which you are, if you are a human being, which you are, you have skills, you have knowledge, you have an area of expertise that needs to be shared. And you have to bring that each and every day wherever you go. As an educator, I'm challenging you to bring that to your classroom. Bring those areas that if you can cook, bring in some cookies. If you are an excellent communicator, if you are someone who is a motivator, if you are someone who is a great listener, if you can teach math, if you can write a beautiful paper, whatever you do, bring it. Because you have to bring your tools to create this renovation. Another element, it's not just about your tools. Let me bring this back. It's not just about the tools you bring. As someone who is renovating a house, you have to be able to look around and see what tools other people have too. You're not the only person with tools in your classroom. You're not the only person. You have all these students. You have faculty members. You have staff and support. They have tools too. Maybe you don't have your proverbial hammer. Maybe you don't have a big enough hammer. Maybe this is not your area of strength. Why not bring somebody else in? Why not tap into that student's potential and allow them to help you? You have to have the vision to recognize other people's tools. When it comes to resources, as educators, I know sometimes resources may lack. I'm saying something that you probably already know more so than I. I know you probably have a personal budget that goes into your classroom. I won't tell anybody I have one too, but I can tell you that your biggest resource is not your money. Your biggest resource is your investment, your personal investment to your students, your personal investment to your classroom. That is your biggest tool, the biggest resource that you could ever have. All right, now that we got that out, now that we can breathe a bit, let's go back to renovating the classroom. Let's get started. We have our tools. Let's start building our classroom, our home. Let's start that now. We need to build room number one. What's room number one? The kitchen. We have to renovate the kitchen. We have to change the way this kitchen looks within your classroom. I'm not talking about bringing a sink to your classroom. I'm not talking about bringing a hot plate. I'm not talking about bringing a skillet. I'm talking about you need to have a kitchen type of environment within your classroom. The kitchen is a place of fellowship. It's a place of communication. It's a place of conflict resolution, a place of communion, of bonding, of restoration, of creation. What do you do in your kitchen? You cook things up. You create meals. You serve people. It's the same element in a classroom. I once did a seminar on bringing people back to the table. One of the most important elements of the kitchen is the actual kitchen table. It's a place where people meet, where people gather, where you settle differences, where you bond, where you laugh, where you just enjoy each other's presence. Wouldn't that be beautiful to have that within your classroom? Wouldn't that be wonderful to have an area, to have an environment in your classroom that settles disputes, that people can grow and build positive relationships? Wouldn't that be beautiful to have that type of kitchen environment in your classroom? There's such an importance. The table is so important. You have to bring it back to the table. I am someone who, when it comes to my classroom environment, I definitely bring something to the table. Small examples that every Friday, I brought cookies for my students. Yes, I brought chocolate chip cookies. I make one type of cookie, it's chocolate chip. And when I first did it, I thought, you know what, these kids are in high school, this will be corny, but I'm gonna do it because I like chocolate chip cookies. It's a Friday, it's relaxed, we can eat some cookies. I did it and they said, oh my gosh, Mr. Aaron, your cookies are so good. I think they buttered me up. They probably gave me more butter than what I put in the cookies, to be honest with you. But they buttered me up and I remember one comment. A student came up to me, she said, Mr. Aaron, thank you for the cookies. You've made my day, and I've never had homemade cookies. I've never had homemade cookies. I eat homemade cookies probably too much. She's never had homemade cookies, and yet that motivated me. So for the next year and a half, until the pandemic hit, every Friday, cookies. 48 cookies, 50 cookies. We had a lot of cookies, and we just enjoyed our kitchen environment. I've also used our kitchen within our classroom environment to settle disputes. When you work with students, when you work with youth, when you work with people, adults, you have to have a place to settle conflict. I remember one incident we had between two groups of young women. One group, who was a bit younger, said something that was quite disparaging to the older group of young women. They were upset and they had a right to be. And so we brought them to the table. We brought both groups of young women to the table and we communicated about it. What happened? What could we have done differently? How can we settle this as a group, as a collective? They talked it out. They settled their dispute. it was a beautiful thing because the older group of girls were able to restore the younger group of girls. It's the most beautiful thing to see. That's how you settle an argument. That's how you settle a conflict. We brought it to the table. The table plays such a vital role in what I do. One more story, now that I think about it. One more story. When my first 3 weeks on the job, my students were in the classroom environment, the academic center. They were eating. Back then, we could eat within the classroom environment. I know it may blow your mind now, but 8 years ago, no limits, no restrictions, any of that. But they were eating. And the kids of Ghana and Nigeria, they really cherish their jollof rice. And it's a wonderful fried rice. It's light, but I'm not gonna talk about the rice. But they were eating their jollof rice, and they saw me coming to the table as I did every day. I greeted them. I wanted to welcome them, and they said, "Mr. Aaron, we brought you some rice." They put the rice out on the table, and it wasn't just like a small thing of rice. I was a nice size back then. They brought me a healthy dish of rice with boneless chicken. I don't know how they knew I like boneless chicken, but they brought it anyway. And they pulled up a chair for me. And we sat there and we ate at the table. We ate together. We communicated. Staff, student, we were at the same table. I'm talking about this table because it's so important. I'm talking about the kitchen because it is so important to the development of relationships in your classroom environments. Just that one experience of students offering me rice, that evolved years later into twice a year, we would host family dinners. We would have kids from, like I said, 25 different nations around the world. Their families would bring food in, and we would sit in our conference room, and we would have family dinners. I can't stress to you enough how important the table is, how important the kitchen is to your classroom environment. Create that environment in your classroom. Build that kitchen environment that you know will prosper, you know will grow, that you know will edify your students and yourself. All right, room number two, the living room. The living room, all right, the living room. The living room is a place of relaxation. It's a place of entertainment, fun, growth, physical growth, mental growth, emotional growth, spiritual growth, and social growth. Question, I have to ask this. We're talking about a living room. We're talking about a living room. I'm gonna throw this question at you. When was the last time your classroom felt alive? When was the last time your classroom had so much positive energy that it felt alive? I don't know you. I would like to know you, but I'm gonna guess that the last time your classroom felt alive was the last time that you felt alive in your classroom. I guarantee that the reason why your classroom felt alive is because you brought the live to your classroom. It's a living room. Your classroom needs to have life. Your classroom needs to have some energy. Your classroom needs to have some laughter. It needs to have some fun. It needs to have people moving around. I'm not talking about standing on top of desks. I'm not talking about any of that. But it needs to have a movement. It needs to have some life. Bring some life to your classroom. Bring the living room to your classroom. You have all these wonderful, courageous, intelligent students. They're bringing life. But are you? Are you bringing life along with them? I guarantee if you bring life, and they always bring life, they have all that youthful energy, they have no choice but to bring life. I guarantee that if you too do this, your classroom is going to be a wonderful, life-changing experience. All right, room number 3. If I could do a drum roll, I would, but I can't. My hands aren't that rhythmic. But I would trust that you could do the drum roll for me. Room number 3 that you need to build within your classroom is the dreaded family room. Yeah, family. The F word I talked about earlier, the F word is family. We don't like to talk about it as educators. We don't want to bring up the family. We don't need to create family in the classroom, but I challenge you to create the family room within your classroom. The family room is a place of connection, of relationship, of comfort, of support, of safety, and a place of familiarity. About a month ago, I had a student, actually had a couple students, they were driving to get some copies and to come see me at the library. As they were driving down the street, their car was rear-ended. It was a hit and run, and their car was totally damaged. It was in fact, the car is not able to be repaired. And this happened right down the street. I see them walking to the library. I see them walking into my academic center, and I could tell something was wrong. I could tell by their eyes, by the expression in their face. And they came up to me and said, "Mr. Aaron, thank God you're here. We were involved in a car accident. It was a hit and run, and we don't know what to do." Listen, y'all, this may not be big and important to you, but let me break it down why it's huge to me. Before they called their parents, before they called the police, before they called their sister, their brother, they came to me. They came to the family room. I look at these two young women who are soon to be graduating in a couple weeks. I look at them as if they're my daughters. And I was amazed they came in and that they sought me. Why would they seek me? Why would they come to the library for help? Because it was their family room. Because they know that I'm a part of their family, that they're a part of my family. They came and I helped them through each step of the process. I called the police. I went out to go check on them. I called the ambulance. I called their parents. I made sure that they were safe. I made sure that they were comforted. I made sure that I could do what I could do. As an educator, as a human being, as a father, all these different hats that I wear, as a mentor, I made sure that I invested in these two wonderful people. The family room is probably the most intimate of all the rooms that you create within a classroom environment, because not everyone comes to the family room. A lot of people come to the living room. A lot of people can come into the kitchen, but the family room is not for everyone. You will decide who comes into your family rooms. You will see. You may not even decide, you will see, because the students will press themselves so much into your life. The students will stay after class. The students will want that extra amount of communication. You will connect with those students on that different level. They'll come to your family room. I enjoy the family room environment that I've built within my academic center, within my classroom. I enjoy seeing who's going to come through the door next. It's a beautiful thing when I see someone else from years past, someone who may have graduated from college and was coming back to check in on bolder Mr. Aaron without his free-flowing hair of 8 years ago. I have 3 students who 8 years ago, I met them. They were 2 weeks removed from a Kenyan refugee camp. And when we met, we didn't speak the same language. They spoke Swahili and Somali. I'm clearly English at best. But I knew when I met them that they would change my life. I knew they just had something about them. And we would communicate more so through body language, and that grew. Years later, these 3 young women graduated from college. Remember, they were 2 weeks removed when I met them from a Kenyan refugee camp. They graduated as valedictorians of the high school class. They came to my academic center for 6 years, 6 straight years, 5 days a week, 3 hours a day. They were there. Over that course of time, we grew, they grew, we all grew. And when I watched them walk across that stage, I didn't cry on the outside, but I cried on the inside because I was so proud of what they did, what they accomplished. I thought that was really the end of our relationship. I thought once they graduated, they were going off to college. That was it. You know, what more can I give you? About 2 months later, as they were going into their first semester of college, they reached out. They came up to the academic center and they said, "Mr. Aaron, we've grown so close to you over the years. We look to you as a father. Look at me, look at us, and tell us what you see." Did you get what they said? They said, "Look at me, look at us, and tell us what you see." As someone who knows us, as someone that we trust, as someone who can see something in us that we can't see, look at us and tell us what they see. And I did. I shared what I saw in them. I talked about their compassion, their strength, their courage, their intelligence, their humor, their presence. I talked about all of that, and they were crying. I was crying on the inside. Once again, I was melting on the inside, but on the outside I was cool. But they were crying, and they thanked me. Let me tell you, every 2 months, these young women give me a call, and they ask the same question. Tell me what you see. Last week, they called me, and they said, Mr. Aaron, we need help on our resume. Mr. Aaron, can you check over this paper? Mr. Aaron, how are you doing? Can we bring you any food up to the library? Once again, the table. We grew to be a family. At their graduation, these young women are Somali young women, and I am not. I'm an African-American male. But at their graduation, the men in their family were taking a picture. The men, the uncles, the grandfathers, they were taking a picture with them at the graduation. The men told me to come over and stand with them in the picture as fathers, as their uncle, as a man in their life. Family room, y'all. This is family room. Not everyone is going to enter into that family room, but when they do, they do. You have to create that small space, that intimate space that is designed for those students that you just know are your family. You look at them as sons or daughters. You look at them as part of your own. You have to have that creative space. In closing, I want to leave you with something in closing. The importance of these rooms is they're important because they provide optimal growth for both students and staff. The family room, the kitchen, the living room, it's not just for the students, it's for you too. When I'm in my classroom environment, I am a teacher, I am an educator, but you know what? I'm also a student. These kids teach me so much each and every day. I'm not just one role. I'm not just the person with the information. I'm not just the person making impact. I'm the person that's also being taught, being educated, and being impacted. Every day I walk into work and I think about ways to teach. I think about creative ways I could teach. I think about creative ways that I could reach out to students, but also every day that I go into work, I look for new opportunities to learn. I am both student, I am both staff, I am both father, I am friend, I am uncle, I am mentor, I am Aaron. I'm part of their family. I can tell you this, I have yet to have a student come back into my academic center and say, Mr. Aaron, do you remember on September 19th, 2017, when you helped me on page 474 of my calculus book? We did question number 19 through 21. I have yet to have that happen. I've yet to have a student come back and say, you helped me with this trig problem, Mr. Aaron, on this such a day, on this day. I haven't had it happen. But I have had students come back and say, you know what, Mr. Aaron, 2 years ago, you helped me with this life problem. You sat down with me in the kitchen table, in the living room, in the family room, and you sat down and you helped me work out a problem I couldn't solve. You listened to me, you provided your ear, your wisdom, and I want to thank you. I also have had a student come back and say, you know what, Mr. Aaron, on this 20-page paper, you know, you really did a wonderful job. Your footnotes are incredible. Your bibliography, your works cited was so beautiful. I was so impacted by your APA, but I was so, it's never happened. Maybe it will, but in my 8 years, it is yet to happen. But I have had students come back and say, Mr. Aaron, you helped me write my life. You helped empower me to be the author of my life. You helped give me the pen, and you told me to write down goals, write down things I want to accomplish, write down my loves, write down my hates. You helped me script and create my own life. What am I saying this to you for? I'm not saying this to get all sappy. I'm not saying this to make you cry at your desk. I'm saying this because you are a person of impact. Before you were a teacher, you were a human being, you still are a human being, You are a person of impact. You are a person that can create impact on such a wonderful, beautiful, yes, life-changing way. Don't just settle for the classroom. Create home within your classroom. Create a space in which your youth, your students feel as if when they walk in the doors, they see you, they always know they're home. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you. I would love to come out to Arkansas again and visit. If you have a place at the Ozarks, I'm in. And if you have some barbecue, some soul food, I'm even more in. I'll be honest with you, but I really do. I look forward to connecting with you all. I'm available to be a resource. I appreciate it. I am honored to be a part of this project, and you all be well, do well, create the legacy, create your family, create the rooms that you know your students and yourself need to live in and thrive in. Thank you so much.
Okay, here we go. Man, we're rocking. We're rocking and rolling. Favorite rock and roll song? Put it in the chat. I've got to know. Besides, obviously, Donna Lewis. I mean, we all know the greatest song ever made. Okay, so this next session is by my friend Caleb Pagley. Caleb Pagley, he is a mentor. He is a communicator. He lives in Russellville, Arkansas, and he is one of my best friends on the planet. And he is just a cool perspective, and he's connected with young people in a way that I know that a lot of us as educators, myself included, want to connect and build rapport and build authentic and optimistic relationships with them. So I hope Caleb adds you some value today. I hope you get something out of it. And I would love to know in the chat before we get started, how do you build authentic and optimistic relationships with students in your classroom? Caleb, let's go.
What's up, everyone? I'm so thankful that Tyler Tarver has given me this opportunity, and I'm excited to share with you today. But as an educator, let me ask you this question. Have you ever wondered how on earth you are going to get the most out of your students? Like, how are you going to not only educate them, but also help them reach their full potential? Maybe you're like me and you have a hard time asking people for help. Maybe you were raised like I was to be very private. You're so private that you actually refuse to fart in public, so they actually call you a private tutor. Okay, that part is a joke. But seriously, everyone who dedicates their lives to educating, mentoring, and teaching the next generation wants to know how they can get the most out of their students in their classroom and perhaps beyond. And really how to answer this question, it depends on the generation. Well, many of you today, you are actually teaching and educating either a millennial, but mainly Generation Z. And here's the good news for you, is that many businesses have already spent a lot of money trying to figure out what inspires this generation, what makes them want to trust and even buy their brand or whatever they're trying to market. And listen to this, actually 82% of Gen Z want to invest and purchase from a company who is authentic and whom they can trust. And so I think this actually gives us two key ingredients that I think all of us, no matter what kind of educator or teacher we are, or however we're pouring into the next generation, with these two ingredients, I believe that we can create an environment that is going to get the most out of our students and also get the most out of us. And that is how to create an authentic and optimistic classroom. Now, I believe that you can have an authentic and sometimes even a cynical classroom, or have an optimistic but a fake classroom. And that's why both of these have to work together in order for them to be effective, in order for you to really truly get the most out of your students. And so I want to talk to you a little bit about how do we do that. And I think there are three key ways and three key ingredients to do that. But before we do, let me tell you just a little bit about myself. My name is Caleb Pagley. I'm married to my wife, Brooke, for 8 years. I'm an associate pastor at New Life Church in the Russellville, Arkansas area, and we have a 3-year-old daughter, Naomi. You can find me on Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook at Caleb Pagley. I've had the opportunity to pastor high school students and college students, as well as mentor them for the past 8 years. And I really understand that the best environment and the most effective way I've been able to pour into and educate and mentor the next generation is by being authentic and optimistic. I can tell you a little bit about how I wasn't I've had plenty of stories, but one particular story is I remember I gave a group of my college leaders this checklist. And what was on this checklist, it didn't matter. But what mattered is how I gave it to them and the tone that I set with this checklist. And so I'll be honest with you, I was more of a dictator than a teacher. And I told them all these different things they have to do. They have to do it by this time. And I was just real monotone. I was mean. And it really wasn't a request or an opportunity to learn. It was more of like a demand without any type of context. And when the session was over, literally you could hear a pin drop. It felt like somebody died in the room. And I didn't know at the time, but through many conversations and reflection, I realized that something didn't die, but I was guilty of killing any authenticity or optimistic culture that would have been necessary for the next generation to grow. And as an educator, this is something that we have to remember, no matter who we're educating, is that not to dictate our students' learning, but to facilitate an environment where they acquire knowledge, competence, and virtue. And a crucial component of that facilitation is authentic and an optimistic culture. But before I dive in to these three ways, first of all, I want to take a moment just to encourage you. I know as an educator, it can be hard. It can probably feel extremely difficult in today's day and age to get the most out of your students. I'm sure that many of you as teachers probably feel like you're handcuffed, like you don't have the possibility or you're even equipped in order to really necessarily do this in a positive way. Well, I want to encourage you, no matter where you're at, no matter where you feel like how good of a job you're doing, you are making a difference. Just by the simple fact that you are choosing to dedicate your life to really equipping and teaching and mentoring the next generation. I can't think of something that is more admirable than that. And so thank you. Thank you for pouring your life and your time and your energy into investing in the next generation, because we all know how chaotic this world can be. We've seen over the last year how crazy things have gotten. Now more than ever, we have to be equipping the next generation not only to be able to deal with a lot of what's going on in the world, but also to create and find solutions to make a better world and a better environment for our entire society. And so thank you. Every single day you wake up, it's tough what you do, but it matters. And I just wanted you to know that. And I also wanted to give you a little example of what I'm going to be talking about moving forward. And one of the first things that I think all of us as educators need to do to our students to create this authentic and optimistic environment is to invest in them. To invest in them. I love what John Maxwell says. He says, if you want to change the world, invest in helping another person reach his or her potential. Now, I know you're probably already thinking, hey, I am investing. By choosing the vocation that I have chosen, I'm investing in the next generation. And yes, you are, but I'm talking about something that's a little bit more smaller on a daily level that can carry over time a huge impact and also create that kind of environment that we're talking about. It actually reminds me of a teacher by the name of Mr. Rainier. And Mr. Rainier taught history class. But what I loved most about Mr. Rainier is he would always stand outside of his classroom in between periods. And as we were walking in, he would always, the first thing he'd ask us, hey, how are you? And he was genuinely interested. And through those few little minutes before class, I ended up coming to find out that he was actually a basketball coach at another school. Well, I was a basketball player, and I played in high school, and I was very passionate about the game of basketball. And so actually, we didn't even talk about history the first few minutes. We actually talked about basketball, and he invited me out to his gym and to the whole different school to go to an open gym. And so I ended up going here, and he ends up teaching me and giving me all of these tips and doing all of these things that he didn't have to do that had nothing to do with history, but man, made the biggest impact on my life, so much so that I'll never forget who he was and what kind of guy he was. And that's a small example of being willing to invest into our students. Here's a question that maybe you can ask yourself on a daily basis that can help you when it comes to investing into your students. What can I do today to show my students that I care about them beyond my classroom? Well, maybe you're not into sports, you're not an athlete. Listen, the whole next generation, they love TikTok, okay? If you don't know what TikTok is, you don't even have to know what it is. But one of a really quick way to invest is maybe you start off your class by picking so many students to do a TikTok with every single day. Maybe that's just something small for the first 5 minutes. Just show your students that you really care about them, that you care more than just about this class, about what you're teaching, but you genuinely care about them, their interests, and who they are. And that can lead into my second one, which is to encourage them. William DeFore says, encouragement is free and beyond measure in value. You know, this is something that you can add value to your students every single day that doesn't really cost you anything. It's free. And it's one of the simplest and most effective ways to get the most out of your students is through encouragement. It reminds me of my English teacher, Miss Steinbeck. Now, Miss Steinbeck was one of the most encouraging people that I've ever met in my life. And every single time I walked into her classroom, I was excited and optimistic, not about English, but about being in that environment, because I knew when I showed up to Miss Steinbeck's class, I was going to be encouraged. No matter how many times I failed, no matter how many times I threw a comma instead of a period, or however that looked, she would always find a way to encourage me. She had such an impact through her encouragement that she actually asked me to join this journalism class, and I was the only guy in the class. Now, I had other motivations to join this class, but I listened to her because I knew that she cared. And I knew that she wouldn't ask me to do something unless she thought it was going to help me or for the better of who I am. And that's all because she was such an incredible encourager. So here's a question that maybe you can ask yourself every single day before your students show up to class is, what is one small way that I can encourage each student before they leave today? Even in their failure, finding a way to encourage them is so important. It can be so uplifting, and it can add to that optimistic environment that can help your students reach their full potential. Because if they feel comfortable and they trust you, then it's going to bring out the very best inside of each and every one of them. The third thing is to inspire them. I love what John Quincy Adams says. He says, if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. Sometimes the best way to inspire others is by showing your students that you believe in them. I'll never forget Gary Peacock. Now, before I tell you about Mr. Peacock, what a name too, right, for a teacher, Mr. Peacock. But before I tell you about him, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am terrible at math, okay? I am absolutely horrid when it comes to the subject and the topic of math. I can write a paper, I can talk, I can do all these things. I cannot crunch numbers. I don't know why. I feel like I'm dyslexic when it comes to it. No matter how hard I've tried, and believe me, through high school and through college, through a bachelor's degree, through graduating high school, all of that, I am still terrible at math. It was like by God's grace or teacher's grace that I passed all of my math classes to be able to even have a degree today. But I am terrible at it. And yes, I have tried and tried and tried. And the more I tried, the more I realized I just can't do math. And so Mr. Peacock, listen, this was obvious, okay? Anybody who had me as a math teacher recognized very early on that I could not crunch numbers. Now, Mr. Peacock was the opposite. He was incredible at math. He taught the majority of the math classes in my high school, and he was brilliant when it came to it. Well, he had me for a few of my math classes, and he recognized that I wasn't very good. But what I found interesting was he actually pulled me aside on the last day of one of my math classes in my junior year, and he said, hey, listen, I want to ask you something. He said, I want to know if you want to join our pre-calc class for next year. And I said, Mr. Peacock, you know that I'm not good. I mean, why are you asking me to do a class? I barely passed this class, let alone the next level of pre-calc. There's no way I'm able to pass this class. And he said, no, I believe in you. He said, first of all, he said, I need your help. I need one more person to sign up. And he said, second of all, I want to help you. I believe in you. I believe that you're better at math than you think you are. And I said, well, I appreciate your encouragement, Mr. Peacock, but I think you're wrong. He said, well, then let me prove to be right. He said, just join this class. He said, listen, if you join this class and you do the work, he said, no matter what, he said, I promise that I will pass you because I believe in you and I want to help you. It's interesting because I would have never probably chosen a math class myself. I would have never voluntarily joined any math class, but I joined pre-cal because Mr. Peacock believed in me. And yes, it was a rough class, but I'll tell you what, what's interesting is to this day, that was one of my most favorite classes I've ever had. He made it fun. We had a blast. He'd always take me up to the board, and even if I did it wrong, he would laugh with me and help me. And yes, I barely passed the class because of that contract and that deal that we made to begin with. But I'll never forget the fact that Mr. Peacock believed in me. Even when he saw the worst in me, even when he saw the worst about me, he still chose to believe in me. And here's a question that I think as an educator you can ask yourself before your students come into your classroom is, how can I show my students that I believe in them today? Think about it. Many of our students have dysfunctional homes or have a lot of things that are happening negatively to them outside of their classroom. They may have no one in their life that is speaking, that is encouraging them, that is investing them, that is even inspiring them to be better. And here's the cool part about all of this, is that when you invest in your students and when you encourage them, you automatically inspire them. And when you put all those together, you create this authentic and optimistic environment that you're really going to begin to see the very best of your students come out. And what you're going to find is that not only are you going to have the very best come out of them, but also this is going to bring the very best out of you. And so I want to give you this quick checklist of these questions. I want to reiterate these questions for you to help you as a reminder every single day. These are 3 questions that you can ask yourselves about all the students that come across your path in a school day. And the first question is, what can I do today to show my students that I care about them beyond my classroom? What is one small way that I can encourage each student before they leave today? And how can I show my students that I believe in them? I believe that if we can accomplish these 3 things on top of everything else that we're doing as an educator, we can bring out the very best out of each and every one of our students, even if they don't realize it for themselves. Again, thank you so much for all you do as an educator. I hope this has encouraged you. I hope this is going to help you in equipping and teaching the next generation to be better than the one that preceded it. God bless you. Thank you.
Man, okay. All right, here we go. So my name is still Tyler, and if you were like, oh man, I'm hearing him in these little short segments or these little videos, all these clips and all this stuff, where he's talking, he's walking around like, hey, what's up guys? That's me. I'm sorry, I don't know why I picked up the camera. So you're gonna get the chance to hear some thoughts from me on how to be a baller teacher. So coming up is, it's me. So I don't really want to introduce myself. I'm just gonna stop talking here and start talking on the video. How to be a baller teacher. I hope you like it. What's up? Hey guys, my name is Tyler Tarver, and before I get started, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. I am a graduate of Bauxite High School, and I actually am on the campus today because one, the school means a lot to me. I went here, I love my time here, graduated, left, went to college, went to work at a school teaching, and then I came back here and got my first admin job and got to work with some incredible people. And so I thought it would only be appropriate if the first time I recorded and did this baller teacher version of this talk I do on how to be a baller teacher, if I did it for you guys here. So as we explore a little bit of the amazing campus, I want to hit some points with you that I think can help you shape the culture in your classroom. As you guys know, because I say it on like every video ever, I went to college to be a history and political science major, and then I got a job teaching high school math, like all history and political science teachers plan on doing. And so I got out, started teaching math, loved it, and then I got into administration. I became a facilitator and then a tech director and a principal of a school. And then I got to work in central office, work with curriculum instruction, a lot of other things, and I got to work with so many different kinds of educators. And now I am the dean of NLC College, and I love the community, I love the students, I love the people I get to work with there. And I know a lot of you guys love the people you work with, and I know a lot of you love your students, or else you wouldn't be in education. And if you are in education and you don't love your students, spoiler alert, everybody knows that because you're miserable and it shows, and your students know that. So what I want to talk to you about today is how to be a baller teacher, how to empower your students, how to be creative, not only get a spark out of your students in the classroom, but hopefully reinvigorate you and get a spark in you maybe you just haven't seen in a while because you've been bored. to be honest. You've been bored with education, or you're caught up in the grind of it, or this whole transition with everything going online has been a struggle and you're still trying to adapt to it. So I'm gonna throw some stuff at you through this. You can agree, you can disagree, you can use it, you can not, okay? That's the whole point of a conference. It's the whole point of a speaker. You get things, you get inspired, or you get resources and ideas, you implement them or you don't. I'm not your boss, you do what you want. Also, I am the person who has this Tarver Academy YouTube channel. And Tarver Academy is not an accredited school. It's a fake school, and you're thinking, oh, well, Tarver Academy, I've heard of Khan Academy. Are you guys related? I'd say, nay. Academy is not my last name, and it's also not Khan's last name. It's the name like people use for a school. I will tell you this, Khan and I are really close friends. We're real tight. If you don't believe me, check this out. Boop. There's us hanging out at a conference, best friends forever with boys. So as we kick this off, we're gonna go to some different locations, but I wanted to start here. I wanted to start here because this is a school bus, as many of you guys know, and I think school buses are an amazing indicator of the variety of students that you have in your classroom. I'm gonna give you ideas, I'm gonna tell you thoughts, stories, experiences of my teaching career, and you're gonna think, well, that doesn't apply to this student or this student. It doesn't, because all students are different, and that's the point. Every student is different, and I think the amazing thing about great teachers is that they know that, they identify that. I wanna introduce you to 3 students of varying ages that I have had a connection with at some point in their educational career. So not only do they differ in personality, but in age, experiences, and what they love about school. So the first one, this young lady, her name is Jalen. Jalen actually attends our school at NLC College, and I remember a couple years ago, she was actually in the honors college at a nearby school. It's a great school. She was going there on an honors scholarship, and she was meeting with me and she was talking to me, and she was talking about how she was on a full ride. Everything was paid for, and she was wanting to transfer to our school. What is driving you to switch from a pretty prestigious school where you are doing great academically and people love being around you? What is making you want to switch? And she told me that she's had the opportunity to be around some of our students, and she just absolutely loves the community that she's found with those students, and she wants to be even more engrossed in that community, the people, and the things that we do at our school. She connects with it, she resonates with it. Now, did every student that was in the honors college there transfer to our school? No, but she did. Jalen did, because Jalen connected with it. As you teach, you connect with different students. Different students connect with you and your classroom and your activities and the way you joke and the way you give homework and the activities you get. They love that. They love the community in your classroom, and some they don't connect with it, and that's okay. Okay, because the big thing is that you find students that you do connect with. This second young man, his name is Titus. Titus is going into 4th grade, and Titus is very smart, very intellectually gifted. He can memorize things. Titus recently memorized every president in order. Why did he do this? Because I heard there was a local election, it was on TV. He started asking his dad about the political stuff, just asking questions asking about presidents, and then he came up with a game about presidents. And it was, you just name the presidents. And him and his dad and then other people at the party, they were sitting there trying to see who could name the most presidents. So what he did for the next 3 days was he memorized the presidents in order. He didn't have to do this, but he is driven by that competition of it, that thing that he had a little spark on, and he was driven by, and that's his personality. Now, don't we kind of wish all students were like that when it came to like our homework? That would be great. Okay, and this last young man, his name is Finnick. Finnick actually is, he is 4 years old, and he goes to the daycare next to NLC College. And he has this great personality, and he connects with our college students in a way because they love seeing him. And whenever they see him, they always yell his name and they want him to come to him. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. But once he understands them and he knows that he can trust them, he'll walk up and act like they're best friends and take them on an adventure and tell them about stories, about toys, and whatever it is he's showing them from the nearby daycare. And so I just wanted to highlight these 3 young people and how different they are in what they look at when they go to school and how they connect with people and what drives them. And I think that we have to keep in mind that no matter what we do, we're not gonna resonate with every student in our class, but we can resonate with some. So I wanna give you some ideas on how to make your classroom even more engaging, empowering, and fun for you and your students. Let's go to the first spot. So, fun fact about my high school. I went here from 7th grade through 10th grade, and then in 10th grade, our school burned down to the ground. So we lived in portables my 11th grade year. 12th grade year, my senior year, we were the first seniors in this building. First time it ever opened, we're in it. This is my locker. I was in here, brand new lockers. I even gave a speech at the start of the school year because I was a student council vice president, no, regular president. I was student council president. Humble brag, am I right, guys? Calm down, Tyler. So I had to give a speech and I was like, hey, don't mess stuff up. It's a new building, blah, 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 be nice. I don't remember what I said. I just remember that I wrote my notes on my arm because I was a great president. I did not like having to take the time to turn all those numbers in between classes. I wanted to like talk to girls or my friends or whatever, goof around. So what we would do is we would take a penny and we would jam that penny right here inside this lock so that it would shut, but then, okay, that's locked now. It would shut, but then we can open it. So it would look shut to anybody that's walking by because nobody's just like walking by pulling lockers. And then we can walk up, pretend like we're doing this, and then we just open it. I don't have to like type in a code. I can just open my locker, which now I can't. I had one of my teachers, my English teacher. She popped out and she saw me just open it. I guess I forgot to pretend like I was unlocking. She goes, is your locker broken? I go, no, it works great. She goes, did it just open without the lock on it? I was like, oh, no, it was just like loose or something. She walked over and looked at it, opened it up, saw that I'd put the penny in it, straight up lied to her, and she sent me onto the office and told me not to do that again. So I waited at least a week before I ever did that again because I'm a respectful president. Am I right, guys? Do you enjoy when your students lie to you? I would vote no, you do not. So this topic I want to talk about is called line in the sand. We all have heard that term. You draw a line in the sand, you don't cross it. When you make the rules and procedures for your classroom, you are drawing a line in the sand, okay? A very easy way to visualize this for most teachers is they don't allow students behind their desk, okay? So they'll tape a line leading up to their desk and they say nobody can cross that yellow line. But then, you know, they have a friend who's a teacher and then their friend's kid is in their class and, you know, after school the kid and your kid will hang out and they'll go behind the desk and they'll like, you know, watch movies on their phones or whatever it is so they feel comfortable. Okay, I was the teacher's kid, so I used to do that too. We'd hide snakes in my mom's desk and she'd find them during class. She didn't like that. Don't do that, okay? But we would get comfortable and hang out in those classes. When you are a teacher and you tell those students, nobody can cross that tape line, but then during your third period class, your friend's kid steps over that line. Not only did they actually like step over the figurative line in the sand that you drew, your rules, they've actually stepped over that tape. You must enforce the rules that you set for your class. If you tell your class, you do this, this will happen. You step over that tape line, you will get detention. If you don't give those students detention that step over that line, you have in effect lied to your class. You have shown that you do not have equal requirements for your students. How would you feel if your principal did that? Some principals do that. How do you feel when they do that to you? How do you feel when your principal sets standards and not everybody has to abide by, but then they enforce it when it's applied to you? You are doing that to your students. Now in our head we justify it, oh, I know their parents or they're a good kid or, you know, that's my teacher's aide, whatever it is. If you let that happen, the other students see it and they will start thinking that the rest of your rules and procedures are options as well. Or maybe there are options for certain students that you like or that are friends with your kid or whatever rules you're not enforcing. If you make a rule for your class, you have to abide by that rule. Now, sometimes you need to change a rule. Say you set something, you set a procedure up or you set a rule up for your class and you realize early on, this is not good this is not an equitable rule for my class. I can't abide by this or it just doesn't fit. You can change the rules later. You just have to let your students know why you changed the rule. You have to communicate with them. You have to communicate clearly with them. If they don't know, if you just change it, they don't know the rules were changed. Here's how I used to handle in my class. I'll give you my example, you do yours. This is what I used to do, okay? I had a 5-part procedure for students. There were only 5 levels you could reach if you got in trouble in my class. If you're not paying attention, you're not doing your work, or you're talking while I'm trying to teach or do something, then you got your initials on the top corner of the board. I don't know if that's allowed in your school, but I would put their initials. Didn't address them, didn't talk to them, didn't even look at them. I would just write their initials and keep teaching. They did not slow down my class. That was my rule. I will not allow the students in my class to impede the learning for the other students. So I would just write their initials and keep rolling. Sometimes they saw it, but most of the time they're not paying attention or they're talking, so they don't see it, but their friends see it, and they would tell them, hey, so-and-so, little Jimmy, you got your initials on the board. They knew that was the warning because they knew the clear procedures. Second step, if they acted up, little Jimmy acted up in the same class, then I would keep teaching, I would walk over and I would grab a piece of paper. It was a salmon colored piece of paper. They would put their name, the class period, time of the incident, and there were 3 questions. What were you doing? What should you have been doing? And then what are you gonna do to prevent this from happening in the future? They have a signature line and date at the bottom. I have a signature line and date. They don't have the tension, they just have to fill it out. I'd walk over, I would pick it up, I would keep teaching, I would set it on their desk. They knew what they had to do. They had to fill it out and sign it before they left class. If they had an issue with it, we could discuss that after class. We're not taking up class time for it. Now, let's say they kept going. They get that paper, they act up before the class gets out. This is like 3rd strike in class. Same thing, I go get another one, they have to fill it out again, and then they will also see me in afternoon detention. 4th, if they mess up 4 times in that class, they will go see the principal. I would send a student to the principal twice a year max because I gave clear, actionable steps to their discipline if they acted up in my class. They knew the expectations. I tried my best to be consistent with them. And then if they ever stepped over those lines, they got one of those issues, okay? Most of your students that are good students that are just having a crazy day or they're hyper or whatever, at the first one, they don't like getting in trouble, so they don't do anything. You don't have to follow through. They're not in a lot of trouble. They just got a warning. Their initials, they move on. The rest, this area, that middle no man's land, they usually stop right there. Very seldom did I have to send a student to the principal's office. And when I did, because I only did it once or twice a year, they knew it was serious and they took it serious. Now the 5th one, that if they reach the 5th one, that means that they've got to go to Mordor. It's this crazy thing where you have to like gather up. There's like this fellowship at this dude's house, and you take this ring. It's probably going to be like, I don't know, 3 movies long, and ends with like Smeagol, you know, whatever. I don't know. It could end any way it was. We never had it happen. Actually, I had it happen once. Peter Jackson, I think that was the kid's name. So I want to throw this out there. Discipline does not have to be an issue for your class if you have student engagement. You do not have to worry about students not paying attention in your class if you have their full attention in the project they're working on. So make your activities. The best discipline is to make what you're doing in class so enthralling to the students, so engaging, so quick and fast paced that students do not have time to zone out and not do what they're supposed to be doing. Chew on that. Chew on that. What's up, guys? Look at this, it's soccer field. Look at us, look at us. Whew, okay, let's talk about some, what's the next point? I need a second. You've got to learn to trust your students. Are they gonna mess up? Absolutely they are. They absolutely are. But you know what they're gonna do? If you give them a place to learn and grow, they can get better. How are they supposed to learn to be on their own if you don't trust them? Think about this, okay? Let's apply this to you. Think of your supervisor. Think of a principal that you have or have had, a superintendent you have or have had, a boss at a job that you have or have had. Why am I saying that have or have had? So weird. Think of a boss, a supervisor. What kind of supervisor do you like? Do you like a supervisor who's like, walk into your classroom while you're teaching and they sit in the back and they watch and like, oh, okay, yeah, that's okay. And they're watching, you could tell they're looking around, they're looking at the students' work. And then they start like, they kind of stand up and they're like, teacher, can you, how about you do this? Like, how about you go and you do an activity like this? It would work if you did that. And you're like, oh, okay, we can adapt the activity. And then they walk around, they're talking to the students, they're helping them. And they go, okay, how about this, guys? Let me show you this way to work this. And they go to the board and they work it. And they go, how about this? Teacher, could you stand up here? Could you wear this mask of my face and then do this assignment exactly like I would do it? You don't want that. No teacher in the world wants somebody who's gonna micromanage them. Yes, they want clear direction. Yes, they want leadership. Yes, they want ideas. But no, they don't want you to do it for them, because if you think that you have the perfect way to do it, what's the need for that teacher to be there? Think of this with your students. Whenever you have your students, and if you micromanage them, you are the leader in the classroom, you are the supervisor in their classroom. If you micromanage them, that gives them no leeway to find out if there's a leader within them. Let me tell you a story, okay? So, whenever I was teaching high school math, one of my class periods, I would have to leave my class and go to the ALE. Alternative Learning Environment, if you don't know what that is. So, I had to go to a PD one day, so I filmed myself the day before teaching the math lesson because I didn't want to lose a day of math. And the students were going to watch that video, and at the end, I give them their assignment. They work on it, and then we go on. I answer some help questions at the beginning of the next class, and we move on. We don't lose a day. It's not a wasted day because I'm gone. Well, the substitute got a little bit confused on the instructions, and the substitute did not show back up for my 5th period class. After they left and went to the ALE, they got mixed up on when lunch was, and they didn't show back up. So my class, about 10 minutes into class, this on-level geometry class is sitting there looking around, and they're like, does anybody know what we were supposed to do today for class? And then one of the students was like, well, I heard somebody said that Tarver made a video and we were gonna watch it and there's an assignment. So they went up to the laptop that was sitting by the projector, and this is before laptops had like the login stuff, because I'm an old teacher, okay, sorry. You didn't have to log in. So they opened it up, they found the file, they hit play. When that substitute teacher came in the last 5 minutes of class, you know what they did? They walked in on a class that was working. They was sitting there in silence, working on their assignment, trying to understand it. Everybody was quiet except for one young lady who had already finished her assignment and was now helping another student. Now, would this have happened in every single one of my classes? Absolutely not. I'd bet a lot of money that it would not have. But it happened in this class. You know why? Because this class and I had a rapport. I had built up trust in them. I had told them how important they were, how great a class they were. I praised them whenever they did something good. You have to trust your students. You have to show them that you think they can do things without you. If you act like you're the hero in the class, like they can't function without you, then they're gonna think they cannot function without you. You've got to let them be the hero. You are the guide in this story. I'm sweating. Can I? Oh, I like put this headband on. It's like sweaty. Now, you might think, Tyler, why did you come to this football field? Here's why. My friend Matt, he's a soccer coach. He can coach them, he can teach them, he can do everything in his power to train those young people to be ready on that soccer field. Whenever a coach sends those players on the court or the field, there's a moment where that coach, their work is done. Their preparation is beforehand. It's what they've done leading up to that to get those students ready to take this on by themselves. So keep that in mind when you are talking to your class. Give them the ability to try and lead, to try and fail and learn from it, and you guide them. You have to trust them, and they'll know if you do or you don't. Next spot. Real, I am sweating out here. Can I wear this for a minute, or is that tacky? It's okay. Makes it better if you kick stuff. Boom. Home run. So a lot of you might not wear this headband. That's me. That's my thing. I like this whenever I'm sweating. I also wear it as a mask if, I don't know, there's a worldwide pandemic. But it's something that I enjoy wearing, and I keep around my neck a lot and on my wrist. Some of you would not do that. You know why? Because it feels weird. It's not authentic to you. This is a section of the talk I like to call Do You Boo Boo. That is quoted from Milli Vanilli, because they were the most authentic group of their time. That's probably not true. Here's the thing about students. Students nowadays have a superpower. Their superpower has been bred out of years of them being on social media and the internet. Every time you get on Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, any website, what is the first thing you see within 3 posts or on the left of every single website you go to? You see ads. And you know ads are smart. You're like talking to your spouse about, I don't know, a new broom handle, and then what do you know? Brand new brooms available at Amazon.com. You're like, how did you know? These students have been on these social media platforms their whole life. They can tell and spot an ad a mile away. Whereas our grandmother might be like, oh wow, where are those 90s teen idols now today? I wanna go see where the cast of The Sandlot is. And they go and click on it and boom, 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 it's a ton of spam on their computer. But young people, they know when something's not real. They know when something is authentic. Whenever you are teaching, you have to be authentic to yourself. Do not try to be somebody you are not. Be yourself, and then try to figure out a way to mold that into your classroom teaching, because you will have students that connect with that style of teaching. I'm gonna give you an example. Whenever I was teaching high school math, I would also, every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I would drive to North Little Rock and I would tutor students from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. And I would have students in either groups of anywhere from 2 to 5, and we would work. So these students have to go to school all day and learn, and then they get to come work with me in 2-hour chunks on either English or math, okay? Not what you would call their favorite after-school activity. However, what I would do is I would try to find ways to motivate them to be more engaged in it, to be excited, to want to learn for just a little bit. Would you rather have a student fully engaged for an hour and a half or not engaged at all for 2 hours? I think we'd all take an hour and a half of full engagement. So I've got a video example. This is something I did. I had a couple students. They were doing that thing with their pen. You know the pen where you click it? I don't have a pen, so I can't show you, but they you know, they were tapping their pen, and like in my brain would like start swelling, like, please stop clicking your pen, all right? And they would start tapping on the desk. Well, I thought, okay, they're into that. I like making videos because I was making videos for my YouTube channel. And so I thought, okay guys, because we talked about YouTube, we talked about all this stuff. I said, all right guys, I got a deal for you, because I could tell 10 minutes into us doing this tutoring session, they weren't having it. I said, guys, if you will focus for an hour and a half, the last 20 to 30 minutes of class, of the tutoring session, we are going to write a song and we're going to play it. You can tap your pens and we'll film it. I'll put it on my YouTube channel if your parents are okay with it. They were like, okay, we'll do it. That sounds cool. Yeah, it'll be fun to be on YouTube. I was like, all right, let's go. Because it was like 2010. Like YouTube was a thing that not everybody was on. So, which by the way, YouTube's free. You can start a YouTube channel. You should. You have a voice, put it out there. So I helped write a song. I wrote a song and then we all rapped it together. And I'll show it to you here in a second. Why don't we watch it right now? Go ahead, here it is. Hey, hello, my name is Tyler. Hope you're having a good day. I'm doing work because I ain't got no time to play. Sitting here spitting with my boys, I think they name is Trey. Playing checkers, guess what's runners, bases where they like to stay. I don't know a lot about rap, but they said that I'm okay. Cause I ain't got no money, high interest is how I pay. Like Harry Potter making magic out of clay. I'm also losing my hair, but at least the things are not great. Y'all like 2 girlfriends, I say yes and nay. I'm not gonna be rude, introduce myself and say, hey, y'all like Eminem and Justin Bieber, I'm like Dre. We all be best friends until the month of May. We can all get some ice cream or eat a steak, I'll get filet. And this is where I'm gonna change the beat, and I'm gonna change it around with different things. You keep going, and I'm gonna just change the words, because I was rhyming with okay, and now I'm gonna switch it up. Okay, who's the I know for a fact that everyone's okay with my words. Now it's time to see if they are okay with your words. You go when you are ready.
The girls call me 10, then they rate me a 10. I chase the ladies down like the new Pac-Man. I got my pants full up, so my chain hang low. If you hear what Tyler did, then you gon' love my flow.
Yeah, now it's my turn. You guys stop talking, because I'm really good, and everybody's in my hood. Everybody likes me. My rap is so good. Everybody want to be like me. Where you guys going? Don't you want to hear me rap again? I think you would really like it if I rhyme with other words. How about stuff like words? I can rhyme with words. Improvisation is how, hey, can we still, you want to go play basketball? You can start rapping whenever you are ready. I'm ready, you're ready, you are ready.
Oh my God.
Start rapping, y'all. Okay, so as you can tell, I am not what you would call good at singing or staying on beat or rhythm, okay? I don't pretend to be. I lean into it. That is not my personality. My personality is not musically inclined. However, I knew what they like to do because I had talked to them, built rapport, and so I tried to incorporate the things that I genuinely enjoyed doing, which was writing rhymes and trying to be witty or writing puns or whatever it was, and I tried to incorporate that into something they liked, which was music. Now, did it lead to me sounding exactly like Drake? No, because I'm not very good at singing a rhythm. However, we built something and made something that was really cool and fun to do, and we got an hour and a half of learning, focused learning out of it. Connect with your students, but be authentic to who you are. Don't pretend to be something you are not. Hallway, let's go. This is the field where I was an administrator. I would come out here and I had what is called game duty for admin. So I would have to stand here and watch games, and it was fun. I liked to enjoy watching games, but it's like an unwritten rule, I think. At every sporting event, you have to have a group of middle school kids causing mayhem and mischief somewhere in the corner, okay? So let's say, oh, we want to go over and throw this bottle. We want to play. And you're like standing there, just watching the game, enjoying yourself, making sure, you know, nothing's acting crazy. You look in the corner. You go over there and you look and you're like, oh, what's that in the corner? Oh, it's 4 middle school kids. And what are they doing? They got some kid in a headlock, they're flipping bottles, old people are dodging, fighting for their life because kids are just acting like Lord of the Flies over here with these kids. So as an administrator, you see them, you're like, okay, I gotta go correct that. Now, here's the trick. As you start walking over, you start looking as an administrator. You start looking for who is the leader here? Who is running this show? Spoiler alert, it's never the kid in the headlock. It's not even the kid holding him in a headlock. You know who it is? It's the kid behind the kid holding the headlock, telling him what to do. Hey, do this. Hey, why don't y'all do this? Hey guys, what if we did this? And they stand back because they know when somebody walks up, that admin walks up to tell them to quit, they're like, oh, I wouldn't do anything. I was completely innocent in this. That is the leader in that situation. Now, right now, he is not a leader for good. Nay, he is a leader for evil. So what I do, this is what I would do. I would walk up on that group, I go, hey guys, here's the deal. We can't be throwing stuff, we can't be fighting. Somebody could get hurt, and you know, it's a really long ways to the hospital. I don't want anybody to get hurt. I want you guys to be safe, but also you could hurt somebody else by throwing stuff. So if you guys could, we can't fight anymore. Y'all can sit and talk and hang out, but we can't get rowdy like that. And then I would find the student that I had identified on my walk over there as the leader. And I'd look him in the eyes and I'd go, hey, you're in charge. Can you make sure that nothing ever happens like that again while you're over here on your watch? He's like, yeah. I go, hey, I'm counting on you. Can you be in charge of this group of young people and make sure that none of that stuff happens again? And they go, yes, sir, I can take it. Now, 9 times out of 10, they would accept this challenge. You know why? Because I trusted them. I took it and I flipped it without any prior relationship of knowing this student or having rapport. I know that this student is a leader because I saw it over there, and I've turned their leadership skills over, and I've made it to where they are now leading these kids for good. So keep that in mind. Next time you have a young person in your class that is challenging you, that you can tell like they've got a little group of cronies, start working on that relationship, because if you can turn that one leader, you can turn the whole group, okay? So keep that in mind. Let's keep going. Okay, so let's look at this. This right here, this is Minor Academy. This is where I was a principal, and you're gonna meet later today in one of the other sessions, you're gonna meet Joshua Harrison, who became the principal here after me at this school. And I love this school within our district, Minor Academy, because it opened up opportunities for students to learn in ways that it wasn't normal then. 2013, you didn't have students that came half the day or that were working from home. Spoiler alert, yeah, that's something people do a lot now. So I want to talk to you about one of the things that we incorporated here that I think you can incorporate in whatever classroom you're in, okay? Collaboration. Collaboration. I'm not just talking about with other teachers or other places. I got to collaborate as a principal with the students. Whenever we were starting this school, it was new. Nobody knew what it was going to become or what could it become or what kind of students fit here best. And so whenever we had students come in that wanted to try it out, I collaborated with them to get their thoughts on it. Now, you might not be starting a whole new school, but every year you start a new classroom. So I want to talk to you about what I used to call Mr. Tarver's Phenomenal 9. That's right, stole it straight from Ron Clark. What is it, Ron Clark's Essential 55 or Special 8 or Super 8, I don't remember what he called it, but I called mine the Phenomenal 9. I did this every year in class. Now, I had 9 rules. It's Phenomenal 9. I would pitch them, hey guys, we're gonna have 9 rules we have for this class that we are gonna uphold. They're things that we value. These are like our core values for our class. How much more do you care about rules, values, when you start a school, when you write the charter for a new school, when you're in the PPC, whenever you are a part of the people that help make those rules, how much more invested are you in that organization, in that program, in that initiative. You are so much more invested because it's yours. It's something you helped create. I wanted that same ownership with my students. So what I would do is I would say, all right, guys, so you're gonna get assignments every day. What is something that we should value as a class whenever we hand out assignments? And then we just start going. I'm like, okay, what do you got? And Jimmy will be like, we shouldn't have to do it. And I'm like, all right, good try, Jimmy. We'll start there. That's a good try. Let's keep rolling from that. Sally, what do you got? And she's like, maybe when you hand out assignments, we work on them in class. Boom. Sally, you're onto something. Let's talk about that. Okay, how should we word that? And the students would help me create the rules for the class. So 2 months later, when I hand out a worksheet and nobody's working on it, or 2 students aren't working on it, I can walk up to them and go, hey, do you remember that rule that we all agreed to and we all signed off on? Because I made them sign it like a contract at the end of that first day. We did the syllabus. They signed it. They agreed to it. I would show them their signature and they'd be like, okay. And they wouldn't want to do it, but guess what? More times than not, they would work on it because they were a part of helping create them. I'm gonna give you another one we did. You ready? Don't be a little whiny baby, okay? Not the best wording, but I'd let the students help. Students, believe it or not, are also annoyed when their classmates complain about every single assignment every single day. We all have got that one kid that sits there, he's like second from the back, he sits there and stares. The only time he says a word in class is when he's complaining about something. So the students said, you know what? We don't want little Jeffrey to sit there and complain, so we're gonna make a rule that says, don't be a little whiny baby. If we're gonna do work, we're gonna do work. We're not gonna be people that complain about doing work. And what I would always do is I would try to throw something in that would build a connection. It didn't really matter. It was almost like an inside joke with the students. Absolutely no mentioning Hayden Christensen. You're like, who's Hayden Christensen? Do you remember Star Wars episodes 2 and 3? Probably not. You know why? Because Hayden Christensen was in it. Hayden Christensen ruined Star Wars. He's not gonna ruin our class. And it was something like, I'm fine. I have nothing against Hayden. Hayden, if you're watching, I have nothing against you. You're a fine actor, okay? Now, do I think Will Smith would have done a better job? Absolutely, okay? He was too old, I get it, blah, blah, blah. However, it was something that we could joke about as a class. And so like we'd be talking and they'd be like, the movie Jumper came out. I was like, who's in Jumper? Hayden Christensen. I was like, how dare they mention thy name? Rule number 4, no mentioning Hayden Christensen. One time I walked into my class and you know, every teacher has like that shelf behind their desk. It's like, you got senior pictures of kids who's like, their kids are now in school. You've got little knickknacks that kids have made and like pictures of your kid from 10 years before. They're like, they're not a baby anymore. Whatever. It's like your museum of being a teacher behind your desk. I walked into class one time and I looked up and I saw the students had made and printed off an 8x10 photo of Hayden Christensen. Now, whoa, did that break a rule? So what I did was, do I care? No, but we had fun with it. I put that up on my board, like that little tray. I put caution tape over it. Who brought Hayden Christensen into that classroom? Did it matter? No. Was it fun? Yeah, we had fun. And it was a great memory that they probably remember a lot better than whatever I taught them on a random Thursday, the 3rd week of their 10th grade year of school. So this classroom right here, this was my 9th grade physical science class. I was fine at most every subject. I was okay. I was like average across the board. My least favorite by far was science. I did not like science. I did not see how I was gonna use that for any career that I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I didn't think I was gonna use it for any of those careers. But I had to learn it. I had to do it. I walked into that class, I sat down, and I had to listen to a teacher tell me why I needed to do it because I needed it for my credit for my high school graduation and I needed that to get a job or whatever it was I wanted to do. We as teachers, how often are we handed down a program that we don't see the necessity for it in the moment? How many times are we given some, oh, you gotta learn this system or, put this report or put this information in or do this or run this or print this lesson plan. You have to go and do all these extra steps that you don't see are directly related to what you want, which is teaching, okay? It might not be your favorite subject within the realm of what you do as an educator, but it's still something that you're required to do. We ask our students to go from class to class, from subject to subject, and learn all these different things that they might not see the importance of. And yet, how often do you project that you don't want to learn something that is handed down to you in front of your students? You are an influencer in your classroom. Your students see how you respond to new learning. They will see how you struggle with this new technology. I don't want to learn this Chromebook, or what does this iPad even do with this? I don't see why I need to learn how to edit this video or how to create this podcast. They see you not wanting to take that step forward with that technology, And what that does is that translates to them and how they are accepting what you're trying to teach them. You're saying, I don't want to learn this because I don't see how it's applicable. It's too hard. I don't get it. I'm not a technology person. Do not say, I am bad at technology. Don't say, I'm bad at math. When a student in my class said, I am bad at math, I said, no, you are not. You are always getting better. Whenever you say, I'm just not good with technology. Yes, you are. And you're always getting better. Some of us might start at different levels with where we are with stuff, learning programs or teaching or pedagogy or classroom management. But as long as you don't give up and say, I'm bad at it, I can't ever get it, that's just who I am, I can't do that. As long as you work towards getting better, as long as you're learning and growing and asking questions and failing and moving forward, it is never final. It is always something that you can get better at, as long as you never stop learning. If you do that, your students will see that and it'll start leaking into how they treat your class. But they have to see it in you first. Try things, fail at things. We are too often used to being the expert when we stand up and deliver curriculum in our classes. Don't pretend to be the expert. Be a student that guides these other students. You're learning how to do these things. You're learning new programs. You're learning new ways to teach. And you're encouraging your students to learn new things and try new things and fail and learn and succeed. Science. Science is fine, okay? I see it's fine. Physical science, the class was fine. The class was fine. Sorry, Jordan. First try. So we all have activities. We all have things that we do in our classroom that inspire students, they educate students, they motivate students, ways that we go about that not every teacher does. They're authentic to us, that's specific to us. It's things that we've developed over the years. And we also have a personality that connects with people. One of the things that I think discourages teachers is that they can't connect with all of their students. A good teacher wants to resonate with all their students. Now, we might not all be like, oh, I'm a baller teacher, or oh, I connect with you on this, or oh, I can play basketball, or I can hit a shot like this. But one thing we can do is we can all connect with our students. Students don't need you to be cool. They don't need you to be, fly. They don't need you to be baller. They need you to care about them. Think of people whenever they become famous, whenever they become successful. Michael Jordan, I just watched The Last Dance. He talks about the people that inspired him to be great. His UNC college coach, his dad, different people in his life that inspired him to be better. And then there were people that challenged him, people that said he couldn't do something, or they would trash talk to him, and that inspired him to be better. Whenever you hear successful people talk about how they became successful, and they talk about their teachers, they usually only talk about two different ways that their teachers led them to greatness. Either one, they inspired them to be better because they trusted in them and they told them they were good, they were worthy, they could do this, they had the skills. Maybe math's not for you, but you're gonna be an entrepreneur because of how you work with other people, how inventive you are. You may not be some scientist or you might not write a novel, but you are gonna connect and you're gonna go out and work outside with your hands and you're gonna have friends and you're gonna build relationships with people and be a great leader on whatever department, whatever field you go into. Or two, the other way that teachers inspire students to do better is by saying they're not good enough, saying that they can't do it, saying that they're not going to be successful. Be the teacher who inspires your students to be better. Do you remember that kid, Titus, that I talked about at the beginning? Titus, the one that learned all the presidents in order. I love Titus. You know why? Because he's my oldest son. I was sitting there with him and we were watching some stuff on TV and he wanted to get in a quiz about presidents. I know Titus's personality, so whenever he wanted to play a game about how many presidents we could remember, I played it because I knew that would challenge him to want to learn more. I understand Titus because I invest in Titus. I get to know Titus and how he is as a learner, and I care about him enough that I want to push him a little bit further along every single day in what he knows and what he's trying to know. Finnick. You remember talking about Finnick earlier? I care about Finnick because Finnick's my youngest son. Finnick, I know, connects with people whenever he knows that I trust them. So whenever I interact with my students at NLC College, I always talk to them, I joke around with them. Students like Jalen, students like all these other students that we have, I talk to them. When he sees that I trust them, he starts trusting them because he trusts me. That connection leads to another connection to where then he wants to play with trucks with them or share his Cheez-Its or whatever that he's got. Titus and Finnick are not guaranteed to get this investment from me. I choose to love those two kids. I choose to invest in those two kids. I choose to teach those two kids. You choose to teach each and every student in your classroom. You choose to invest in them. You choose to stick with them whenever it's difficult and they don't get it. You choose to learn how they learn and help them get a little bit closer to achieving their goals. You choose to be a baller teacher. That wasn't even close. I'm so sorry. Okay, well, that session was just okay. It's whatever. Who cares? Okay, so this next part, I want us to kind of ease up. We've gone through some longer sessions, and I want to go through a quick little video I made with one of my students, one of my amazing students. His name's Ricardo. He just graduated this past semester. So if you ever need a videographer or photographer, he is your guy. But I asked him, I was like, hey, come office, Ricardo. I want to make a video on slang terms and what they really mean. And so some of these are probably like he would say, oh, these are outdated now. Like whatever, we're just now hearing them, and so it's still helpful for us to know what these words meant. And honestly, if you teach middle school, they're just now getting these words. It's like we got sheesh or something like that. You know, that's still a thing. It's probably not even a thing anymore. It moves so fast. I can't keep up. Okay, so that's why I'm on TikTok. I'm trying to keep up with all these kids and what they say. I'm just kidding. That's not why I'm on TikTok. I'm on it for the amazing educators like you and the ones you've seen today. That's why I love TikTok. But this next video, it is my student and friend, Ricardo. He just graduated college this past year, and these are some of the slang terms students use and what they really mean. Ricardo, thank you. Hey, what's up, guys? My name's Tyler, and I thought, you know, with the start of school, oh my gosh, I look like a... Hey!
I can't hear you.
With the start of school coming up, whenever students say something that doesn't make sense, we need to know what that is. We need to know what that means. What do those words mean? What do these things they're saying mean? Bet Cash Fam. And I got my local expert, Ricardo Aguilera, here with me.
Am I supposed to be looking right here?
Here. I'm gonna ask him to give us a quick tutorial because he is the most in touch with culture person I know.
Wow.
A Webster's dictionary, if you will. What do these words mean?
What does it all mean, Basil?
Let's go with the basics. I'm gonna go with the ones I know, and you can tell me someone that I don't know. Bet. It's a little older. Can you go take the trash out? Bet.
It means like a yes.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the same three letters.
Exactly.
Just swapping them out.
Yeah.
Like when you get them cereal boxes and they got decoder rings, it's like they're like 3 letters. It's not anything like that, actually. Okay, cash.
They don't come with prizes.
No, they don't. There ain't no prizes there.
No, I'm trying to be...
Cash. What does that even mean? Like, oh man, that's cash. Like, oh, what are these? Brand new AirPods? That's cash.
It means money.
Like, it equates to money, like it has financial value? Or just like, oh, that's money, that's good.
I mean, it's also like, I don't know, I've only heard people refer to cash when they shoot a basketball.
That's money, like I'm gonna get paid, board man get paid. I'm gonna get signed by the pros.
Unless they say I got cash, I got the money.
Give me the gold. Remember that?
Give me the gold.
From the Leprechaun video?
I want the gold.
I'm gonna go up in that tree, I'm gonna find a leprechaun.
Who else in the leprechaun say yeah?
Remember that? You don't know that?
No.
Fam. What's up, fam?
That is a term used to talk to somebody who you are acquainted with familiarly.
Okay.
So like a friend, family,
so
brother.
What, if I'm a teacher,
fam,
and somebody's
don't
like,
say fam if you're a teacher.
No. If I'm a teacher, the first day, what up, fam? No, I'm
trying too hard.
A teacher. If a student, I say it all the time.
But not in a teacher standpoint. You say it from a friend standpoint.
Okay. So if I'm a teacher and a student goes, tonight you're gonna have homework, and somebody's like, oh, I got you, fam. Should I be upset or should I be honored as a teacher if a student says
Both.
that to me? So I should be upset and honored?
Depends on how you look at it. If they look at you like a friend standpoint, you want them to look at you from like a professional standpoint. So if they say fam, then it's like they're referring to you as a friend. But it's also good because that means they're also referring to you as a friend, so they view you as your equal. So
they like you. You ever actually called a teacher dad or mom?
Yes.
I've done that.
First grade, Miss Davis.
So weird.
It was weird.
Do I look?
And they just look at you for a second. I've been called dad before, and like these are teenagers, like high school kids saying that in a math class.
That's just weird.
Well, I mean, I'm really good at math, so. Father.
If it's elementary, it's fine. Anything above that is weird.
Yeah, it is weird. It is weird. It was weird. What's some others that I might not know about? Flow up, glow up. Yo, she got her glow up. That means that you're dressed really nice today, right?
No.
I didn't think so. Okay.
Draking.
Oh, that means like nonstop.
I did not mean to text you. I was draking.
That means you were like highline bling. Right?
No, that means someone texted you. They was just in their feelings. So they was draking because Drake always in his feelings.
He is in his feelings a lot. I've noticed that. Chips with the dip.
I want my chips with the dip. That's all I know.
You know what I'm saying?
Extra. The next one is extra.
I know that one because people say I'm extra all the time.
Okay, what does extra mean?
It means you're going too much. You come in too hot. It means you over the top, too much to handle.
You're being too much. That's exactly.
That's me. That's me in a nutshell.
Yeah,
That's my life.
Milk. Okay.
Milk.
No one just says milk. They say
got milk. That's an old
Get him
phrase.
some milk. He needs some milk. That's what it really is.
What does it mean?
He needs some milk. It's from a vine with this person who is doing.
Oh! Somebody! Oh! He needs some milk.
She was the doctor. She said he needs some milk.
That's good, fam.
And then the last one is snap trap. No one ever calls it a snap trap that I've heard of. They call it thirst trapping, which is girls be posting, or guys, whatever. They be posting stuff to get people to comment because they want people to comment.
So is it inappropriate? If I'm in class, I'm a teacher, and somebody says, "Yo, snap trap on the lab."
Say that. Don't say that. Don't
it's
ever
bad.
say
it's a bad word.
No, but it's just like
it just means like it's
just
somebody's
people
being
who are
promiscuous.
Yeah, whatever that word means.
Yeah.
They're wanting attention.
Like, hey, look at me.
Dudes, they probably like try to just like, and then girls, new outfit. You can't even see the outfit. But stop it.
So good. Thank you so much, Ricardo, for coming in. You guys, happy back to school week. That's the only move I know, and I do it all the time. I'm just not gonna do it. Boom, one more time, Ricardo. I can't. I'm just boom. Hit him with the flow. I know it's pretty good. I never had professional training. Can you believe that?
That's crazy.
I know, man. Bet. Thanks, man.
What is that for?
I'm about to cut that.
Cut.
Okay, so in the chat, what word did you hear that you have never heard before in your life? Or what word did you hear and you were like, I had no idea that's what that meant. So I'll know in the chat. So before we move on, I do want to give a shout out to Ricardo. Ricardo is extremely talented. And, you know, I wrote this book, The Baller Teacher Playbook, which you can get it, whatever. It's Amazon, link in bio. Who cares? What I want you to do is I want you to see this video that he made. He edited, shot it, edited, took the concept, got creative liberty to go in and make this video over my book. And it's just like, it's like 40 seconds. So I'd love for you to see it. So let's go. Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back. Hey, it's Tyler here. I'm just gonna give you a little break. So if you need to go do something, you need to go use the restroom, get a snack, get something to eat, whatever, you can go do that. I was gonna chat with you about some stuff, give you some time to do that and check in, maybe say hi. If you want in the chat, let's do a little check-in. In the chat, how you feeling? Toss in your emoji of how you feeling right now. Let's do a little emoji checkup, if you will. So while you're doing that, I do want to give, you know what? I spent a lot of time writing this book, and I genuinely think this book is going to help you in your classroom. It's gonna inspire you more than anything. It's a read with me, and one of the things that I feel like I've never been the smartest dude in the room. I've never been, you know, the most talented, but I'll say this: I was always been pretty approachable. I think I've been approachable, and I think what this is, I've tried to be as relatable as possible. I'm talking about my experiences, things I've run into in the classroom, what I've learned as a teacher and as an administrator and as a student, what I learned. And so this is the Baller Teacher Playbook. If you're interested in checking this out, I recommend, of course I recommend, it's my book. It's not the best book on education, but I think it's good enough to help you in some way. It's got a lot of practical experience in it. I've got quotes. That's a do you boo-boo. I could have picked a better chapter. Here's one thing. I want to show you one thing that I did at the end of each chapter, because I know teachers. Okay, I've put in practical application, I put in reflection, because we know reflection is important, even though we never have time to do it, but it's got spots for you to write that in, so this is something you can work on by yourself or with your team. But here's the part that I did, and this is legit just for teachers. I don't know if you can see that. I put in, at the end of each chapter, I have a section called TLDR. That's internet talk for too long, didn't read. So what that means is, let's say you've got a team meeting, okay? Because there's 18 chapters in here. That means you and your team, or you and your building, you can go through a chapter once a week. You meet on your planning period, spend 10 minutes talking about what you did, what you tried, what worked, what didn't work, stuff to help improve your class and improve your students. Every week you can do that. Have you ever done this? In the chat, be honest, you ready? Have you ever had a team meeting where you're supposed to read something and you're walking over to the meeting and you're like, oh no, I forgot to read the thing I'm supposed to read that we're gonna discuss for like 15 minutes. So you like just try to chill and like hopefully don't get called on or get called out for not reading it. At the end of each chapter, I have a section called TLDR where in like 2 to 5 bullet points, I summarize the chapter. So you could be walking to the meeting, you could read these 3 or 4 bullet points and be able to have a conversation about the entire chapter. There's stories in here, there's practical experience, there's ways that I messed up, ways that I failed, and then ways that I feel like I succeeded, and just talking through what I learned from both of those. And I would love for you to learn and grow with me. So if you want to check out that book, it's on Amazon. I'll have a link on the screen if you want to get it. Link is in my bio. I link links everywhere to it. So Baller Teacher Playbook. I think it can help you in your classroom. Okay, we're about to get started. Kick back into it. Hopefully you're ready to roll, ready to go. And let's jump back in. Let's jump back in like Michael Phelps, okay? Well, does that work? Does that work? I mean, he jumps into the pool. That's what I was going for. I need to know more like high diver. High divers would have been better. I'll tell you this. We're gonna stick the landing like Carrie Strug. Y'all remember her? Carrie Strug, remember the Olympics? Georgia Olympics? Atlanta Olympics? You remember that? It's okay. It's a very narrow reference. All right, let's get started. Let's kick it off. Let's jump back in. Get your notes out. Get your screens pulled up. Get your coffee ready. Get your ice water. Your sweet tea. If you're from Arkansas like me, you know you like that sweet tea. And we're about to kick it off. Here we go. Let's get back in it. Let's get back in it. I'll see you guys. Okay, sweet. Okay, so this next session, you have the opportunity of hearing from the wonderful Meredith Akers. She is a principal in Texas. I met her, we were speaking at a conference together, and she is so much knowledge and so much experience, so much vision and ideas, and I just love her passion, not just for education, but for helping educators. And so please check her out on all social media. Tell her thank you for her tips. Tell her you saw her on here so she doesn't regret being a part of this conference. She is going to talk to you today about leading tech innovation over integration, because we all know in the past year and a half, we've had to integrate a lot of technology. How do we lead that with innovation, not like, oh, we have to do this? So she's gonna talk about that. I'm gonna stop talking because you need to hear from her. She has some amazing thoughts and ideas and perspectives, and even some quick tools that you can use and put into place today. So please, in the chat the whole time, be talking, be chatting. If you see a link or you know something, throw that in there and add to the conversation. Meredith, take it away. Let's go.
Well, hello, Tarver Academy. I am so excited to be with you today. So honored that Tyler asked me to be a part. You are ready to learn a little bit more about leading tech innovation over integration. I'm going to be presenting for you today. Meredith Akers is my name. And if you hear something that you'd like to reference back to, if I share a resource that you're interested in grabbing, you're going to be able to grab that at meredithakers.com/innovation. And that's right there at the bottom of this slide, but it's also in the very bottom of every single slide. So if right now you're thinking, I don't know if I'm going to like this lady or not, if I say something later, that's where the link is so that you can get a hold of this presentation and all of the resources and links I share. So who am I? I'm Meredith Akers. I'm the principal at Rennell Elementary School in Cypress Fairbanks ISD. It's a really big school district. We have 96 campuses. My school, my elementary school, has 1,100 students in pre-K through 5th grade. So it's a big school, and I am so, so proud and blessed to be the principal there. I also co-moderate the TextEd chat. That is a Twitter chat that happens every Wednesday night at 8:30 p.m., and we would love to have you, even if you're not from Texas. I blog at meredithacres.com, and most often what I'm sharing is a template, an idea, technology hack for something that you can use in your classroom or as a school leader. I'm also the co-host of Fresh Thought EDU, and if you follow us on Twitter, you'll get some little videos, 2 minutes or less, because we know teachers are busy, just to give you a fresh thought, to keep things fresh in your classroom. You can follow me on Twitter at Meredith Acres, or you can follow me on TikTok at meredith.acres, or you can follow me on both, and my contact information is also below. So let's talk integration versus innovation for a quick second, because sometimes people use those interchangeably, and I personally think they're different. Tech integration is when separate things or people are brought together. So like, I'm a person, a computer is brought into the room, we've been integrated. Innovation is a new method, a new idea, a new strategy. So we're thinking of something new, we're innovating. That's the difference there. So here's an example. Tech integration might be adding tech to the same old lesson and you have the same old product, whereas innovation is like a new idea brought to improve an old lesson using tech. So if the objective of your lesson is show knowledge of this topic, you fill in the blank, the product might be write a paper about this topic and include all these key components. That's where your rubric comes in, right? These 5 keywords, or you need to include this many visuals, that type of thing. So if we're integrating technology, we might see something like, okay, you were going to write a paper. Now you're going to write a paper using Google Docs about the topic with these key components. Really the same lesson. It's really the same product. We just used a computer to type instead of writing it with paper and pencil. If we're innovating, we might see something like create a video presentation, or create a video, a slides presentation, or some other product to show your knowledge of this topic. So in this case, we're giving students choice. We're letting them show what they're great at. You can't make a video with paper and pencil. You can't make a slides presentation with paper and pencil. So we're using the tech to its fullest potential. And I bet we can be innovative and think of even better ideas than I have. That's just an example. I do want to say, though, I don't think integration is bad. That's the first step. It's just not the ultimate goal. Where we want to live, where we want our school culture to be, that's where we want the whole staff to be, is innovation. We want to live there. We want to be like, yes, we're innovating together. We're sharing ideas. We're taking risks and trying new things because it's what's best for kids. Sorry, I'm moving myself around. I just want to make sure we can see the slides. So in my opinion, if you do it the same thing, the same old way, and just integrate a computer, it's still the same old thing, the same old way. It is my personal belief that whether an educator incorporates digital or analog strategies, the important part is innovating. That's the important part. It's trying new things to improve and reach our students. You guys, this is true if you're the principal like me. This is true if you're a teacher, if you're a paraprofessional, if you're a teacher's aide, everybody in the school. If you're trying new things for kids, you're doing way better than I'm just doing it the same old way all the time. So be an innovator for kids. And let's talk about how every single person I just mentioned can do that. At Google, my brother works for Google, and at Google, they have this program you may have heard of. It's called the 20% Project. And basically, they challenge their employees to spend 20% of their time, of their paid work time, on a pet project, on a project that has nothing to do with what they're paid to do. So think about that. 20% of a work week would be an entire day. And Google is saying, hey, one day out of your 5 days, go ahead and just work on anything that you'd like to, that you think might help our company, just a little pet project, but it needs to have nothing to do with like your job at Google. You guys, 50% of Google's current products came from 20% projects, because people were being innovative. If all they did was just, this is what I'm supposed to do, this is what I'm supposed to do, this is what I'm supposed to do, they wouldn't come up with these crazy, awesome ideas. That's why Google is so innovative. They are known for that innovation. So I'm not saying that we should all take 20% time, because I don't know if we can, but I'm saying we should definitely try to be innovative. I loved this quote: never be afraid to try something new, because life gets boring when you stay within the limits of what you already know. And guys, if it's boring for us as teachers, if the teachers are bored, the students will be too. So if you are bored, if you've taught it the same way, if you're a school administrator or leader or a district leader, and you've done the same thing the same way, it's time to be innovative. It's time to try to improve yourself. Even if what you're doing is working, it's okay to learn new things and try new things and be creative, because it makes it exciting for you as the teacher, as the administrator, and it makes it exciting for those you serve, your students, your parents, and your community. So, why innovation? This is why for me. This is why. Okay, I'm going to pause that. I want you guys to know what you're seeing. So this is a glow day that happened on my campus. And the reason it makes me so proud and so happy, and the reason I'm saying this is innovation, is that one, nothing to do with it, and that made me really proud. This was a Glow Day Star review, and it was entirely created by teachers on my campus. I don't know who started it, but it wasn't one of our leaders that have a title of leadership. It was leaders that were teachers. 3 grade levels of teachers, grade levels that have 9, 9, and 7. All came to, so one grade level has 9, another grade level has 9, and another grade level has 7 teachers. All came together. It was somebody's idea, like, hey, what if we did a Glow Day Star review? And everyone participated. Every single teacher participated. They purchased items so that their classroom would glow. They made shirts that every single teacher bought. They decorated their classroom. They all stayed late to decorate their classrooms to surprise their kids with this awesome Glow Day Star review. Somebody finally emailed me to tell me about the idea about 4 weeks out. I think only because I was hearing rumblings of like some kind of glow days being planned. And I was asking people, what's going on? I haven't heard about this. Fill me in. And so my response was, how can I help? And they said, hey, glow light's kind of expensive. If it's in the budget, could you get us all a black light? And so that's how I helped. As the principal, I was able to buy everyone a black light. I didn't plan anything. What amazed me was basically they created a committee. I saw a Google Doc being emailed around where everybody signed up for what they were going to do to help to like share the workload of, we're going to create this activity that would work on our for the computers for the kids. We're going to create this activity that's a glow activity. Hey, we can get highlighters from here so that the kids can do their work in highlighter and then it glows under the black light. You guys, the reason that I'm super proud of this is because it wasn't my idea. I felt like we're there. We've got this culture where innovation is part of the culture and no one had to say, this is what we need to do. It was their idea, and we have leaders who stepped up and did it. And that has nothing to do with me. That has to do with the fact that all of these amazing teachers see themselves as leaders and knew we can do this at our school. We can create this this awesome thing for our kids, and just talk to our admin about it and say how can they knew we would say, how can we help? So I want to talk about creating this kind of culture where not just one teacher does it and shares the idea and no one else participates, or not just one team. 3 different teams came together. And what I super loved is after this, I heard other teams saying, next year, we want to be a part. We know we don't have a STAR test, that's our state test, but we want to be a part too. So I love that. And that's what we want. We want people that want to do extra to be awesome for kids. So leading tech innovation over integration, that is what we're talking about. And there are 4 key ways that I want to talk about doing that: with a vision, with encouragement, with leadership, and with being the model. So let's talk about those 4 ways. First off, by setting a vision. You know what, guys? You got to start from the start by saying, this is part of the vision. Being innovative, being a risk taker, having a culture where it's okay to fail. That's true if you're the principal setting the vision for your school, but teachers, that's true as a teacher when you're setting the vision as a teacher leader on your team, when you're setting the vision of what you want your classroom culture to be like with your class. It's got to start from the start. So make it part of your school vision and share it often. That's if you are a principal or a school administrator. If you're a teacher, make it part of your classroom vision and share it often. Make it part of your team vision. Talk about it together. What kind of a team do we want to be? And talk about it. Maybe post it somewhere. This is our school vision at Rennell Elementary, and this is what we share with our community. So we have these 5 key things that we're trying to grow, that we're focused on as our vision. Achievement, we want to eliminate the gaps between student populations and work to add value to all students. We want to have great communication, positive and professional communication using multiple platforms to reach all stakeholders. And then we go on to say we want to build an awesome culture. We want to have technology that is purposefully integrated, and then leadership. We want to grow and develop leaders who grow others. But we don't stop there. For our staff, we have more details. So this is what we share with our staff. Achievement, it still says eliminate the gaps between population and add value to all students. But how are we going to do that? We're going to schedule time to talk about it. We're going to collaborate because we know we're better together. And there's that new ideas. We're going to have new ideas. So right here in my vision, our vision at Rennell for our staff, for our school, we say new ideas are important. Being purposeful with use of technology, being lifelong learners, and growing leaders. These are all big parts of our vision, and the staff knows that, and that's shared at every staff meeting and in the weekly staff newsletter. I bring it up in staff meetings and say, hey, how are we doing? Set a goal for yourself. What's something you need to work on? Is there someone in the room you can celebrate that's living out one of these things? We talk about it a lot. Couldn't you do that also with your class? Couldn't you say, hey, maybe you set up a class contract. I know a lot of people do that where you talk with your team, you talk with your class about what are our rules going to be for the class, and maybe make those rules together. If you've never done that, it's a great idea to have your students be a part of making the rules or the vision for how you want to treat each other, what you want to be. But you can't just leave it there. You have to come back to it. It has to be something ongoing. Just in case you want to make an infographic like I made, like how did she make that? That looks pretty cool. I just used Google Slides, you guys. I used this awesome website called flaticon.com for all of the free icons. And then once I created it all in Google Slides, again, that's just a slide. I went to File, Download As, and downloaded it as a PNG, or you can download it as a PDF. And that way, as a PNG, I can share it on Facebook, on social media. I can put it inside a presentation like this. But then I also still have the original slide that's editable, but I can go back and update and change as we need to. As we reach some of these goals, we can update that as a staff. Oh, you're not the principal? Guess what? Anyone can lead. Anyone can lead. And you don't need a title to lead. You can have a class vision. You can have a team vision for the team you work on. If you lead a committee, you can have a committee vision. You can have a school vision as a teacher. You can have a school vision, especially if you lead a book study. Let's say you ask your principal, hey, can I lead this book study? Even if not the whole school participates, if it's a small group, as part of that book study, it's going to tell you things to do to improve as a teacher. Usually that's the books we choose. You can then say, hey, with that group of people in the book study, what do we want for our school? What would we want to change? You can have a vision for your school, and you can help to lead that no matter what your title is, no matter what your role is. You can have a class vision. You can encourage your students and lead them in that vision by setting the example, setting up that vision, and then living it out and encouraging them every time you see them living it out. But it just can't be a one-time thing. You can't set it up at the beginning of the year and then never talk about it again. We got to keep going on this. It must be ongoing to make an impact. So teacher leaders out there, just like in your classroom, you would never teach a school rule at the beginning of the year and then never mention it again, because then they may never follow it again, right? You've got to go back to those rules. And so if you set it up as a vision and you say, hey, this is the type of class we want to have. We want to be collaborative. And I really noticed group 2 today really collaborating. I noticed them listening to each other. If you make a point to the vision when you give compliments, or the other way, to point to the vision when you see we're not meeting the vision. Guys, we're not going to get there. We're not living the way we said we want to live in our classroom. And that's true principals for your staff. Point out when it's awesome and point out when we're not quite making the mark and how we can improve in a kind way, no matter what. Because here's the truth. Adults are not that different from our students. You guys, just like our students, when we set up an expectation for them, if you say to your students, I really want your name at the top of the paper. This is really what I want. All of your people pleaser students, they're going to do it because you just said that's what they want. And then when they get a compliment for it, you bring on another 20% of your kids who just want the compliment. And so then they're going to start doing it. You know what? Adults are the same way. They're not that different from students. Adults want to please. And if we know what our boss wants, we do it, right? I mean, I'm a principal, but I still have a boss. My superintendent has shared something that he thinks makes your school look good is have your front desk look stellar. No messy stacks in the front office. When he walks in to the front desk, he wants it to be neat and tidy. Y'all, I make sure our front office is neat and tidy so that if my superintendent stops by, I've met his expectation because he's told me that's his expectation. I'm saying I'm not that different from a student. I want to meet those expectations of my boss. And I bet you're the same way. You can probably think, I wish I knew what she was looking for because I would do it, right? You would do it. Students are the same way. Adults are the same way. If we set the vision, even among our teammates, of like, this is what, let's talk together about what do we really want to be as a team. If you guys set that and agree on it, you're much more likely to achieve it than if you never talked about it. So at my campus, we have that school vision I showed you. You guys, we talk about it at the beginning of the year. We rework it every year. We discuss as a whole staff, is there anything we need to change? We've tweaked things. And then we have our new staff sign on that they're going to be a part of it. In every single principal newsletter that I send out on Fridays, I have that vision in there. Sometimes I say something about it. Sometimes it's just there. But we discuss it a lot throughout the year. Not at every single staff meeting, but at least 2 or 3 times during the year, we discuss, hey guys, how are we doing toward our vision? Take a moment, look over the vision and see what's something that you could improve upon. What could you shout out and celebrate? I know that's one I do. And celebrate someone on your team that you've seen doing something on this vision and you want to shout them out for living out our vision. What's something we need to work on to better achieve our vision? Sometimes I ask the staff that, they shout it out. I've taken it to struggling teams before and asked them, hey, I need you guys to reflect on this. What's a goal you can make personally to be better in line with our vision so that you're a better teammate to your teammates? So it's just, we got to, like Paul Rudd is saying, we got to say it again and again and again, just like those expectations for our students. If it's a vision for our students, if it's a vision for your team, you've got to say it again and again and again. So to lead tech innovation over just integration, we want to have a vision that says, we want to see tech, we want to see innovation, we want to see risk taking. But then we also have to encourage it. We have to encourage it when we see any little baby step on the right path to that. So I want to encourage you to put systems in place that encourage more use of tech, of innovation, and of risk taking. You might say again to me, but I'm not the principal, I'm not the AP, I can't encourage other teammates to be more risk taking. Yes, you can. 100% yes, you can. And you know what? Your encouragement may mean more to your colleague than the encouragement from their AP or principal, because you didn't have to. You didn't have to go out of your way to do that. So what's a system you can put in place, as I share some ideas here, that you could use to encourage when you see risk taking? Because if you want that kind of a school where everybody's innovating and everybody's risk taking, that's an exciting place to work and be. If that's what you want, you got to encourage it, because they'll do it more if they feel encouraged and inspired. So when I see someone living out the vision or mission or values of our school, I'm like, oh, you're amazing. Sometimes I stop class to tell them, oh my gosh, I'm so pumped that you tried Blue Kit today. I just shared that yesterday and you're already trying it. Way to go. I tell them right away. I get excited. I don't hide my excitement. So let's look at an example conversation between a school teacher and their colleague. Teacher, I heard about this new strategy on Twitter that I'm interested in learning more about. Do you know anything about it? Typical teammate or colleague. No, haven't heard of that. End of conversation. That's a sad end, right? They didn't ask him any more questions. I have heard this conversation. I bet you have too. I bet you've been on the end of that, because knowing the people that are going to log on during summer to learn more, you're probably the kind of person who's like looking to innovate. Okay, here's another example. Teacher, I heard about this new strategy on Twitter that I'm interested in learning more about. Do you know anything about it? Maybe this is an administrator. Administrator, no, I don't. But I'd like you to research how effective was the lesson that used that strategy. Did the students actually learn more? Did their scores go up? Do you have any data to back that up? Y'all, I'm an administrator. I'm not against data, but that's not the point. The point is, how can this conversation help with innovation and risk taking? So now let's look at that same conversation between a teacher and maybe a colleague leader who's working to help build culture of innovation and risk taking at their school. Teacher, I heard about this new strategy. Before they can even finish, the colleague jumps in. This is the one who's wanting to build risk taking and innovation. You should totally try it. I can come by and help if you want. Don't worry if it crashes and burns. You know that failure is a part of learning. We teach our students that all the time. So don't worry if you fail. Now, let's brainstorm together all the ways we can think of that it could maybe go wrong, but hopefully it doesn't. I'm so excited for you and your students to try this. I can't wait to hear how it goes. Hey, let me know how I can help. You want me to step in and model with you? I could come in during my planning. I can do a template with you, or we could research it more. I could reach out to that person that I know at this other school. Do you see the difference? You can get excited with that person and say, you want to try something new? I'm going to help you try something new. Because the more times people are willing to try something new, that's encouraging risk taking. You guys, I made this year in Google Slides. I changed the page to be 8.5 by 11. You go to File, Page Setup, and change it to 8.5 by 11. And then I made 2 of these little pieces of paper in my picture per page, so that when I print it, I can cut it in half and I have 2. I wanted to be super specific. When I saw someone making our vision a reality, I want them to know it. Like, you are contributing to our school culture. You are making our vision a reality. So I wrote that at the top. You are making our vision a reality. And then I put our school vision right there so that I can circle exactly what someone's doing. Like, wow, you're collaborating. You're bringing in a new idea. You're bringing the spotlight to Rennell Elementary. And I write them a note. Sarah, I am so impressed with you. This is what you did. I can't believe it. You are making me so proud. You're living our vision. You are improving our school. And then I can give it to them. Here's again how I made it. It's 2 per page. If you want a copy, you can grab a copy at that link. Remember, you'd need to go to meredithacres.com/innovation, and then you'll have all these links to all these resources. Here's what I need you to know. You can delete our school vision. You can put in your class vision, your class expectations, your team vision. You can put in some statements about just you're making the vision of having a culture of innovation a reality. But this is something you can share with teammates, with friends on your campus to encourage that. How about some other ways to encourage? Other digital ways to give a positive shout out to a teacher, to a colleague. This I made using Adobe Spark Post. This app is really made for you to make like some cool social media posts, to have something to post on Instagram. But instead of like advertising my business, I used it to tell Debbie, wow, every time I step into your classroom, I'm amazed by how you are able to orchestrate students leading the learning. Loved your student-led warm-ups today. Amazing job. And because it's right on my phone, I'm able to do that like while I'm in the classroom or right when I step into the hall. So as a teammate, if you're not a principal like me who's walking through classmates, if you hear someone saying like, I tried this, you could send them in a text something cool that they're going to keep, and that's going to mean something to them. Wow, she went out of her way to like make me this. And y'all, Adobe Spark Post is so easy. It will take you as long as it takes you to make a text, and then you just get to add some cool colors. Super easy. It is available for Apple and Android. Another easy one to use is a Google Slides template. And I made this one available at the bottom. You can see mine says, person's name, you totally rock. And then I added in all my thoughts. And then I actually added in my Bitmoji as well. If you're interested in using a Google Slides template to give some shout outs, you can grab that at the link below. Again, you can go to meredithacres.com/innovate to grab all these links and resources. You can delete my Bitmoji and then make it your own, add your Bitmoji in. And if you didn't know this, you can do a slides template from your computer, of course, but you can also download the Slides app on your phone or iPad so that you can do this on the go when you're thinking about it. Somebody says something awesome during your planning time, you're already like telling them how awesome that was and how it helped the team move forward before you even leave and sending them that slide. Okay, this one is a favorite on my campus. Teachers love it when I send these. You can actually use Voxer. Voxer is like a walkie-talkie app so that you can leave a message for someone. You hold down a button and, hey, Sarah, I needed to tell you this. And then it's asynchronous, so Sarah can listen to that message whenever she wants and then leave me a little voice message back. Here's what I love about Voxer is you can actually leave a positive message for someone and email it to them even if they don't have the Voxer app. So this is what I like to do. I start a conversation with myself. There's a section called My Notes, or you can just make yourself the only person in the conversation. Press and hold the walkie-talkie button. That's the orange button near the bottom, and record a message. So this is what I do as a principal. If I see something super awesome happening in a class, man, they're living out my vision. I can walk out of the classroom, hold down that button and say, wow, oh my goodness, I loved seeing you try something new. You've been worried about trying blended learning, and I just want you to know, I just walked in and I am so excited that you tried it. You were doing it. You were doing it. And that's the first step. You took the risk and you were doing it. Let me know how I can help you brainstorm if you felt like something didn't go great, but I am so proud of you for taking that risk and trying it. Way to go. And then as soon as you're done, you can see on my my two pictures, on the first picture, I say, you choose the arrow to go to the side, and then you can choose the up arrow, that share button, and it will let you either send it via text or copy the link and you can send it in an email. That's what I usually do, is send it in an email, and when the email pops up, I'll say, hey, listen to this. It's a voice message from me. And that's all I'll say, just a quick sentence. But then they know it's really from me and not like junk mail or something. And then they can play that button and listen to my voice and my excitement. Everybody I've ever sent one to has loved this. People love written notes too, but this has been a big hit. You guys, you can also use this, teachers, to share great things about your kids. Here's why it's awesome. Sometimes, I know it's true, you don't have time to make a positive phone call because they go longer than expected sometimes. You make that positive phone call and then the parent is like, oh, while I've got you on the phone, I want to talk to you about this and how's she doing in that class and I want to catch up on this. This is a way for you to share that positive, and there's no back and forth. You just email it. But while that student did something awesome, you could even call them over and say like, hey, mom, I wanted to let you know your kiddo is doing such a great job. You want to say hi to mom? Hey, mom. And then arrow over, arrow up, send it to that parent email address. And now you've made that positive phone call without the back and forth. And you've done it like in the middle of class because you didn't have to stop and actually make a phone call. It's just you're recording yourself. It is so fast. That is an amazing way to build some awesome culture with your students. If you would like a tutorial on how to do that, all the step-by-step, you can check out my blog post, A New Twist on the Positive Note, because that is a great way to send a positive note to your students using Voxer, whether it's to a teammate or your students. This is a great way to encourage. Okay, one more way that I love using is Apple Clips. You guys, I love using Apple Clips. And if you don't have it, if you have an iPhone, download Clips on your phone. It is made by Apple. It is a free app. And you can actually hold up your phone and do a quick little selfie video just as fast as the Voxer that I just shared. You hold down a button, blah, 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 you say the positive thing, and then it's just as fast that you can hit that share button and share it with a parent about what your students are doing. That's awesome. Share it with the student to tell them you are rocking it. Share it with a colleague. Share it with your principal. Tell her she's doing a good job. We like to get a little encouragement sometimes too. If you don't have an iPhone, you can do the same thing with WeVideo. I just love Clips because they have some really fun features. You can do the same thing with WeVideo. And in both of those apps, they have built-in free music so that you can add like a little music track in the background. You can add in text and words, and you can do it all in like a minute or less. It is so fast. So I really want you to try those out. If you want some more ideas, I didn't share all of my ideas. I have a blog post about 5 quick ways to share positive feedback. If you would like to see those, and I have little tutorials for each one and examples, you can check that post out. So normally when I present this, I make everybody stop and I give you 4 minutes to download one of those, to try it out and to send a positive message to anyone you know so that you can practice that. Since we are on YouTube right now, I'm not going to stop and be silent for 4 minutes, but I am going to challenge you right now to try those methods. So what were they again? Adobe Spark Post, that Google Slides template I shared, Voxer to send a voice message, or Apple Clips or WeVideo, even while I'm talking. Download one of those. I will be so proud of you. I won't be annoyed that you're doing something else while I'm still talking. I want you to remember to send that encouragement. And these are some really easy ways to send encouragement to colleagues, to the students' parents. Share that encouragement. That's how we grow that culture. So I asked on Twitter, what factors positively impact your innovation personally? And Katie Fogel wrote back and said, being surrounded by people that collaborate and bounce ideas off of each other, having a safe place to share, and a culture where it's celebrated to take risks, even if we fail. Innovation and creativity shouldn't create a competition amongst educators. It should be collaborative. So I wanted to specifically point out, she said, a culture where it's celebrated to take risks, even if we fail. So that means if we want to build that culture, no matter what your role is, we have to celebrate. We have to celebrate other people that are taking that risk, and we shouldn't make it a competition. Teachers, don't keep ideas to yourself that like, this is the best idea. Be willing to share all ideas. It's not a competition for who's the best teacher. It should be a competition for who can share the most, who can encourage the most, because that's what's best for our kids. One way that we do that on my campus is in my weekly newsletter to staff, we have shout outs. And so staff members can shout each other out. We have this system in place so that they can tell each other, you're doing an awesome job and here's why. I'm all about, if something's important to me, I think there needs to be a system in place to make sure it happens. Here's just one example of an ACRES update. This is one of my newsletters. You can see I have, there's the vision right there. Here's a tweet of the week that I'm shouting out a teacher like, hey, thanks for sharing awesome ideas. And then look at all these shout outs. All these staff members have said, hey, I want to tell this other person that they're doing an awesome job on our campus. We typically have 85 to 100 shout outs every single week in our newsletter, because that's a part of our culture to encourage each other, to tell each other when we're doing a good job. So that's one way we do it at my campus. I would encourage you to find a way, whatever you're in charge of. If you have a committee, how can you make a system where everybody is encouraged to encourage each other? I think that is an awesome way to make sure it happens, is to have a system in place. So we've talked about leading tech innovation by setting a vision, by providing a lot of. Now let's talk about providing leadership opportunities. Make growing leaders a priority. Just make it a priority. At Rennell on our campus, you can see leadership is right there in the bottom corner. That growing leaders who grow others as leaders, that's part of our vision, and we talk about it. One way we do that is we've created systems that provide leadership opportunities. And whether you're a school admin or a teacher, you can create systems that provide leadership opportunities for your students or for your colleagues. One way we do that is with something we call Each One Teach One. Each One Teach One is a staff-led mini conference. Instead of staff meetings 4 times a year, 2 times in the fall and 2 times in the spring, we have an Each One Teach One mini conference. And if a staff member volunteers that they would like to lead one, they prepare a 15-minute little small session, and it gets to be led right in their own classroom. So hopefully that makes them feel a little more comfortable. And 6 different sessions are offered at the same time. So if I volunteer to lead a session, I offer the same session twice in a row for 15 minutes, then for 15 minutes again. And all of our staff members get to choose between 6 different sessions, and they get to pick 2 because they're both being taught twice. Again, this is held before school, so it's just instead of a staff meeting, they get to pick to learn from their teammates. Here's why it works. Number 1, I, as the principal, my APs, my instructional specialists, the admin team, we are not the keepers of all knowledge. Not only do we know that and recognize that, we also recognize that the people who are living it and teaching and doing it every day, they have an awesome perspective and so much to offer. Because if I say, hey, I found this new website and it's really great and I think you could use it, that's one thing, but I've never actually tried it with students because I'm not a teacher. But if a teacher says, hey, I've actually tried this and this is how I incorporated it and this is what I do. And if somebody has a question about How does that work with our system? They'll know because they're a teacher that's actually teaching right now. So our teachers really, really enjoy it. It spurs on others too. If you hear that other teachers are doing these awesome things, it makes you want to, oh, I need to raise myself to that level. It creates this momentum of ideas. It's also great if I have an issue. Let's say I'm a second grade teacher and I hear this fifth grade teacher present on Blue-Kit, for example. I go try it and I have an issue. I go back to that fifth grade teacher. She's the one who taught me. I go right to her and ask her for advice. So it also creates this cross collaboration among grade levels, among subject areas. And it's that risk taking, it's motivating. It's exactly what we want. Now, I do have some staff members that might be a little nervous speaking in front of other adults. Although we speak in front of kids all the time, that can make some people nervous. So we have another leadership opportunity on our campus. We have a staff blog. When this first started, I started it. I wrote the first few, and then I emailed it out to our staff members. Every Tuesday, it gets emailed out. And then I told them, hey, I really want this to be a staff blog. I would love it if some of you would share ideas. It could be any idea. It could be a tech idea, or it could just be a thought you have that you've reflected on something about education and want to share. Guess what? In the fall, typically, I've noticed this pattern. In the fall, I typically don't write any because staff members have all these exciting ideas and they're so pumped. And I'll have people write me, do you already have one for this week? I want to write next week's then. And we send these out every Tuesday and they're online on our website. Then in the spring, people get a little busy and I end up writing maybe half of them or a third of them, because when someone hasn't written me, then I'll write one and I'll share an idea. I also love our staff blog because it can be referenced back to. Hey, I think that, Coach Shepard shared about Wakelet. This is a true story. Our coach shared about Wakelet. People can go back and read what he shared about Wakelet and how he uses it. And again, have that connection with him and ask him for help. Try it out. Be open to feedback. Be open to new ideas. And remember to give credit where credit is due. If someone else has the great idea for something on your campus, whether it's a teammate, if someone says like, hey, we should try Blue-Kit, and then you're the one who does all the research, and then you tell everybody, I came up with this. No, the way you grow your culture, give that person the credit. Say, oh, it was all Sarah's idea. It was all her idea. She heard about Blue-Kit on Twitter. Even if you're the one that did all the research and helped the team try it out the first time, that's how you continue to grow that culture as a teammate. That's how you help with that collaboration. You're already the collaborator. You're the teacher leader that's here on Tarver Academy learning how to be better in your summer. Give credit to other people and help grow them. And then you can get them on board with you to grow other people as well. If other people ask you if they can lead, find a way to say yes. If it's at team planning and the brand new baby teacher wants to lead something, find a way to say yes. Help her so that she can do it. Because growing others is what education is all about. It's not, in my opinion, it's not just about growing our students. It's about growing others. And so leaders, we should definitely be growing others and helping them lead. If it's not a great idea, if it's not so awesome, brainstorm with them and keep working together until it is awesome. That is what coaching is. And then still give them all the credit. Giving credit makes you more credible. Hey, teacher leaders, look for ways to encourage others on your team to lead at your school. Encourage others to volunteer if you have things like I shared, or tell them, hey, you should lead this idea. Ask our principal if you can share this at a staff meeting, or write something up that can be emailed out. Or if you're the one who's always starting new initiatives and leading things, ask them to join you. Recruit people to be leaders, because you don't have to lead alone. That's how you grow leaders, is give them those leadership opportunities. We've talked about vision, encouragement, and leadership. How about modeling? Eric Scheninger, in his wonderful book, Uncommon Learning, says, if you want change, model it. Modeling the way is one of the best things a leader can do to move others down a different path to initiate and sustain change. It doesn't say, if you want change, the principal is the one who has to model it, although I think she should. I do. It says, if you want change, model it. So if you want to have a culture of innovation, if you want your school to be risk takers that collaborate and share with each other, it starts with you. Start it. Start modeling that, and you're going to see other people join in. I asked again on Twitter, what factors positively impact your innovation? And Dennis Costello shared this: leaders inspire. They make everyone around them better by sharing and modeling best practices. They have a palette of ideas that other artists want to take part in and then pass on to others. Dennis is a poet. I mean, that is beautiful. And I'm like, yes, Dennis, that is who I want to be. I want to be someone that other people go, I want to take ideas from her palette and pass them on to others. Don't you? Don't you want colleagues to look at you that way? I love it. So because I want teachers to be willing to take a risk, I tell them when I'm trying something new. I'm like, okay, guys, I'm trying. I've never done Mentimeter before, but here we go. And then I apologize. Hey, it doesn't work. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry it's not working. I really did practice this. And I try again in front of them because I want to get better. And that's what I want them to do. If it doesn't work the first time you do it in a lesson as a teacher, I don't want you to give up and never try it again. So I try to model that. And I ask teachers for help if I see that they're an expert and I don't know. We learned Schoology this year for the first time and are using Schoology. And you better believe I asked Schoology experts in our school for help when I was learning it. Okay, I hope this blows your mind. As administrators, we must model what we want to see in classrooms every chance we get. You know what? As teachers, we must model what we want to see in classrooms every chance we get. As leaders, we must model what we want to see in classrooms every chance we get. At team meetings, at staff meetings, at committee meetings, when you're in your classroom, when you see a teammate doing something awesome, model the right thing to do. Because when you model those awesome strategies, you give other people a chance to learn them and to try them out. And it becomes not so scary and there's not pressure of like, we have to learn this right now. This is what often happens. This guy is the leader and he's like, here, you go first. Oh, it was scary. I'm just going to run away. Bye, Ariana. Sorry. Watch this again. Here's the leader. He's the leader. Here, you go first, Ariana. You go. And then he just runs away and leaves her. Look how Donald leads. He's like, I'm going there with you. I'll lead the way. I'll go right beside you, teammate. When you want to try something new, even though I've never heard of it, I'm going to walk beside you. Which culture will breed innovation and collaboration? If your teammate comes to you wanting to try something new and you say, yeah, you go ahead and try that. Go on, tell me how it goes. Oh, there's a scary clown? Sorry. Poor Ariana. Or do you want to be like Donald? I say be like Donald. Be like Donald. Walk right beside your teammate. Go there with them. If you're a principal, walk beside your teachers. Do that new game online with them. Lead by example. Be the model. And remember, as a leader, it's okay to struggle or to ask for help because you are modeling learning for your kids. Don't we tell our students it's okay to fail and then get better? That is what learning is, right? We can model that. We can model that for our teammates. We can model that for our teachers. Just model, don't force, just model. I model tech at staff meetings a lot. I've done a blended learning model at a staff meeting, a flipped staff meeting. I've used HyperDocs when I wanted to introduce that. Before I ever said, I want y'all to try this, I just did it. So if you want some ideas like that, I have a blog post about that, 7 ideas for flipped or blended PD that you can check out. On one of our PD days, my first year as principal, several different teachers wanted to learn different things, but I realized just because one teacher wants to learn about Jamboard doesn't mean everybody else needs to learn about that. There may be teachers at my school who already know Jamboard and who I would totally bore if I made them sit through a Jamboard how-to. Same thing with Google tips and tricks. I've got some Google experts at my school, y'all, but there's some that really want me to share Google tips and tricks. I don't want to make teachers sit through something they already know. So I gave them a choice and I gave them this choice board. And when they clicked on one section, then there was a video of me teaching it. And I told them, learn one new thing. Just learn one new thing. You guys, you could do this with students as well. You could do this for your teammates. If you're trying to learn something, value people's time, be the model. This is a way that I was the model. If you're interested in this template, I have a blog post with the template and video instructions. It's a great way to review students because your students also don't need to review all the same things. And they can self-know and self-select, you know what, I really already know this part really well, but I'm struggling with this part. And they can click on that video and watch your review of that video. And you can assign what some students need to review if you know that you have a student that might not be able to choose that for themselves. So If you want to see choice, model providing choice. If you want to see tech, model using tech. Remember, just model, don't force. Let others like kind of discover like, oh, I like how Meredith used Blue Kit in her classroom. I think I'll do that. And then they get to like, I tried this, and they feel this ownership, and then give them all the credit. That's awesome that you tried that. Encourage them, make them feel good. So leading tech innovation, set the vision, provide so much encouragement for every baby step, provide leadership opportunities, encourage leadership, and be the model. So stop right now. I know we're on YouTube. Stop what you're doing. Find a paper and pencil or go to your notes in your phone. What is something that you can do to contribute to a culture of innovation and risk-taking on your campus? What's something that you will commit to? You know what? This summer, I'm going to do this. And next year, among my teammates, I'm going to do this. What is something you can contribute to a culture of innovation and risk-taking on your campus? After 3 years of setting the vision and being the model, this is what happened for me. I see teachers doing what I'm praying for, what I'm so excited about. Our vision, all those things, it is so becoming a reality because I see staff members leading and modeling and being so innovative without any word from me. They like brought me on at the last minute just to let me know what they needed me to buy. You can make that kind of impact too. You can make that kind of impact. I would love to hear from you. What stood out to you? What questions do you have? You can reach out to me on Twitter at Meredith Akers. You can also check me out on my blog, and there's a place to give me feedback there at meredithakers.com. If you want any of the resources I shared or these, I have a bunch more resources that are kind of related. You can get those at meredithakers.com/innovation. And you can check out all those different resources. I so hope you got at least one nugget to help change the culture at your school in a positive way and lead innovation on your campus. Thank you so much for listening to me. And thank you, Tyler, so much for the opportunity.
Woo! Sheesh! Is that a thing? I don't know why. I don't know what it means. I need to stop saying it. I hope it's not. If it's bad, I'm sorry. Okay, please don't tell me. Actually, tell me and then I'll quit. And don't tell anybody I did that. So this next, I've got a quick talk I've got from one of my fellow Arkansas educators, Jeff Burton. He is on TikTok. He's on social media. Check him out. He is a fantastic educator with an amazing perspective on what he's doing in the class and how we can relate that to what we're doing in the classroom. And also, he does a lot of fun stuff too. He's got a lot of fun things that you can follow, just like light, just stuff to keep us going in education, because sometimes it's pretty heavy to be an educator. And him and I were chatting for a conference, and we were sitting there and we were filming for that. And then I was like, you know what? I've got another conference coming up, and I know I don't have like a ton of space left in the conference, but I would really love for you to just give me a quick thought about anything that would add to the conversation of being a baller teacher. And so here's a quick chat, quick talk, a few words from my friend Jeff Burton. Jeff, let's go. Jeff, let's go. Jeff, let's go. I don't enunciate well. It's the accent. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking. Let's go.
Hey, how's it going? This is Jeff B. Speaks, and I am an educator out of Arkansas. Have you ever been in a position to where you had to become an expert, but you didn't really know what you were supposed to do? I got a story for you. All right, so back in my hometown in Southwest Arkansas, we had something that is called archery, okay? So our archery program was incredible. We made state tournaments, national tournaments, and then our PE teacher, they retired. And then I stepped into that role. I just want to let you know right now, I didn't know anything about archery. But I knew that our school had a good reputation with archery. There was a different side of the community of my school that I had to interact with. And I had to step out of my comfort zone. Long story short, I spent the time and effort to build relationships with that community. The parents thought that I would only care about basketball. They thought that I would actually discontinue the program. And so I wanted to prove to myself and the community that, I'm here for their kids. So we would practice in repetition, and we would we would go through those regional tournaments and we would actually win. I can remember a time back in 2016 where we won third place, so it wasn't quite first place, but we did win third place, which was enough to get us to the state tournament. So the expectations of not having the program turned out to be successful, because in my 4 years there, we went to the state tournament 3 different times. And a lot of that had to do with the effort and time that I put in with that community and those students. So my advice for new teachers, step out of your comfort zone. Get to know a community in which you may not have spoken with at a different time. You know, get to know the community in which you may not be well versed in. I think it's a great opportunity to get to learn to know about everyone. And understand that with that community you may feel uncomfortable with, or they may feel uncomfortable with you. Understand that you are there for them, for their children. Relationships matter. Building relationships, long-lasting relationships with the parents, with the community, with the students, it goes a long way.
Okay, all right, y'all feeling good? We're in the home stretch. Home stretch. I don't know, that's a baseball term? In the chat, tell me, is that a baseball term? Home stretch? We're in the home stretch, running home, like the stretch going into home. I don't know. I really don't know. I probably don't use phrases I don't know, Tyler. Our next educator that's going to speak to us today is Anita Bond. Miss Bond, she is a fantastic teacher, and check her out on social media. I'm going to have all of her handles on here. I want you to follow her, check her out, tell her thank you for being a part of this. This is actually something that she did for my TikTok conference. You hear me talk about TikTok every now and then. I've chatted about that. I've thrown it out there into the world because I love TikTok. I've learned so much from other educators on TikTok, and if you're not on there, that's totally cool. But what she's going to talk about is a quick little dialogue about what she learned from it, why she jumped into it, and how you can create or build community on the platform. So it's a little intro to TikTok coming at you. TikTok, it's for teachers. It's also got people dancing, but we don't see those. We just see the teachers, unless the teachers are dancing. What's up? No, I'm just kidding. We don't do that.
What's up, teachers? I feel like since this is a Tyler Tarver thing, I need to start with like, what's up, teachers? I'm Anita Bond. Some of you may know me better as Soch Teacher 007 on TikTok. I'm just here to talk about how I use TikTok, why I contribute as a creator, and how I use it as a professional learning community or as PD. So I started on TikTok like a lot of you. You know, it was in the middle of lockdown and there was nothing else to do, and TikTok's just really funny. And then the algorithm helped me by ushering me into teacher TikTok. Especially in the summer of 2020, our district was ushering out its plans for the 2020-2021 school year. And there was all of this talk of hybrid learning and synchronous and asynchronous. And I was like, and because there really was no established professional development, there were no books to read, there was nothing concrete available yet on how to deal with teaching this year in all of its various formats. I think TikTok became for a lot of us the way that we learned how to teach remotely or how to teach in a hybrid setting or how to use technology. And so it became for me, and I know probably for a lot of you, the professional development resource to help me through the unknown. I mean, I've learned everything from how to use an old iPhone as a document camera to how to set up a hybrid schedule to how to effectively use the chat feature with remote students as a asset in a digital classroom. I showed up to one of our district SIP day sessions in August and raised the whole like, okay, so I saw this thing on TikTok, how will it work for us? I know that some of my colleagues were probably like, what is this girl talking about? But it's the truth. You know, a lot of the resources on this platform have been incredibly helpful. So as we got rolling into the fall, a very close friend of mine, also a teacher, was like, you should start posting TikToks. And I was like, what? I know I could do like, ooh, I'm blinded by the light. And I also know like I have a really clean, like, my woe is clean. I don't know if that's really how I want to put myself out there on the internet. So I started with 2 kind of easy ones. One of them was the reason why I don't require students to ask to go to the bathroom and how I use paper passes in a checkout system. And the other one was about classroom management. So a couple of realities that I learned early on in creating TikToks. The things that get the most traffic are those that are the most controversial. Like, it's unsurprising to all of us that the salacious stuff, whether it's telling interesting stories from the classroom or a hot take that is powerful and controversial, those are the big viewers, right? But that's also not really why I wanted to create content. This is a professional learning community. And so as much as the humor is amazing and, you know, I personally get really great laughs out of what a lot of creators do on the platform. And that helps so much to have a good laugh about our job this year. I just feel like my particular niche is more about the craft. And so the other reality for me was that I was getting a lot of really positive feedback from early career educators, from student teachers, from teachers who are on provisional licenses or who are doing Teach for America. There are thousands, and I explain this to everyone all the time, there are thousands of teachers out there that have taken an alternate route into the classroom. And so they've got really amazing and impressive expertise in content areas and in other areas of teaching, but they haven't had like a slow, really in-depth methods class. They haven't done a 300 level course just on assessment strategies. And so the more feedback I got about that reality, the more I realized that that was sort of where I wanted to be. I have a master's degree in educational leadership, so it's sort of a natural fit for me. This is my 13th year of teaching, and I've taught between 10 and 11 different subjects. So the idea of starting from nothing and having to build a course, or, you know, being a rookie. I was a rookie 8, 9, 10 times at teaching these courses the first time. So I've gotten my fair share of experience in being a rookie. But I just feel like my space in here is strategies and lesson planning and methods and just sort of like the way that I teach. The last thing that I want to discuss that I actually think is the most important is the way that this community has motivated me. Because we all teach in our separate classrooms, I think it's hard for us to know sometimes when other people are going through the same thing or when other people have solved the same problem that we've been struggling with. And so I have been so motivated to see the way that other people have been very raw about how difficult this is, and that has, I know it's probably terrible, but that has made me feel better. I've been so inspired by the way that other teachers have overcome this year and sort of have kept going. So that's what I mean by it has been motivational for me. I think I can empathize with a lot of teachers and the stuff that they post, but I also, you know, it really keeps me going to know that other teachers are also continuing to fight for the best learning experience for their students, that they have created a really great balance for themselves as people, but also for themselves as professionals. And so I just keep trying to be like all of the other amazing teachers that I see on this platform every day. But as communities work, everyone has to contribute, right? So I contribute what I think I am good at, and then I benefit from taking the contributions of other people and applying them to my practice. So for those of you that are watching this, I encourage you to contribute to the community at whatever pace you feel comfortable with, but definitely in whatever way that you feel proud and you feel comfortable, because all of us have things in our classroom that we do well, and that all of the rest of us can learn from or even be reminded of. I think there are some things that all of us know, but because we've gotten so wrapped up in this year, we've forgotten about them or we haven't prioritized them. So if you've got something that you are super proud of, put it out there for the rest of us to learn from and be reminded of, because really that's the only way that communities work, right? We all have to contribute and we all have to work together. So thanks for listening. Stop by my account, stop by my website. As always, email me if there's content that you think would be helpful for you. And best wishes to all of you as colleagues in education.
We're here. We're at the last session. Guys, last session today. I've got my friend Seth Tomboli coming at you with helping you win in the classroom, okay? We all can use a little help. being an educator is tough. It's a lot of work. You have literally the biggest job on the planet because you are training every human for every job. It's not like, oh, I'm going to train you to do this. We're training them for literally every job in the world, okay? Every student coming through could be a plethora of jobs or not jobs, depending on, how lazy they want to be. You know what? Gamers are job people too, if they're getting paid. What am I even talking about? Okay, so I'm going to stop talking because I want to let Seth take it away. Thank you, guys. Please pay attention to him. He's going to try to teach you how to win in the classroom. Check him out. Check out his podcast, the Helping You Win podcast. And let's go. Seth, get us going. Last session. Let's roll. Let's do this. Let's finish strong. Everybody, let's finish strong.
Hey, what is up? Man, I'm excited to spend some time with you today, wherever you're watching this from. I just want to say welcome. I am filming this in Little Rock, Arkansas, and I'm part of a church here in the area, and I'll tell you a little bit about me before we dive in. I think we're going to have some fun today, even though you may believe that development and ongoing development in your life personally, the way that you teach in the classroom, that may seem boring to some, but it is actually something that I am very passionate about, and I'm going to share a little bit about that today. My name is Seth Tomboli, and I currently am serving as a pastor, and on the side, I run a podcast called Helping You Win. And I love watching and helping and equipping and developing people so that they can win in their business, they can win in their family, they can win in their life, they can win in ministry, whatever it may be. But specifically today, I want to talk about a few things. One of them is how to win in the classroom. I know that you're teaching students maybe everywhere from 6th grade all the way up to 12th grade. Maybe you're a college professor as well. I believe that this can help you regardless of what age you teach specifically. I also own a leather business on the side, and so I have a very entrepreneurial bent about me, and I absolutely love to make things with my hands. But I'll say it again, my favorite thing to do in life is help other people, which is what we're doing today. I'm definitely not an expert. I have spent a lot of time in ministry, but I also spent a little bit of time teaching, and I'll tell you about that. My goal today is that when you walk away from your laptop or from whatever screen you're watching this on, that you would feel that there has been value added to your life. And that you could take, maybe it's just 1% of this, maybe the rest of it is just completely not useful for you. I believe that all of us can learn and that we can grow if we're open to the people who are teaching us. And so I've had a variety of teaching experience, coaching experience, pastoring experience. I've pastored 6th through 12th grade students for almost 10 years, and I love it. So that's 6th through 12th grade, college students, young adults, and now I am pastoring adults, and I absolutely love it. It's been a lot of fun. But before ministry, I was actually a teacher. I was getting ready to become a baseball coach. That's what I did. I played baseball my whole life, played a little bit of college baseball, and I was preparing to become a teacher. And I was convinced that I was going to teach like PE or like lunch. That's probably all that I was going to be able to do. And I'm kidding, obviously. But man, I wanted to coach baseball. I wanted to help athletes, and I wanted to help students like I was helped when I was in high school and junior high. Now, I also was a substitute teacher. And when I was substitute teaching, I just learned quickly, if I bring earplugs for all the students, it's a lot more peaceful in the classroom. Nobody can hear each other. You can talk as loud as you want. I've got earplugs in. I didn't really do that. But I definitely thought about doing that several times, and that's a hack for you as a teacher. I was an awful student, okay? I just want to get that out in the open. Junior high, high school, I went back and spoke in classrooms where I saw the teachers who taught me during college, going back into high schools, junior highs, middle schools, and I had to go to the teacher and apologize before I even began the teaching. Or if I was in an auditorium, I would find teachers who I had disrespected or lied to, or I cheated in their classroom, okay? Yes, I cheated a little bit, all right? Show me some grace. But where I learned to communicate to people was I worked for a nonprofit where I would go into high schools, junior highs, middle schools, maybe even some of your classrooms. And if that's the case, I'm sorry in advance for anything weird that I did or said. Very likely. But I would go into schools and I would teach about abstinence. If you don't know what that is, ask a teacher next to you. And I would teach about how to set goals. I would teach about how to live a lifestyle that was going to benefit you in the long run. And I would talk about everything from drugs to sex before marriage. I would talk about all of these things and just try to set students up to win. It was a lot of fun. And I was the guy that when they would call all the students out of the classroom into the auditorium, I was the guy teaching and trying to just help people in life. So I started with that, and now I'm in ministry, and it's been a lot of fun up to this point. And I learned recently that I've actually got some learning disabilities. And not to dive into all of that, but like I realized that if I would have been willing to ask for help when I was in school, I could have been a better student. I could have been a lot more effective. I finished college with a 3.7 GPA. I did not finish high school with about half of that, okay? And so I'm coming to you today not as an expert, but I just believe the amount of time I have spent with tens of thousands of students over the last 13 years of my life in a classroom, on a field, on a basketball court, in a church setting, and in a teaching setting, just in life. I believe that it can help you. And so let's dive straight into this. Let's learn how to win. So for me personally, I have always loved investing, okay? Maybe you like to invest in just different stocks, whatever it may be. I've always loved to take little and get more out of it. My mom would give us an allowance, okay? If you used to get an allowance, just nod. If you're in a room of people, y'all talk amongst yourselves. Did you get an allowance? Did you even do your chores? Okay, like we had chores. My brother Ricky and I had chores. My mom would give us $10 every week if we did our chores. I would go to Sam's. My mom would take me, and I was in middle school. I would buy those big boxes of candy. And I would invest. I would get 30 candy bars, 30 Skittles, all this stuff. And I would go to school and I would sell it. Some would say I was a modern day hustler, okay? But I would take little and try to get more out of it. And eventually I carried 2 backpacks to school. This is before we had to have all the clear backpacks, and I had a candy bag, okay? I was the candy man, all right? It's another way you can remember me. And I would go into my classrooms and sell candy. Y'all, I was making several $100s a week. I got in trouble. I got called to the office, and the lunch ladies, they shut down my whole operation, okay? But what they didn't know is I started selling school supplies, pencils. Everybody needs a pencil. And teachers, the student right now, they don't ever have a pencil. I was their guy, okay? And anyways, I've always loved investing. I've always loved taking a little and making the most out of it. At a very early age, I want you to write this down. I learned that if I could leave something better than I found it, that's places and that's people. If I can leave people better than I found them, if I can lead in a way where I leave a place better than I found it. It doesn't matter if I showed up and there's trash on the ground and I didn't put it there, I'm gonna pick it up. Regardless of the situation someone's going through, I'm going to help them try to get through it and become better in life. What if today you drew a line in the sand as a teacher, as a coach, as an administrator, whatever your role looks like, and you said, you know what, Seth? I'm going to leave everything better than I found it, including the teacher's lounge, okay? Like, you go in the teacher's lounge, and y'all know the teacher that always leaves a mess in there. They always cook nasty stuff in the microwave, and it just smells bad. I want to be the person, no matter what, that I can be known as a person that leaves places and leaves people better than we found them? What if we left our coworkers better than we found them? Today, obviously, the focus is, what if we left students better than we found them? Now, I know what some of you are thinking. Well, Seth, we have a lot of students who are a lot like you, right? Me, when I was in school. They love the sports, they love, all this other stuff, they love socializing, but they don't really love to learn. Now, I want to talk about that today because I have learned, it's crazy, the revelation I've got over the last 10 years about helping a student grow and helping an adult grow as well. I believe if I can convince a student to come to something, obviously I'm in a church, I'm not going to go into the spiritual side of this, I'm just going to talk about the mental side of this, the showing someone your attention, being transparent, real, and vulnerable with them. But if I can get a student to come and get out a journal and get out a Bible and bring other people to learn and grow as well, if I can get a room of teachers to get this, it changes everything. 300, 400 students in a gathering that have a journal out. They want to grow. They're not talking to their neighbors. They are locked in. Now, some of y'all are thinking, that's not possible in school. I'm here to tell you that it is. I'm here to tell you that it is. So how do we win in the classroom? One, we have to teach students that they need to take what is in their hand and they need to utilize what's in their hand. They need to take what they have in the current so that they can get what they desire to have in the future. A lot of students give up. A lot of teachers give up. Even the people I'm talking to right now give up on what is in their heart, this dream, this desire, this passion, because it doesn't match what they currently hold in their hand. What they're holding in their hand is a seed. It doesn't look like the tree that's planted in their heart. I think you get where I'm going. A Fortune 500 company doesn't start as a Fortune 500 company. Apple and Exxon and Amazon and Ford and all these things. Tesla, that's crazy. Get into those numbers. It doesn't always look that way. It started somewhere. A house doesn't start as a house. It started as a pile of dirt, a foundation. A tree started as a seed. I think some of you even listening to this right now, this may actually help you more than it will help your students in the future. Because if you can help them realize what you realize today, some of you are dreaming about something that you just know that you were called to do in the future, that you feel led to do something amazing. And it's like, well, right now, this just doesn't really look like that thing. Can I tell you that you've got exactly what you need today? There's a seed in your hand. There's something in front of you. And I believe if we utilize and we invest and we acknowledge and we recognize that this is all I need right now, I'm going to steward it well. And if I make the most out of what I've been given, I think that I will be given more. I think a lot of people, they have a vision for what they want their classroom to look like, what they want their school to look like, what they want their family to look like. And they never get to that place of actually stepping into the change because it's like they take it for granted, the thing that they have in their hand. I wrote this down. There's 3 things you can do with time. And there's 3 things you could do with life. One is you can waste it. 2 is you can spend it, right? It's pretty simple. 3, you could invest it. What would it look like if every teacher in the U.S., every teacher across the world, every teacher watching this right now, if you made a point today to say, every bit of my time, I'm going to invest it. I'm going to stop mindlessly scrolling through stuff during a classroom. I'm going to stop just showing up and just being here, just being present, just occupying a seat, just going with the flow. I'm just gonna do enough to get by. I'm gonna clock out early. I'm gonna leave right when I have to. Whatever it may be. What would it look like if we said, no? I have 200, 300, 400, 500, however many students you have, 50, 10, whatever it is. These people are the future. They're the future of the world. Like, if I invest my time, if I plant my feet and I say I'm gonna help make a change in their life, or if you will, I'm gonna help them win in life. I'm gonna help them win in school. I think that a lot can change. I wrote this down that if you want to win in the classroom, you have to have a great system in place. And all the teachers said amen, okay? If you just kind of fly by the seat of your pants, my grandma always used to say that. I really don't even know what that means, but I think it means that you just kind of wing it, all right? Everybody else sees that as well. Like, they recognize you don't have a strong lesson plan, you don't have a curriculum, you don't have a goal in mind. And if you don't have that, if you don't have a system in place, we'll end up just doing whatever, whenever, and it's not good. So this is what I know. I meet a lot of people who have the same goals. I meet a lot of people who have the same education, some even more, and they, at the end of the day, somehow, some way, they have different results. So we have two of the same types of people, two of the same types of goals, two of the same types of education. They have different results. Why? Because of their systems that they have in place. I love to read. I try to read about 30 to 40 books a year. I love podcasts. I love going to YouTube and learning random things. If you're with me, give me a little wave, okay? I can't see you, but I wish I could. I think that systems are so vital. I just think that if you want to have different results than everybody else around you, you need to have a different system. James Clear, the author of Atomic Habits, which if you have not read Atomic Habits, I highly recommend you to read Atomic Habits. It's a game changer. James Clear says, you don't rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your system. So put that into an administrator's perspective. Your school doesn't rise to the level of the goals that you set for the school. It rises and it falls to the level of your system. So if you have a bad system in place of how you communicate to your teachers, how you communicate to your parents and your students, and the systems you have in place for your lesson plan, the system you have in place for the way you wake up in the morning, okay? This is a cup of coffee, okay? It's still kind of steaming. Sorry if you heard me slurp through the camera. When I wake up in the morning, it is a part of my system and my daily routine that I drink some of this, okay? I am almost a worthless human being without it. I'm kidding, kind of, but it's part of my system. I get up, I try to drink 32 ounces of water, and then I drink a cup of coffee. I spend some time reading and growing and learning. I'm a pastor. I spend time praying. I spend time thinking about my family. I have a system in place. I have an agenda that I have written out days before of what I know I need to accomplish for the day. I do not let my day happen to me. I happen to my day. And I believe that if we have a mentality, we draw a line in the sand and we say, I want to be a better, not just a better teacher, I want to be a better leader. What would it look like in a school if every teacher watching this right now had an excellent system in place for their classroom, their personal growth, for their families? Because I'm going to talk about this in a little bit, but y'all, students are not stupid. Some of you may disagree, but students see everything, especially if you have social media. They're watching the way you live your life. They're watching how you do what you do, when you do it, why you do it, who you do it with, okay? They're watching all of that. And I just think if we have a system in place to win, we will win. I wrote this down. Systems create behaviors. Behaviors become habits. Habits drive outcomes. A lot of people in life, I got to get closer to the camera. A lot of people in life, they want different outcomes, but they're not willing to do anything different than everybody else. I've met a lot of teachers in my life, hundreds of teachers actually, faculty, just all kinds of administrators and principals and the leaders of the leaders of the leaders. Listen, someone who's going to win and make a difference and change other people's lives, they cannot go through the rhythm of just what everybody else does. That may be the most important thing you hear today. And this isn't groundbreaking stuff. I just want to remind you, because I think we often forget, It is the small things that no one sees that creates the big results that everyone wants. I'm going to say it again. It is the small things that no one sees that create the big results that everyone wants. Everyone has a system in life. If it's wake up, get dressed, check your phone, rush to class, you spilt your coffee in the car, right? Come home, eat. I didn't eat lunch. I didn't eat breakfast. Now I'm rushing. I'm trying to go to bed. I'm taking care of the kids. I'm surfing through my phone until 1 a.m. and then I get up and I repeat and I repeat and I repeat. Did you know the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over in what? Expecting a different result. If you want a different result in your classroom, if you want a different result in your life, ultimately, this can help you in every area. Get a different system. Get a different system. I wrote down your system is either intentional or accidental. Write that down. You can help your students with this. It is either intentional or accidental. It is either created or it is tolerated. Listen. Stop tolerating people in your life that don't bring joy to you, and you may be sitting next to one of them right now. Don't point at them, okay? You don't have to tolerate things. You can be intentional in your life and your outcomes will change. I promise you. Give it a shot. Okay, the next thing I wrote down is a great culture. Okay, this is kind of one of those words that gets thrown around a lot, but let me tell you, you can take a student who is disrespectful, a student who doesn't want to learn. I'm describing myself in high school and junior high, by the way. You can take that person and put them in a classroom that has good culture, a teacher that has good culture, and they will walk out a better person. If you don't believe me, try some of the things I'm about to tell you. A great culture, listen. Culture is one of the most vital things, not only just in ministry, what I do, but it is vital in leadership. It's vital in coaching. It's vital in teaching. It's vital in everything where you're leading people. Culture is the belief, the action, and the attitudes that guide your classroom. I'll make it personal. The belief and the action and the attitudes that guide your life. So some of you are like, wow, I'm teaching the curriculum, I'm doing what I was told, and students don't care about it. They're like, it's like they can't connect. Listen, the culture may be off in your classroom. Okay, and I want to kind of dive into this a little deeper. Culture is this, it's what I do, it's why I do it, and it's how excited I get about doing what I do. Would you believe me if I told you that students sign up to commit 25 volunteer hours every week during the summer? They go to classes outside of school. I could go on and on, but it's going to sound like I'm bragging and patting myself on the back. That's not the case. I just believe that we applied some things that radically changed the way that students walked into a room. There's a culture in place. There's a culture, and it's modeled by every leader in the room. If something is wrong with your classroom, it's either the people, which is possible. Maybe it's the wrong teacher. Maybe it's the wrong student. I don't know. You figure it out. It's either people, systems, or culture. People, systems, or culture. If you're an administrator and you're watching this, if you're like, something's just not right, it's either people, systems, or culture. You can change the culture, you can change the systems, but did you know it's kind of hard to change the people? It's really hard for people to realize that I need to change, and then most of the time, those people end up having to find other things to do in life, and we call that getting fired, okay? Or asked to go somewhere else. I think in a culture that is successful, if you have a culture in a classroom or any environment where someone says, you know what, it's not about me, life's not about me. I know y'all think that's crazy and that's not possible. It's possible. But you have to model it first, okay? So I tell our leaders this all the time. I've been blessed with an opportunity to lead hundreds of leaders across the state of Arkansas when it comes to ministry, student ministry, college ministry. And I tell them this, stop saying people won't do this and start saying I have not led them to do so. Okay, some of y'all, that may make you mad because this is a personal thing. Stop saying people will not do this and start saying I have not led them to do this. It's a leadership issue. Example, Man, college students just won't wake up early for class. Example of this. College students can't take their faith seriously. Man, high school students just don't care about anybody else. They just care about themselves. This is what I have started saying. Let's start saying that they haven't done it yet because I have not led them to do so. Now, you are not responsible for everybody's actions, but you can be responsible for your actions. And I think a culture changes, I think systems change, and I think people change when we start taking ownership for the things that we need to take ownership of. We have to start leading from a place of, you know what, if this thing rests on me, it's going to go the right direction. We're going to reach new goals. We're going to get new places this year in our classrooms. I wrote this down. Culture carriers, they have to be empowered. What does that mean? Find some leaders in your classroom, some students who lead the way. Give them opportunities to lead. Give them opportunities to serve. Get them opportunities to help teach. If it's all about you, I promise you, students are checked out already, okay? Did you know that every person in life has two big desires? I'm not even talking about people in church. I'm talking about in life. It's they want to be known, and they want to make a difference. They want to be known. They want someone to know their name, their story, and they want to make a difference. They want someone to speak to their potential. As a teacher, if you are not helping students identify where they're gifted, where they're strong, where they're weak, get to know their name, get to know their story, get to know their pets' names, you get an opportunity to speak to their potential and their purpose in life. Well, some teachers that I know personally, and I help coach some teachers, and they're like, oh, I was hired to do this. Well, we'll keep just doing that, and then let's just talk about how it goes. Students that want to be in a classroom, I can't wait to go to this class. It's because the teacher has created a culture where people are empowered. People don't just sit in the seats. Like a culture shift, it starts not with the masses. It starts with a few individuals that you've selected and that you've empowered. What does that mean for you in your classroom? I don't know. I'm not in your classroom. But I think that you could get some ideas. How can I empower some students? Man, write down some things of how they can make a difference in your classroom. I just got a text from my wife, by the way, and she sent me a picture. We're 32 weeks pregnant, and she just sent me the ultrasound. This thing's kind of creepy looking, okay? I just had to tell you, that's what I just got. She said that our daughter has my nose, which means it's quite large. Okay, next thing. Culture must be crystal clear. It must be crystal clear. This is the why. This is, for me, for the organization that I lead, it's this. It's know God, find freedom, discover your purpose, and make a difference. It's know God, find freedom, discover your purpose, and make a difference. I can't talk about these things without getting passionate and getting excited, and it has to be crystal clear. It has to be crystal clear. It's not about preference, it's about effectiveness. You can't just roll a grenade into a culture and explode the whole thing and expect for it to all change. No, it's little incremental changes at a time. If you started shifting a little bit of culture in your classroom, empower a student in this class. In seventh period, empower that student. Oh, I'm going to tell them, man, they can make a difference. I'm going to actually ask them, hey, why are you always in a bad mood when you come to class? Is there anything I can help you with? Things begin to change. I wrote this down. You have to destroy, some of y'all are going to get way too excited about this, okay? You have to destroy counterculture, okay? You have to destroy it. You have to annihilate it because listen, you're either carrying counterculture you're either carrying culture or you're killing it. I'm going to say it again. Y'all need to write this down for all of your staff. You're either carrying the culture or you are currently killing it. Some of y'all can think about teachers right now. I'm not going to ask you to do that. It's just their counterculture with everything. They do things their own. Y'all listen, it's like they can't get behind where we're going as an organization. I want to just warn you, be careful with that, okay? I wrote down that culture has to be demonstrated, it has to be communicated, and it has to be corrected. Demonstrated, communicated, and corrected. Another way, to demonstrate it, you carry it. To communicate it, it's the vision. When you correct it, this is what I tell people. Hey, that's not who we are. I love that you think you can do that. I'm going to love you, but let me tell you, I'm going to correct you, because if culture is not corrected, then you can end up in a place that's like, how did we get here? And it's not a good place to be. I am a person of conflict, healthy conflict, and I love to go into people that have businesses and people that lead people and do like consulting. Because I'm not afraid to step on some toes. I'm not afraid to talk about the elephant in the room. And this is what I know is true, is that if corrections never happen, like you have bad culture. Like I wrote this down, that if you are afraid of conflict, if you are a teacher, you are an administrator, you're a coach, and you are afraid of conflict and you don't like to correct or whatever, and you have to do it in the right way, but if you're afraid of it, that means that there is bad culture that is present, because the only way that good culture can be present is if you correct the bad culture. Be very careful and make sure you correct bad culture. I wrote down, man, great character. And this is where I really want to land as we get ready to finish this thing up. Great character. Y'all listen, if your life outside of the classroom, I know that you're probably thinking, Seth, that's none of anyone's business. Let me tell you this. I'll ask you a question. Have you ever respected someone that their actions don't line up with their words? The answer is no, okay? We call those people hypocrites. And y'all, I'm telling you from a place, I'm so messed up, I'm so jacked up, I'm so imperfect. I could list the things out, like as of today. Like I asked my wife for forgiveness about something because I got frustrated, right? Like, but I lead from a place of vulnerability. I lead from a place of like, I don't have this. I started off this whole talk with, we don't have this thing figured out. But if you led that way, students can relate with that. And they want to be a part of that. They feel like things aren't always tense. They can be confident and comfortable in their skin in your classroom. I think that great character is established when your life outside of the classroom matches the things you teach in the classroom. Some of you are like, well, Seth, I teach math. It doesn't matter what I do. I would beg to differ. This is another one of those things my grandma used to say. I don't really know what that means, but I disagree, okay? I disagree. I think that great character is vital. I wrote down a few thoughts about empowerment. When you empower, it means that you transfer power to someone or something to accomplish a goal. I wrote this down, replace the word leader with teacher, okay? And you'll start identifying some of these for you personally and other people. Insecure leaders or teachers hold on to responsibility. Confident leaders give it away. They give away responsibility. Insecure leaders, I got to stand up because I'm passionate about these. Insecure leaders do not empower because they see everyone else as competition. But confident leaders love watching other people win. I love watching other people win. And so they empower. Y'all listen, insecure leaders feel threatened by the success of other people. Confident leaders feel threatened when they are the only ones leading. Okay? I get nervous when I look around and I'm the only one leading. That's not a good sign of a leader. You can tell the strength of a leader by looking at the people around them, who is following them. If you're just going and you're walking and you turn around and no one is following you, you are not leading. You are going on a walk. And it is very dangerous to be in front of young people and think that we are leading and think that we are teaching and think that they are coming with us, but we are just going on a walk. That's a scary place to be. I'm just saying, think about these things. Empowerment, man, it's important. We have to be confident and not insecure leaders. Insecure leaders desire credit and recognition. It's all about me, but confident leaders, this is what confident leaders do. They tear down their own platform and they let other people stand on it so that they could be noticed instead. Empowerment requires trust. If you want to change your classroom, obviously all the things I talked about, people, the systems, the culture, the empowerment, your character, what you do inside and outside the classroom, the way that you trust is important. Empowerment requires trust. It's the only way to know that you can trust someone is to trust them. Well, Seth, I don't want to get let down. Well, in leadership, in leading people, you will be let down. That's what you sign up for, because you believe in other people more than they believe in themselves. And what's happening in a lot of classrooms around the country that I have been in, and even youth groups and other places, like, their leader doesn't believe in them. Their leader just shows up and does the job that they were hired to do. Their leader genuinely doesn't believe that these people can make an impact. Man, I'm not saying that's you. I'm just challenging you to trust until you have a reason not to. And then trust again. Y'all, people will let us down. Trusting people is risky. But I wrote down that not trusting people is even more risky, because then it's all about you. And that's a dangerous place to be in leadership. I wrote down this quote: the only way to develop leaders is to ask them to do something that they've never done before. The reason you are where you are, oh man, I can get so fired up about this. The reason you are where you are today, right now, in this moment, is because someone believed in you. Someone trusted you with something that you probably shouldn't have been trusted with. They empowered you to do something you've never done before. They helped you identify and create systems that would help you become the person you are today. They submerged you in a culture that changed your attitude. It changed the way that you think. It changed the way that you believe in other people. And this is the deal, is that they changed who you are. People. It's all about people, man. Like, we're in this for other people to grow and become something to help other people. Helping people win. I heard this from my pastor personally, my leader. Man, he is amazing. He's an amazing leader. He says, man, I can always tell how strong someone is as a leader, as a teacher, as a pastor, not by looking at them, but looking around them. What does that mean? That means the life they live. That means the people that they surround themselves with. That means what they do when no one's looking. Y'all, listen, I wrote this down, and I think this is so true, and it could be said about the classroom as well. The right people are your greatest asset. The wrong people are your greatest liability. And I believe that from the depths of my heart. And I want to end with a story that hopefully will encourage you, but maybe even make you laugh a little bit. When I got married, I was living in Conway, Arkansas. My wife and I had been married for about 5 months, and we were in bed, and just fun fact, before sin entered the world, whatever, people were naked. So just had to throw it out there. I had socks on, and that was it. So we were newly married, and I hope you're laughing. Don't get awkward. Don't get uncomfortable. I embrace these moments. And my wife rolls over. We're talking, and she's like, "Babe, I left my phone charger in the car." And her car was parked out in the driveway, and we lived on a street that, it was pretty dark. So I was like, I'll go get it for you. And this is what she said. She said, "I bet that you won't go out there like that." And I was laughing because I was like, "You don't know me well enough." And so I hopped up like Superman. Don't get a visual. And I was like, "I'm gonna go get that charger." I was naked. I had socks on. And this was before I was a youth pastor, or pastor, by the way. I was a substitute teacher. Anyways, different topic. So I got up. She's laughing. She goes to the door. She's looking through the window. I open the door. It's pitch black everywhere. The only street light in the entire neighborhood is like right over our house. So like everything was glowing. And if you know anything about white people, in the light, we glow. And so I took off running. I swung open that Altima door. She was parked all the way in the back of the driveway. I don't know why she would do such a thing. And I grabbed the charger. Can I get an amen? Okay. and I slammed the door, but this is the thing, is I heard another door open. I know what you're thinking. Idiot, right? And I had a choice to make. I either hit the ground and try to hide, which is really hard to do when you're kind of glowing, or I run as fast as I possibly can. And that's what I did. I took off running. And I had that phone charger and I was running. My wife was in the window. She was just laughing. She was laughing so hard. And this is what happened is I forgot that there was a step to get into the door. And y'all, the door was shut. I hit the door. I hit the brick wall. I hit the pillar. I hit the concrete. I'm naked, laying on the front porch, bleeding from all the crevices of my body. I got socks on. That was it. And my wife did not help me. I'm laying there, literally crying out loud on the front porch, naked, okay? And I'm nervous. Somebody's looking at me. I'm freaking out. I open the door. I crawl inside. My wife's pouring peroxide on me. I know that's very too much information, but this is what I want to say. We laughed a lot, but when I started thinking about that story, a couple things stood out to me. I know a lot of leaders, I know a lot of young people, I know a lot of teachers, a lot of parents, a lot of families, and this is something that I've learned over the last little bit of time is there are a lot of people that forget to get where you're supposed to go. Put clothes on, okay, that would have changed the whole situation. But to get to where you're supposed to go in life, there's always going to be a step. I tripped over that step and I hit that door and I paid. There was pain involved. Listen, some of you today, you're one step away from this next thing in life that you feel led to do. Now, some of you may be several steps away. If you try to skip those steps, pain will happen. There will be injury involved. But I think if you apply some of these things I talked about today, it can help you win in the classroom. It can help you raise up leaders. It can help you raise up leaders of leaders of leaders. And I believe that they will go out and make a difference. And I believe it from the depths of my heart. And so if there's anything else I can help you with, you can find me personally on social media, Seth Tomboli. Sounds like a pasta, but it's not. On Instagram, on Facebook. Our podcast is Helping You Win Podcast. It's on Facebook and Instagram. You can find it on any podcast platform. And if you have any questions, if there's something I can help you with, I would set up a FaceTime, help identify some potential hurdles to jump over, whatever that may be. I genuinely want to help you win. Thank you guys so much for your time. And my prayer is that some of this would be impactful in your life today. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have done it. This is the end. We finished it out. You finished strong. You've ran across the tape. You've won the race. We've completed the conference. I'm about to give you a link and a QR code so that you can sign out. You can give your evaluation. It's going to email you a certificate. Unless you give me the wrong email address, then it's not. So make sure your email address is correct. But before we do, I want us to end with this. One final thought. In the chat, give me the thought of what describes to you as a baller teacher. Think of teachers you've had in the past, maybe your fellow coworkers, times that you feel like you've been successful in your classroom. In the chat, tell me what makes someone a baller teacher. What makes someone a baller teacher? Put that in the chat, in your notes. Take that away today. I hope you've gotten some stuff, some mindset, some encouragement as we go forward, and hopefully you're following all of our presenters. It's on my website, tarveracademy.com. If you want to go check out the links to all their stuff, it's on the page for this PD. Follow them. Tell them thank you for what they've done, how they've spent their time trying to pour in to you. So I'm going to stop talking, and then I'm going to show you how to get your certificate. Thank you guys for coming. The Baller Teacher Conference. We did it, guys. Best conference on the planet with the name Baller in it. Very specific, but also makes it true. All right. Thank y'all. Be good. Be good. We did it. We did it. We learned something. Did you learn something today? In the chat, I want you to put the thing that you are taking away from today. Put one thing in the chat right now that you have learned or that you have realized or that's reinforced something you think. Put that one that I like to call this the golden nugget. Put the golden nugget from today in the chat. And that way, if somebody's missed it or they checked in, go ahead and you guys can copy paste what other people put. If there's some advice, you can screenshot it. Get this. I want you to throw in the best thing you learned today. It's like a best of highlight reel for your favorite thing that happened during this training. Toss that in the chat right now so we can share and grow together. Okay, we're about to do the evaluation. Before we do, I want to remind you, if you want access to this entire training at any time throughout the year, not just these live broadcasts, you can join the Tarver Academy Honor. Why do I do this? Hey guys, Tarver Academy Honor Roll. It's like Netflix for teachers. Netflix for teachers, because you have resources, you have templates, you have PDs, trainings. It's literally like a library of trainings, and then access to ask questions, to request resources that I build and send out to teachers all around the world. So tarveracademy.com/honor roll if you want to join the greatest community on the planet. And I'm not biased at all. I mean, all of us, you're on the honor roll. You want to be on the honor roll? Sick. Let's all be on the honor roll. And I'm a dean, so you can be on the dean's list. Hey, that works. Okay. All right. Now it's time for your evaluation. I'd love to get your thoughts on what you thought for this, but also I'm going to send you a certificate saying that you sat through this training. You put in the time. You wanted to learn. You wanted to grow. You wanted to get better. This is going to be a certificate that I'm going to email to you. What I need you to do is I need you to go to the link on the screen, or hover over the QR code with your phone. Get your phone out, hover over it. It's going to ask you a few questions. If you don't get this, it means that you put your email address in wrong. Make sure, please do not rush this. Type your email address in correctly. Please, I'm begging you, because if not, you're gonna email me, I never got my certificate. It's because your email address is wrong. Type it in, type in your email address correctly, fill it out, fill out your name, make sure you capitalize, make it look good, because it's gonna fill into the certificate from this. So I need you to put this in correctly, please. Okay, go there, we're gonna walk you through it. Go into this, click on the link, or you can't click on the link because it's on a video. Type in the link on your computer, or type it in on your phone, or whatever device you have. Scan the QR code, fill it out. I'm gonna send you a certificate with a timestamp on it saying what time you ended. You have proof from earlier if you sent in to the other link of what time you started. And then you also got your notes and all the stuff you've learned, your screenshots, all of that to show your administrator or whoever, your spouse. You show your friends, show people on the streets, all the learning that you did. You can frame that certificate. I think we're all getting framed. You get a frame, I'm getting framed. I'm gonna put it up on my shelf. I got too much stuff on my shelf already. So look at this, Lonzo Ball rookie card. If you got any, by the way, you got any basketball cards you want to sell, hit me up. I've been slightly obsessed with basketball cards, and I apologize for bringing it up. Look at this. This is all Lonzo Ball. Lonzo Ball, I mean, he's the GOAT. Everybody says it. Who's in the chat? Who is your favorite basketball player of all time? I'd love to know. If it's Lonzo Ball, it's quite the coincidence because I had it sitting on my desk. If not, it's probably this guy. Probably this guy right here. See that guy? That's Michael Jordan. No big deal. It's whatever. Don't like to brag about it. I mean, it's not that expensive, that card. But if you got any cards you want to sell, holler at me. I don't know why I said that. I'm just stalling so you guys can fill out your evaluation. All right. Y'all feel good? I'm gonna leave this on the screen for you for a little while in case you had to step out for a second. I'm gonna leave this up. Thank you again so much for your attention and your time and everything that you put into learning and growing with us today. I'm Tyler. This is Tarver Academy. Let's learn and have fun. See you guys later.